It's time to put up or shut up. We're in the grand finals, and I can't wait to see what ends up happening here.
This is the true test for both of these teams right now. It's going to be about who wants it more, who has been on the grind, practicing this so much. Getting to the grand finals, that is a huge achievement on its own, not to mention all that is at stake with the prize pool on itself. Coming away with that championship victory, saying that you can do it. This is their chance to get that first place for redemption. They're here to make a name for themselves, come out of these gates strong, send a statement to all of the people that have ever doubted them in this tournament. Luigi, with the Tracer alone, she has to try to keep this one up, especially now that the Sound Barrier going on Alpha keeps guessing alive and allows the rest to come through. The Mercy lives on, and Kunoichi never, ever give up. That's so much out of that poor Dragon Ball comes out of the sea. No, it's barcodes! Instant real gun shot! And the Genji is split in half.
Make your final stand on Midtown.
About to get crazy out here, but somebody needs to make sure they stay on the card. The flex ends up getting canceled. Can anybody else get a touch on the payload? It's 0.33 meters away. The high guard left uncontested. The clutch. Everything going way of Kunoichi CGL. Beautiful start to this game. The third look that they have pulled.
Focus down the enemy Sigma.
That Matrix coming through, and HK goes over the top, immediately takes down Halo. He goes down, no support, no backline.
We're rolling onto it for a long while, and with the composition that Kunoichi here on now, I'd like to see SK
The
make
slip!
a block. Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Going down to what once again. Now without the harass of the Tracer onto the backline, and the Blizzard coming through from Foam, going to pressure out Kindred, and they just get melted. There needs to be some way for them to keep on top of it.
The players are falling one by one. And then getting down.
It is the culmination of a year's worth of passion and hard work from staff, talent, players alike, but mostly today, the players who have put their heart and souls into today to earn the title, Calling All Heroes champions. Welcome, everybody. My name is CB. We're here. We've done it. An entire year to get here to the Calling All Heroes championships, and we have 4 teams left vying for the opportunity to win that Tracer Corgi statue. A little bit of bad news, chat. Ash, our usual host, is dealing with some technical difficulties, so you're stuck with me. But the good news is you're not stuck with me alone. I am joined by our lovely casters for the top half of today, Dogman and Moxie. How are you guys feeling today?
Good, yeah, good, CV, good stuff. That was awesome. That was actually sick. I mean, considering how short a time you had to work with, that was awesome. And you're right. I think that Corgi statue is sick. I mean, myself and Moxie and you, I know, have been talking about that bad boy for a while. I'm jealous of whoever wins this thing.
They're lucky we're working remote, or I would snag one.
Yeah.
I would 100% be right there with you pulling off that high CV. It is all on the line, like you've said. So much has built up to this as well. So many of these teams working so hard throughout all of the year for so many different metas, picking up different players, molding them to where they are, as we can have a look and see that last previous circuit. And a lot of it was dominated by one name, and that has been Timeless. These guys are an absolute juggernaut in the CAH circuit. And I mean, potentially we could even see a Timeless versus Timeless grand final. It's going to be a little bit harder to pull off, I think, especially given the fact that Celestial are currently in the lower bracket. But Ethereal, judging from their performance yesterday, looking exceptionally strong.
I mean, Timeless as a whole has kind of been like this North American dynasty as of late, and they were so strong in Calling All Heroes that they brought out a second team to make it to the Final Four. That's an accomplishment no matter how you look at it.
It is. I mean, it's this entire team. It has just had a great branding behind it, and it's just overall, like, just through Timeless Ethereal alone, doing as well as they have, and then Timeless Celestial coming in as well and doing that, kind of being that second team that also performs to a high level. I mean, top 4 is definitely nothing to scoff at. Although, like Moxie said, they do have to make that lower bracket run, and it is a bit more difficult. And She also mentioned how Timeless Ethereal has been that kind of #1 team for a while. I mean, so far, Microwave is the only team to take a map off them.
Yeah, Michael Wave being the only team to take a map off of them, unfortunately going to be facing Timeless Celestial in our lower bracket run. You also saw a highlight up there of the upper bracket where we're going to have Wisp Embers. You mentioned Timeless Ethereal being perpetually the #1 team. It feels like Wisp Embers is perpetually the #2 team as well. So there are some potential usurpers to the Ethereal throne.
Yeah, definitely. It feels for Wisp Embers like it's the story of never the bride, always the bridesmaid. And it's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams actually interact with each other, because a lot of what Ethereal does, we've also seen Wisp do the exact same thing. So I'm really looking forward to getting to see that sort of Spider-Man point meme moment where you've got the Sojourn setting up with their Lucios for that first fight and they both pick the same off angle and it becomes an absolute scrap. Where instead of pressuring the other side of the team, you're having to immediately win out that DPS duel before getting to decide and continue pressuring things like that Ramatra. And that's something we haven't really got to see from either of these two teams, right? Whenever they've had their run in the upper bracket, whatever team that they've come up against, a lot of the time having that Sojourn off angle has been something they've had solely to themselves. So I cannot wait to see that particular interaction go down.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, we talk about it a lot, how dominant Timeless Ethereal has been throughout the entirety of this circuit. Well, the only win that really matters, in my estimation, is the one that you get when the lights are on the brightest. And we got a lot of lumens in the building tonight, as well as a lot of cash money on the line for some of these teams. Have a look at our prizing. It's a $20,000 prize pool. First place is $1,600 awarded to each player. Wu-Tang Clan said it best. Cash rules everything around me. These teams want that cream.
They do. I mean, this team specifically, Timeless Celestial, you talk about too. I mean, they've done so well when those lights are shine brightest, right? It just seems like even when we talk about it as much as we have been, where, you know, a lot of teams tend to, you know, either choke under pressure or, you know, something happens where you can't perform to the highest level. Maybe you have a player that lags behind. It doesn't seem that way at all. I mean, as Moxie said, they control those off angles incredibly well. As a unit, as a team, they're so cohesive and really just move perfectly, right? It just feels like no matter what, they just always pop off individually, all five of them. And that's going to be the toughest thing for every single one of these other teams to deal with, is the likes of Timeless Celestial waiting for them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're talking a lot about these, like, Sojourn splits and some of the mechanical ways that these teams want to play and the comps that they're going to be trying to bust out. Well, let's have a quick look at the map pool and we can kind of see why we're talking so much about these Ramatra compositions with the Sojourn splits, because it's very brawl favored across the board, kind of facilitates that playstyle.
Yeah, it's so interesting that we talked specifically about two heroes for that brawl, and there is a big old name that we do have to throw into the mix as well, and that is the Mei. Because you're seeing a lot of that Ram Rush come through, Mei's value just rises exponentially off of a lot of these maps. There's a lot of really hard chokes to be able to control. You're able to get up close as well, because the Ramatra can go for that tempo tank playstyle where you have a little bit of poke, which favors the Sojourn build up, and then once your Sojourn has ramped up, you can go fully in for that commitment and close up the distance so that the Mei is able to provide that pressure. But that's where we've started to see these teams move away from the Sigma, which gets entirely countered by the Mei, to something like the Ramatra that has a little bit more survivability going up against that specific hero. So a lot of the time we're seeing these teams not actually immediately go and try and pressure the tank. They'll still do it to try and bait things like Immortality Field out, but a lot of the time the biggest target in the lobby is actually the other Mei, and it's something that a lot of these teams in the upper bracket, Timeless Ethereal being one of them, who are able to do an exceedingly good job of forcing the Mei on the other side into utilizing that ice block before we see the Blizzard for Blizzard mirror, so that when the ultimate comes out from the other team, they lose the Mei in the process, as opposed to someone like Bun, who's still got that cooldown, is able to hop into that block, heal up, and still find fire with the ult.
Bun has, without a doubt, been one of, if not the best Meis in all of Calling All Heroes, but some other teams Mei has been a bit of a sticking point for. Before we get into that, though, I want to have a quick little heart-to-heart with chat. Chat, today is urgent. It is the last day for you to get your viewer incentives. We got drops, and if you ask me, these are the best ones that we've ever put out. We've got some name cards, a spray, and a player icon. Make sure you're farming those up, sticking along with us in chat throughout the entire day. Not that you'd want to go anywhere anyway, because the action's gonna be just that damn good. But, you know, a little heart and stars name card to sweeten the pot never hurt.
I didn't think, to be honest, that I was ever changing my name card from the llama themed one. But the Heart and the Stars one has stolen my heart, quite literally. It is my name card now. I have moved away from the fluffy llamas in pajamas, and it is now proudly displayed for all to see when they look at my profile and see way too many hours of mercy.
All right, well, that pretty much does it for our little intro. It's time to get back into it. We can start talking about the May players. We can start talking about all the players. We can start talking about our lower semi-final. One of these teams is going home right now, and it's either Timeless Celestial or it's Michael Wave.
Yeah, both of these teams in the lower bracket for a reason. They've had a couple of struggles. Timeless Celestial, because they were running that Sojourn Lucio, didn't really take advantage of all of the space for some of those maps and got shut down very, very quickly by Wisp Embers, who identified, okay, this is free real estate. If you're not going to scrap over this space, we're absolutely going to take it and take the map as a result. They're an incredibly aggressive team as well. So the fact that they continued to have to turn around denied them that avenue of aggression to be able to put themselves into a comfortable position, and it was reflected in some of the hesitation and decision making.
Now, Dogman, I want to get your thoughts real quick though. Looking at this roster, who has stood out the most to you on this Timeless Celestial squad?
You know, surprisingly, I feel like it's been Mauler. I think Mauler has been a very, very consistent support player for this lineup, and I mean, in fact, in support play in all of Calling the Heroes has been stellar around the board. However, I think Mauler specifically has just been very good with that with those cooldowns and with the overall rotations alongside their team, keeping, you know, Street alive when they need to be. Same with Snozzler and Azure, right? Really has been a major point of this team. I think somebody that maybe has to step up a little bit is going to be the likes of Azure. Azure had moments yesterday in that lower bracket run where, you know, they had extremely pop-off moments on the Sojourn. However, today they're going to need to step up yet again against Michael Wave, which is definitely no slack in that department either.
Yeah, Dogman, you're talking about a team that's got no slack. In fact, a team that's got that dog in them, Michael Wave. They are heating up, and they better. I mean, they went out in the lower bracket to Timeless Ethereal, so they're gonna want that revenge match. They seem to be, like we talked about, one of the only teams that have consistently taken it to the best, and even at some stages beat them, but it hasn't been consistent enough. What do they need to do, Moxie, in order to overpower them and, you know, make a statement at Celestial's expense?
I think they just need to stick the landing, and that's probably a tough lesson for them to have learned coming out of the upper bracket into the lower bracket yesterday, and that's what a lot of these teams are having to find themselves, right? If you get kicked from the upper bracket into the lower bracket, there's probably a reason now that they've had a day to be able to look back at the VODs and think about, okay, why exactly did things fall apart? Well, it all came down to that last map of Push. They came out with the Doomfist and the Genji composition. We've seen this team run consistently in the last major. Mari absolutely is a comfort pick on the Doomfist. Zoe loves to be able to play that Genji as often as possible, but something that you, I, and Dustin were talking about before today actually began is the fact that Mei coming back into the meta is just so incredibly problematic for the Genji to be able to find the value, and as a result, Dive just doesn't have the damage necessary to be able to pick up the kills. Ramatra is too good at self-sustain, so if you dive the backline and think, okay, the supports are looking away, this is when we can jump on that tank, I hate to tell you, that's not how it goes. The Baptiste keeps everyone healed up when that dive comes through. The Lucio has the means to be able to kite out. The Sojourn's going to be able to one-shot your Genji if the Mei hasn't already been able to beam him down. And even though you've got all of those players, all of those heroes turning away from their tank, Ramatra is still going to be standing exactly where you left them.
And we talk a lot about how good of a Genji player Zoe actually is, and like, if she can't get it done on Genji, then like, who can? Well, we're probably not going to see a whole lot of Genji to kick things off. We're going to Mesa, well, not her home. She's at Eco Point Antarctic, but close. We're in the neighborhood. We're starting things off on Antarctic Peninsula. It's Timeless Celestial's map pick. Dogman, how you feeling?
I mean, for this map in particular, I think it's definitely going to be favoring Timeless Celestial, right? There's a reason why they picked this map. I think Moxie could probably talk about it more than I can, where this team just loves Antarctic Peninsula. They're just super good on this map in particular. And they've also improved at that Ramatra composition that we saw yesterday. But, you know, we have to see today, can they continue that prowess? Can they continue improving at that composition? Because it's so crucial in that upper bracket if they make it there.
Well, there is only one way to find out if they make it there, and that's by kicking off the action. So I'm going to go ahead, throw my hands up, leave the room, and let you two have at it. Good luck, have fun, and, you know, enjoy.
Thank you, CB. I'm sure we will, because, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really fun matchup, I think, so far. Moxie, I mean, like we talked about a little bit map pick, map choice here. Antarctic Peninsula, the one that Timeless chooses today. Why do you think that is? I mean, in particular, like what's the reasoning behind this? Is the Ram Rush?
Ram Rush is insanely good here. The Mei Wall is incredibly powerful to the point where if you do lose your tank, it's not problematic. The Mei still has the ability to be able to control all of that fight. The thing as well is you have to remember this is a team who's going to be running the Sojourn, and Sojourn is that determining factor in these opening fights. If you're able to put that Sojourn into a position with the off angle on the long backside of that point, you can apply so much pressure onto the Ramatra and the team behind. Something that we talked about yesterday going into depth with Christopher was one of the problems that Ramatra runs into as a tank is that you can only cover so many angles with your utilities. You're always going to be left vulnerable and open if someone is able to actually find that off angle and take advantage, and it's something that we have to see from both of these teams.
Right. I mean, we have to, considering it's only that Ramatra competition, Moxie. I mean, that's basically what we've seen from these two teams in particular. Well, I guess not Microwave, because Microwave tends to mix that up. I think that I'm sure, not to steal any talking points from anybody later on, but I know Mari has been that kind of that character that we usually see change between different heroes, right, Moxie? Like she's been making sure, okay, I want to swap to Sigma or whatever to counter the Ramatra at points, right?
Yeah, well, you can do that on Flashpoint because the map goes on for so long. Here in Control, it is so important that you win this first fight so that your Sojourn and Mei are set up for success in the ones afterwards. As we're going to see that mirror for mirror. Mei was coming through from both of these sides. So far, however, no one actually fully isolated.
No, but Mari actually goes a little bit low here, forcing that Immortality field out, and as well from Timeless Celestial. However, Mari goes low, and it doesn't really matter to Timeless. They just want to back up, right? Take these kind of angles too far away. In fact, giving a lot of space to Microwave, be baiting them in temporarily. However, nobody dies on Microwave's side. It's KQA to fall first, and we've seen this previously in Antarctic Peninsula for Timeless Celestial. As Death gets a 3K in this fight, they lose their Lucio first.
Yeah, it's a great Vortex as well coming from Mari. She actually gets walled off and uses the Vortex, places it right in front of that corner, so Timeless Celestial are not able to actually peek and try and take the isolated Ramatra down. Otherwise, they risk that slow impact coming into play, making it so much harder to be able to dodge around Death's shots. And now the defensive Sojourn is in that position. She's always going to have that first opening shot, and Timeless Celestial always going to have to be so careful that they don't bait that real ult fire by losing someone's head.
Already early regenerative burst used by Mauler. The rest of the time, the Celestial back up. Early beat drop, by the way, from Wicca there. Only connects on the AJMR, so just helping their supports. Meanwhile, Timeless Celestial just waiting for that counter engage, right? They will have that beat advantage after Microwave used their first. Now they try to come in slowly, but it's a window to slow them down. Counter window on the other side by Mauler. Beat drop still available for KQA, trying to force off the Mei, who is progressively kind of just harassing KQA on the backside, already forcing that cooldown though is KQA, making sure Zoe can't go to get Blizzard. Meanwhile, her Blizzard on the other side got a good one too. However, overclock from Death there. They kind of push back Celestial, make sure they get those kills. The beat drop eventually will wear off as Snozzler falls so low. The Immortality field was used as well to keep the likes of Azure alive, to get wild with his overclock. However, there's a Blizzard and a wall in the way of Azure, so no damage will come through on this angle. And Microwave are going to be, it's going to be only them in that kill feed and still in control of that point with 70%.
Yeah, and here's another reason why coming out with the Ramatra in this composition on Control matters so much, Dustin. This is a sustained composition. If you start a fight with Control of this point, you're able to just sustain through so much point percentage and stall. Microwave coming now into that last fight territory, and Timeless Celestial committed everything in the fight prior. Snozzler has to come back on the Tracer just to try and get her touch.
Annihilation ready to go. Mari just wants to fly at Mauler, and what do you do at that point? Tried to throw the Immortality field down, but it was far too late. Meanwhile, on the other side, what, Street Lord found one. They get the cap, at least with Snozzler on the Tracer. And a kill? What? Before the Immortality field could even come, AJMR is down. Somebody could touch the point. Snozzler, that's a big kill, considering now you don't have that amplification matrix yet. Come towards this point to give it a little bit of touch. Do you live, though? Wicca still has the beat. Street Lord's back on the Doomfist. The hack comes through, by the way, because now Azure is onto that Sombra. Beat drop, early use here by Microwave. They do have that ultimate advantage, so even though it was a little dicey with Snozzler finding the Baptiste of Microwave, eventually AJMR comes back. They find 2 kills. Counter window is here by Mauler. However, it doesn't matter. And Microwave will win round 1.
I like the thoughts behind the swaps coming through, right? A lot of the time, sometimes we see things like the Soldier picked up by the DPS, but they opted instead to go for that Sombra, understanding the other side has the sound barrier, has that sustainability in the overtime, especially because we've had Snozla swap to the Tracer and Street having to swap onto the Doomfist. That resets a lot of ult charge, so you need to have the Sombra to threaten that space and potentially find the hack onto Wicker to stop the sound barrier from coming through. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out, and Microwave, again, because they won that first fight, even though along the way they would lose a couple of players, they never once had a full team wipe, and as a result they just got to stall and sustain on that point for an absolute eternity. It's one of the biggest strengths of the Ramatra composition, and it's why so many of these teams are sticking to it like glue.
Emma Celestial, see if in this fight they want to play a bit more aggressive, right? It feels like they've been continuously playing a bit reactionary to Microwave, whereas Death already goes low, so that's a good start. They have that damage advantage here, really getting a lot of that space. However, immediately Microwave come back through with a counter engage. Wicca falls so low, but no deaths. That's the biggest thing for Microwave until about now. Snozlar will find Wicca, who fell low on the coastal side. No more speed in this fight now. I mean, yeah, all of the momentum is back in Timeless Celestial's favor. Death has found one. Could they find more? They have three here. The boop off the map, in fact, onto Zoe from KQA. Fantastic job by them. Timeless Celestial will actually be the first ones to take the point.
KQA as well, because you managed to get the knock onto the Mei, means that you're able to pick up all of the ult charge on that higher health target as the DPS. 74% to a sound barrier, one of the slowest charging ultimates in a first fight in comparison to Wicca, who got picked first on Microwave side, and as a result is so far behind in terms of that ultimate. If Timeless Celestial do start seeing themselves go a little bit too low on the health bars with the sustained composition, they are going to have so many resources to hold on to this point.
On the flip side, Death also has that overclock for their engage. See what Celestial want to do with that beat. Like you said, do they want to maintain their momentum, play aggressive with it? No, it's in fact Death to pop the ult early. We've seen the likes of Microwave do this previously. Does it pan out for them? Now the beat drop comes out from KQA. Microwave playing it slow still. Nobody's really dying, even though sport ults were used on the other side. Meanwhile, Blizzard from Snozlar enables Azure and Snozlar to find Mari and AJ and Mari. 50% on the board, built in a fight win yet again for Timeless Celestial.
Oh, Microwave got baited. They thought that they could push onto KQA, and the rest of the team, once Sound Barrier had ran out, and Snozla just catches them with the Blizzard on rotation over towards that point, and it's an absolute shooting gallery for both Mola and Azure. Now we're going to see Annihilation and Amplification Matrix, as well as the overclock for the defending Sojourn. Microwave will have support ultimates, but a lot of this is going to hinge on how Zoe utilizes the Blizzard to try and shut down some of the space.
So is Genji. She got to deal with that window on the left side on the Mei. Beat drop to give them some space. Wall off Street Lord for now. No Blizzard utilized just yet. Annihilation committed by Mari as well, so they're kind of cycling their ultimates, making everybody low on Timeless. But now Timeless is coming back with an overclock and their own Annihilation. Now the Blizzard is used by Zoe. It does catch out Street Lord with the Annihilation damage, is able to find them. Mauler will trade back Wicca at the very least. However, Mauler just shut down by Death, who is looking phenomenal so far in this map, and Microwave take control of the point and the pressure.
Good ultimate economy coming through from Microwave. It does cost them a lot, but honestly, it's the right rotation necessary. Annihilation from Mari pushes down the Celestial off of the point. Zoe gets to hold on to the Blizzard, so if anyone from Celestial tries to contest that flip to come through, they walk directly into it, and they're able to bait Azure into utilizing the overclock, one of the ultimates that can still have an impact in the fight outside of the Blizzard's reach. It's Snozla! Oh no! Goes down early on. Microwave able to catch the Mei early, push Timeless Celestial back, and that is huge in terms of making up for the point percentage. It's not even an ultimate invested. This is great for AGMR, who's going to be able to cycle into Amp at the same time as overclock for Death.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of Timeless Celestial, just hope they learn and react to that, because that was an entire vortex from Mari there. Just so much damage alongside the Mei of Zoe in that fight. Timeless now try to walk in, but now they're dealing with the Ant Matrix from AJ. Mar just wants to maybe use it towards the middle. Holds against it, though. For now, counter. Using it on the backside, because Mauler also committed their Ant Matrix, but Death gets that shot with the railgun. Through it, AJ Mar also finds Street Lord, and even though Timeless Celestial got up to 93%, Microwave looked to be in full advantage at the moment, up to 75% on the board.
Yeah, great amp coming through from AJ. Actually is able to get blocked off a little bit by the Mei wall, but still has a gap large enough for the pick to come through until the wall is broken, and then Def with the overclock is able to push forward and collapse onto the members of Timeless Celestial who are trying to fight away, having lost a player early. Speaking of early, we're going to see an early fight immediately start to break on out as Microwave want to stop any potential for Celestial to touch the point.
And 97, 98, can KQA touch? Oh my god, just did in the nick of time. Snalsar finds Zoe. Death has found Azure, so they are even in terms of trades. However, Microwave still have their Sojourn. Mari also has the Annihilation. Is low, but has that beat drop on top too. Timeless Celestial have nothing just yet. So somehow, some way, in overtime, they need to stall for ultimates. However, Street Lord's already gone. Snalsar does find one. Now there's that Annihilation from Mari on the backside. Has so much damage. Snalsar trying to equalize it and get kills, but they're the ones to go down. Mari just able to run rampant towards this point. KQA found Death, so slowly Celestial working themselves back in. Azure finds one, has the overclock, finds the Lucio, finds the Ramontra, and the Tracer took that point back in overtime. They've worked themselves back into this series, into this map in particular, and I don't think anybody else can touch for Microwave somehow in overtime. Celestial does it, bringing us to round number 3.
Oh, surely it was over. Street was so close to the ultimate, so close to Annihilation. The one thing that could have catapulted the fight back into Celestial's favor. And the Ramatra falls, and you think, okay, it's done. You're having to deal with an Annihilation and a Soundbar from the other team. You don't have any of the damage burst potential. Snalsar is getting so much pressure out on that mace that you don't just stall and sustain on that point for eternity. Zoe even swapping onto the Tracer to keep Mola occupied on that Baptiste. But Azure with the absolute clutch play coming on through. What a Sojourn to be able to shut down the players of Microwave and win that last fight and put us onto the 3rd map in Antarctic Peninsula. We're going to see Icebreaker come on through, and this means we need to see these Sojourns start to put a little bit more pressure from that backside angle onto the teams behind the Ramatra.
In order for Timeless Celestial to maintain their advantage, though, they still play a little bit slow, right? They get walled off first. Now Death finds KQA. We saw this in round number 1. Timeless Celestial, that momentum needs to go back in the favor. Snalslar, though, equalizes. I mean, how many times have we seen Snalslar do this? 2 times in a row now, basically. Find that kill. Getting rid of that Sojourn. Also finds Wicca. I mean, oh my gosh, what May play. We talked about Bun, but Snalslar has been standout as well. Has all of this healing from Mauler, and the frontline pressure still there from Street Lord. Mari and Zoe fall so low. Eventually, they'll fall to KQA, who's back from the spawn. And Timeless Celestial turn that back on its head as they take the point first.
Yeah, so the difference is Timeless Celestial, they see that Lucio goes down early yet again and have that deja vu moment, but they decide to double down. They know that they can't back on out. That means that Zoe's going to get a free wall without the Lucio to speed boost everyone in tandem. Someone's getting isolated, and that's going to stagger them even more and spiral into way more ult percentage and point percentage for Microwave. So they go for that brawl fight, and as a result, they're able to win it out. And now they've got the Ant Matrix, and Zoe is gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, immediately just deletes them. Mari does get one. However, that's a hold already there, Moxie, with just the use of that Ant Matrix.
KQA does go down, but the Lucio is going to be back. You move so fast from the respawn back to that point. You don't have to turn around and ferry either. Maul is going to be there if Microwave try and get a little bit more aggressive fast on, especially with the Annihilation wanting to potentially try and run in on this team. Have to be careful, though, that you don't commit too aggressively, because Snalsar is holding onto the Blizzard that can immediately slow a fast push down.
Double DPS ultimates, including that Blizzard that you said. On the left side, Azure drops that disruptor shot. Immediately, Mari's just trying to create space on the Azure. A lot of that pressure coming towards that Sojourn. Annihilation still here, making sure this overclock doesn't come through, but Azure doesn't even need it. Doesn't even adjust the crosshair, it seems. 2 kills for Azure, who has come online in Antarctic Peninsula. 70% of the board, Ant Matrix was used, but Microwave have to back up.
Yeah, AGMR pops the Ant Matrix to try and contest and also just force Azure off of that angle before the overclock is able to claim another bit. Street with the Annihilation just denies it entirely. KQA is able to catch Death, the player with the ultimate that Microwave needs to be able to break the back of this defense, but it's just so hard to be able to do so. If you look at how Split Time the Celestial are playing, they're not going to allow Microwave any freedom of movement to just come around unnoticed.
Over in this fight, Microwave trying to go aggressive with the beat drop. Does catch on 3 members of their team. Also, Incoming overclock. Nice beat from KQA. Takes that duel on the left side. Wall off. They also want to slow down Azra on this backside, who's got that Ant Matrix. Finds death, and then the immortality field. However, they've already lost 2 members of their own team. And Microwave take control of that point. Azure doesn't even care. Doesn't even care about the person advantage. Kills Wicca, and then comes back onto Zoe. An absolute insane clutch player that Azure has been so far. Microwave still on this point. They have their Amatra, and they've got some healings here. So Azure does have to back up for now, even though, oh yeah, eventually lose Snozlar. They had a lot of point on the... They have 99% of the board here, Moxie. Microwave have to make this 99 comeback.
Yeah, Thomas Lesser have all of the time in the world to be able to just slow push, build up these ultimates, show the aggression, and then come in swinging. Microwave, on the other hand, are going to be on tenterhooks through the entire duration of the rest of this map. Mari does have Annihilation, doesn't have to worry about being burst down with the Mauler's Amplification Matrix early. That's not going to be available for a little bit longer, but they have to try and stall these fights for as long as possible so that ultimate can find value.
Waiting to use this Annihilation. They've already got the shift out of Snozlar. If they find that kill, that'd be so huge. Immortality field used as well. They back on out of there. Can Timeless live? It appears they can't get this down Azure already. Mari does go low, though, but swaps form. Blizzard, maybe this is a bit of an overextension from Microwave. KQA finds Zoe as well, so they're even in the fight. Ant Matrix has to be used now from AJ and Mara. Continue this pressure. Death finds KQA. They have at least the advantage through that. Street Lord on the inside angle just trying to live. They've got no healing. So this is really going to be hard to live in this situation. And also, there's a lot of time already built on the board. This is pretty much last fight for both teams.
Yeah, and there's going to be 3 ultimates available for Timeless Celestial. Annihilation to brute force your way through Choke, and both support ultimates to give you all of the sustain and confidence to be able to take this point and fight directly to that objective. So we head into that overtime. Death needs to come into clutch. We've seen Azure pop off. Now Microwave Sojourn needs to save the day.
It's against the Ant Matrix, though. Already wall in that front side. Azure finds that kill. And they find any more, potentially. Death also close on that overclock. Deep drop was later in KQA, so they have that support advantage. 2 down 2. Overclock from Death here. It just might be too late. I don't know how you get it done without a tank. On the front line, you just don't. Azure shuts it down. Overclock of their own. I believe that was like 4 in that fight for Azure. And they win on Peninsula.
Timeless Celestial have such a good understanding of what they can actually utilize at the beginning of that fight. Immortality Field is not used defensively, it's used aggressively, proactively to be able to just cement their position behind that Ant Matrix so that if Death does come into the overclock before the map is done, unfortunately she's already just lost so many players on her team that it is not going to be able to make a difference. If your Amatra is still alive, you're going to be able to use that Nemesis form or even the shield and just body through a lot of that Sojourn ultimate, so that Celestial have the opportunity to be able to take the Sojourn down before it becomes an absolute team wipe, the way that we saw Azure start to run rampant on Labs.
And Moxie, if we look back at round number 1, right, Microwave did look very good, right?
Yeah.
Just on this map alone, they were able to control that pressure. What happened? What flipped in Timeless Celestial's brains after this first round that they just decided, okay, we can kind of come back, maybe play this reactive style, but just play it better?
So they started setting traps, which is actually really interesting because it was KQA. Sometimes you see the Lucio and the Sojourn putting themselves into a position understanding that you're going to get flanked on and you don't want to have a 1 versus 2 potentially. But KQA alone goes to make sure and guard dog essentially the entire back avenue of Icebreaker, and it comes into play massively when Death has the overclock, that second ultimate that we see come through when Microwave are initially trying to break the choke defense. They send Death through and round the back of that point in the hopes of being able to surprise Timeless Celestial, come in with the overclock, instantly find a pick, and then just collapse onto them in a pincer movement with everyone else moving through from choke. But because you get spotted out by the Lucio who has the sound barrier, you don't actually have to win the 1v1. You just have to give a heads up of the Sojourn's position and then have the ultimate to be able to save everyone if the overclock does indeed come through, as opposed to someone like Azure, who when you were looking at how they were getting set up with those overclocks, it was always off of the back of the Ant Matrix coming through from Waller. You don't need the off angle because the Ant Matrix means that you're going to be connecting onto so many of those bodies, and on Icebreaker especially with the chokes being so narrow, that's going to mean a lot of kills.
And that's wild too. Just look at these stats alone, Moxie. I mean, was it Mari yesterday too that kind of had, I'm not going to say empty stats, but like high damage and still in a loss, right? Like wasn't that Mari yesterday that had that incredibly high damage on tank, but just like didn't have a win to show for it?
Well, Mari was taking a lot of damage because Mari was
Yeah.
playing a lot of the Orisa, remember? So we had that discussion
yeah.
about meaningful damage and meaningless damage.
Well, it's happening again today though, Mox. Like it's on Ramatra too.
Yeah, and it's something that's actually really problematic with this composition because of how fast Amp Matrix builds on up. You don't just have to worry about the Sojin in the downtime of when Railgun doesn't have that ult fire or when Overclock isn't available. You have to be consistently vigilant about when that Baptiste hits the Amp Matrix because a lot of the time the Sojin is able to do so much damage through the window that even if you're about 50% off of the Overclock, you're immediately able to supercharge that ultimate percentage and build the ultimate back on up. And as a result, when you talk about meaningful damage and meaningless damage, especially on those tank plays, because everyone has the health to be able to survive all of that poke pressure, if you're chipping those health bars down and the enemy supports the healing them straight back up with no kill in sight, all you're doing is handing your opponent a smoking gun and asking them not to shoot it at you next round.
Well, we're going to Kings Row next. And by the way, speaking of the supports, I mean, Mauler, I wanted to point out Mauler's gameplay before. I mean, definitely was just consistently putting those Ant Matrix down in perfect positions, healing those teammates, like you said, Moxie. I mean, fantastic Baptiste play from the support of Timeless. And now, Moxie, we're going to Kings Row. Microwave think they have a potential advantage here on Kings Row. Are they right to believe that? Is mainly Timeless a team that you think, okay, Kings Row could be a weak point for them? Or is it just more so a strong point for the likes of Microwave?
I think it's a strong point for Microwave. If you think about what they actually played into Timeless Ethereal yesterday with, it was Kings Row that we first got to see Mari swap onto the Orisa. And that threw a spanner into the works of Ethereal, an incredibly strong team, arguably the strongest team in CAH at the moment. They really had to take their time, reset, and figure out how to deal with this Orisa. Where I'm a little bit concerned, however, is that not only have you already shown your hand on the Orisa strategy, you've shown your hand with the Orisa strategy to a team that is under the same label of your opponent that you dealt that card to. So this is going to be something that everyone is expecting, and Timeless 100% are going to know how to deal with the Orisa and land on their feet today far faster than Ethereal did yesterday, now that they know what to expect.
I like what I'm seeing out of Timeless, right? I think, Moxie, we were talking about it a little bit. Like, I just feel like yesterday, and maybe this whole tournament so far, it just feels like Timeless Celestial has been, you know, a little, I want to say, like, it just feels like they're not connected in this current meta. But as of today, and as of that previous map, the opposite was kind of happening, right? Like, as a unit, they looked really strong. It wasn't really that aggressive playstyle that we see the other Timeless team do, but it still worked, right? It kind of proved that this team can play in their own sort of Ramatra Brawl style, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's the fact that Time Celestial looked necessarily weak yesterday. I think it's just Wisp Embers looked amazingly strong and incredibly dominant. This is a composition that is all about finding momentum and working with it. If it's defending momentum, then it's just playing off of the back of the fact that you can stall and sustain. So one fight win, controlling that space for even 5 seconds normally guarantees that you're going to be in control of it for at least a minute until those ultimates start to come into play. And when it's aggressive momentum, it's all about trying to just pick up that space, forcing the enemy team constantly into the back foot and to be retreating, which means that things like the Maid, the Sojin, and the Ramatra don't get into the position to actually be able to pop off, even if their mechanical prowess is there. If they don't have the space to be able to do so, you don't really get to see it. And I think that's what we saw yesterday. And now that Timeless Celestial aren't always on the back foot and constantly having to react to what's being thrown at them, they look a lot more dominant.
That's a fair point. Yeah, Wisp is just is a really good team. And now today against Microwave, you have to put another good team down, make that top 3. Snozlar already setting up on this top right flank. Really didn't have a lot of pressure over here because Microwave were trying to react to it with 3 members of their team. Knowing that, Snozlar just drops back to the main side. So good counter push there from Microwave. Bit of a micro fight in that staircase. And now that statue's still under control by Mari. However, early wall used by Zoe here to really slow down, potentially catch somebody out. Immortality heal been trade though. So it is a 1-for-1 in terms of cooldowns. Railgun shot also available here from Azure. Looking towards that hotel side. Can't find the kill necessarily. Has to back up towards main. And Microwave are putting a lot of pressure on Timeless at the moment. who really can't make it past the statue.
Yeah, again, when you don't have one of those players instantly finding that kill shot with the Sojourn, these fights are going to slow down to an absolute snail's pace until something like Amplification Matrix comes through, and Final Celestial are taking a lot more poke damage, and as a result, the Maul is about to hit Amp.
Yeah, that Amp's almost available. Mari goes solo on that front line. How do they want to use this? Looks like actually passively. So they're not going to be able to get any kills from this, but at least maybe take some point pressure over the top. I mean, they have some people helping up the clock tower too. Points getting capped really slowly. Azray tries to jump up to the high ground. KQA goes down.
The rubber band.
Yeah, the rubber band works out in favor of Microwave, and now Mari and AJMR connect for 2. Sure, they get one tick down, and Street Lord finds AJMR. However, at this point, Microwave have won that team fight.
Alt tracking on point from Microwave as well. They understand that the Maul is coming into that Amp Matrix, and as a result, when the ultimate actually goes down, Microwave are already in position to not get bothered by it at all. Speaking about in position, Zoe, what are you up to? Are you hiding in health pack rooms so they don't spawn you out so you can blizzard the backline? No way they didn't see that coming!
No, Immortality field used. Beat dropped, oh my god, by KQA. Keeps that Baptiste alive for now. Sazar, meanwhile, on the front line, used that Blizzard. It's always just trying to live on the other side of the map. Annihilation here from Mari. Has that healing from AJMR as well. Nobody dead yet on either side just yet. Counter. Annihilation potentially still available here from Street Lord. Beat drop used by Wicked here. Azure tries to find some value. Shooting wildly with this overclock, and through it finds that extra damage the Street Lord needed to kill Zoe and Mari. So eventually Time of Celestial will come through off of the Annihilation and through some more ultimates and capture the point.
I wonder if this is where we see that Orisa swap come through now that Mari potentially has that choked corner as we head into B. But it feels like they're looking a lot more confident inside the Ramatra mirror as in just entire composition as a team from Microwave side. So I don't think we're going to quite yet see that Orisa change come on through. They're confident in the full mirror. As Def holds on to the overclock, Final Celestial have to be careful. Snuzzler has to have the main wall on cooldown, but utilizes it aggressively to try and shut the Ramatra down.
And Matrix to support them at the very least with those railgun shots, able to push back Microwave and force that Immortality field out for now. But no kills found either through that ultimate. It seems like Timeless Celestial is kind of using that Ant Matrix as more of a support item. Death now here with that, with the overclock, tries to get rid of the Mei, forces that ice block from Snozlar, and then gets the kill afterwards as well. And with that, Timeless try to back on out of there, right? They don't have their Mei anymore, and they just want to live for now as Microwave take control in the street things.
I think there are two cooldowns in the entirety of Overwatch that are frustrating for Mei players. Dynamite and Disruptor Shot. Every single time you pop out of that ice block, there's always one or the other waiting to catch you out, and Def is able to just lock Snuzzler's position down, and without that Mei, the push is done. As we're going to see Microwave immediately start to open on up. Ant Matrix from AJM on Disruptor Shot as well, looking to shut down some of the movement from Time of Celestial, who've now been harangued inside this hallway, which is perfect position for Mari to start to try and get aggressive, but it's immediately having to be a full team retreat as Snuzzler defensively uses the Blizzard. But yet again, Microwave don't get caught out by it. They expect it. They know that they're pushing into a space where the Blizzard is going to come into play and find so much more value. And as a result, they kind of bait Snuzzler into throwing it absolutely nothing.
Well, it sucks there, Moxie, for Snozlar, because that Blizzard didn't get past like that choke, so it didn't have LOS. It is really unfortunate for Snozlar, who now has to use the ice block coming out of spawn. And Zoe has their own Blizzard, so all of the ults going in favor of Microwave. Minute 50 seconds left as well, so Microwave playing the time bank pretty well now, using that Blizzard from Zoe. Walls off the spawn two. Snozlar gets killed, and as the Street Lord, Azray finds one, and uses the overclock on the other side. Finds two, but can they find more? Forces the Immortality field out now. With the beat drop, surely they'll find more. That's three for Azray to come out of spawn, but they had to use so many ults just to get out of there, Mox.
Yeah, the ultimate economy is just shot through. We're about to go into a recession for Timeless Celestial side. The Maul's going to have Ant Matrix, Street's going to have Annihilation, but Microwave are coming into so many ultimates, and we are so close to an overtime fight. If Timeless Celestial have to utilize both of these ultimates in the next fight, they are going to really struggle, not just to finish B, but also moving into C with such a limited time bank, as you can see them getting incredibly aggressive with those positions, hoping to try and pick one of these players out so they don't have to commit the ultimates and instead get free space. Keep an eye on Death, by the way. That is a flank coming through from the Sojourn alley side.
We'll see if maybe defensive Ant Matrix can help the legs in Timeless again. And Snozlar finds Zoe, so in this situation it works. Meanwhile, beat drop also committed. Annihilation from Mari, who went really far forward. Okay, that was definitely interesting. Will go down with that annihilation, and so does Wicca. So eventually, with how passive Timeless Celestial was playing, it works out for them.
Yeah, but there's another fight. Is the problem. We're going to see a stagger onto death, which is huge because the Sojin is going to come into this next fight with the overclock. That might actually have allowed Timeless Celestial to avoid another fight entirely, and it does look like Microwave are just going to allow the cap, but this is where we're going to see the dominoes start to fall. Being stuck on B for so long diminishes their time bank on C below 2 minutes, and that is massive, but that too is a brilliant pick. Wicked goes down. Microwave have to take the fight where they are.
I mean, it feels like Microwave, you know, this win was almost assured early on, Moxie, but now, I mean, it's slowly just sort of falling away. It's just tough. Death finds one at the very least, but Mike gets staggered yet again. Falls so low, 1 HP, does get healed last second. But now there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock when you're so close to stopping them in the streets.
Yeah, but you've got Blizzard, you've got Overclock, and you have far faster respawns. Timeless Celestial have to be so careful that they don't lose one of these players. They do not have the time bank to afford having to full push through. See yet again as Zoe finds Snozlar, and that is the Blizzard finding value. It doesn't get a full team wipe, but it slows Timeless Celestial down and allows Def to get into position to use the ultimate.
And with that, they're able to find more. Street Lord goes down. Both teams kind of have one gear, it seems, Moxie, right? For Microwave, that's just go, go, go. For Timeless Celestial, it's just play slow.
Yeah, Timeless Celestial going to be playing slow in the last fight. Definitely not slow into this next one. They are coming into an absolute wealth of ultimates. Recession is over. We are in the golden age. As Azure is going to be coming in with Overclock, you've got Annihilation, both support ultimates available as well. The problem is you have to brute force through the beginning of C. Both of the Mail is going to be invested. That's immediately going to be a go time for the Street as well, who doesn't have to worry about the ultimate being shot down with the May cooldown.
Clock already used. Timeless sitting with that ult advantage, and Matrix aggressively from Muller. Like, or sorry, actually no, it's still in a safe angle here. Towards the card just to sustain. Both immortality fields use beat drop from KQA to continue this aggression forwards and the annihilation street. But AJ Moore over the top, able to find one. Also perfect beat drop from Wicca there. So he will find two in this fight, and Microwave have finally stabilized on third. In overtime will eventually tick down as they stop Timeless Celestial in third thing.
Good stabilization, really good use of the sound barrier into that annihilation from Mari as well. Just the cherry on top in the overtime where we've talked about it, right? Some of these ultimates, you don't really have to worry about them in the normal neutral, but the second that overtime starts to come into play where you don't have that opportunity to be able to kite out the actual impact of it, they become a lot more problematic, and annihilation is top of the list when it comes to that scenario. As we can have a look at these statistics and see, pretty is incredibly similar in terms of the damage output done, right? Both of the Sojin sticking around the 8k 7k mark, both coming in with about 15 to 13 eliminations. Where it was really problematic for Timeless Celestial, however, was that they ebbed and flowed. They would full push through some of those places on King Throat incredibly quickly, but at other points they just started to an absolute halt, and that's when Microwave would really turn that pressure up and stop them from being able to group up and brute force with the Ramattra behind them.
And that's kind of what I was talking about with the both of these teams, you know, kind of figuring out throughout the series. Like you said, maybe Timeless adjusting better. I don't really know. It just feels like both of these teams, kind of like Microwave wants to always go first, right? Kind of just as a cohesive unit, just hold the W key. Whereas Timeless Celestial playing the exact opposite of that. And neither team, I mean, you said that like Timeless Celestial is sort of ebb and flowing there a bit, so maybe they're mixing it up. I don't know. Like, it just feels like Timeless is always reacting.
No overload this time coming on through. It's something that Microwave actually did on their defense. They anticipated Death being run on by the Sojin for Timeless Celestial to be able to claim that high ground, so actually left the Mei on that high ground location to defend it. Speaking about the Mei, Zoe goes down incredibly early on, and that's just going to force Microwave to have to wait. They may want to get aggressive, but Dustin, this time around, they're going to be on the pause.
Slowing down for now. 30 seconds off the clock already, and Microwave still stuck at the choke while ultimates actually not really built, really. It was just that opening kill. Kind of slowed down Microwave, like you said, who are deciding what to do at the moment at the choke point.
Yeah, probably Sojin body shot into just follow up from Lucio with that poke pressure, especially given the fact that both KQA and Azure are playing that similar angle as Defo is incredibly low off of that headshot coming through from Snozlar. Doesn't manage to find a pick, however, but still slows down the approach.
Unfortunately, May Dinks are not as strong as Sojourn Dinks. Death will find Azure. No more Sojourn for Timeless Celestial side, although Snozlar will have a lot of ultimate charge. No more Sojourn pressure on Mortality Field balls used by Mauler to back off Street Lord, and yeah, everybody backs off with Timeless Celestial as they wait for the Sojourn to come back.
Yeah, Microwave able to clear Timeless Celestial off of that point. They know that there's another fight coming, however, Zoe lying in wait with that May wall. Going to see an off-angle approach actually coming on through. Snozlar taking a flank.
Yeah, and Street Lord just died running straight to point, jumping in a straight line. It felt like Death, nice shots, and also Microwave, nice work as a team. They take point A.
So, I'm not sure how I feel about Snozlar actually taking that flank, because in that scenario, you kind of need the May wall. You saw what happened when you try and take that fight moving through choke onto the point where everyone from Microwave is set up. Without that additional line of cover for the rematcher, you just get absolutely shredded down within moments. Snozlar did draw a little bit of attention away so that Zoe wasn't able to immediately find the isolation wall, but it still just wasn't enough. There was no kill potential for Timeless Celestial without that May to be able to add that extra burst of damage coming on through from the primary. You will, however, have the Blizzard in this next fight, something that Microwave have to be careful that they turn back into. Gorgeous wall from Zoe to make sure that Timeless are not able to find anything other than the Immortality Field.
Well, and yeah, that Ant Matrix over the right side really makes sure nobody could push through. So in combination with that May wall, nice avoidance of the Blizzard from Snozlar. However, it is just a 1-for-1 ult trade at the end of the day. Death will go a little bit low on the top side, but has double support pocket here on the flank side. Still has the Silver Clock ready to go. Bit of a whiff on the Disruptor shot just to slow down the push potential. For now is Azure with the beat drop. Connects onto Mari too. And another flank angle. It doesn't really result in much. Death gets a little bit of a cheeky shot on the main side. However, 2 already down for Microwave, and a reset is surely about to come.
How aggressive are we going to turn the Celestial when it comes to spacing? Are we going to have touch the spawn to challenge, or are we going to have hold around choke? Hold around choke. Okay. I'm a bigger fan of this, especially when you have things like Annihilation come into play. It does mean that Microwave are going to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of the ultimate economy moving forward, but Timeless Celestial is still slowing things down, making it problematic for the attacking side to walk through, especially with that May wall from Snozlar.
As Dwayne hands the Silver Clock towards the main side, now decides to pop it. Looking for a squishy, but nobody's squishy when Lucio beat drop hits. On that side, Microwave with the extra health pool, able to find Snozlar again. Seems like Snozlar's been the focus of Microwave at the moment. Every time, you know, forcing out that ice block early. Now Timeless Celestial down one, back out of there.
Yeah, we talked about it before the broadcast began, right? That May is really that focus that you need to be able to remove from the picture. She brings so much to the table in terms of damage output, but also utility and confidence that she allows a team to be able to hold on to that space for as long as they do. And with these teams wanting to go aggressive, without that May, they're allowed to run onto some of these teams. We're going to see Timeless Celestial trying to play aggressive, but Microwave yet again looking to start things off first. Annihilation from Mari, also Sun Celestial into regroup.
But they know Snozlar's got Blizzard, so yeah, focus him down with that Annihilation, with the right clicks. Even though the Blizzard was used, Snozlar will lose their lives again, right? That's the problem with using these cooldowns so early. But Street Lord will take out Zoe. However, immediately Mari finds Azure, so one more person is available for Microwave, while as Timeless Celestial are slowly bleeding members of their roster. Only 2 people here to try to run towards that point. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a larger time bank to boast than, you know, the likes of Timeless Celestial in their attack.
Yeah, it looked like Timeless Celestial were also trying to set up for another contest. Snozlar had gone on to this match to be able to teleport everyone from their spawn faster into the fight. KQA as well hanging around a little bit longer. Wanted to try and launch that contest, but Streak going down, talking about going down. Azure pick before the fight can ramp up is devastating news for the Sojourn. We're in final fight territory, and you do not have the instant kill pressure that's going to force Microwave back.
Azure swaps the Widowmaker. In fact, this comes back from spot. Actually gets 1 kill, but Mari with the Blizzard able to find 1. Beat drop gives everybody a bit more sustain towards the objective. Azure not missing. Bunch of headshots hit, but the beat drop surely negates anything this Widowmaker could do. In Microwave will capture out King's Row to tie the series 1-1.
The Widow swap is always high risk, high reward, right? You have that instant kill potential. You also have the surprise factor, because so often we don't see the Widow swap when it gets to that space and positioning for the defending team. A lot of the time it's the Bastion that now actually takes the prominence. Unfortunately, however, with the Widow having that instant headshot potential, you don't have any potential to touch the objective. So you do manage to come in with a couple of kills, but the second that the Widow's presence is felt, we see the Mei wall come through. Instantly, your line of sight is broken. Sound Barrier comes on out as well to make sure that if a squishy does potentially get caught out in the crosshairs, it's not going to net the kill, and as a result, the payload trundles along on its merry way, and there's nothing that Azure can do to prevent it.
Yeah, Timeless Celestial, I mean, tough map for them there, Moxie, considering map number 1 went their way towards the very end. This one, it just felt like they had their moments, but they really couldn't deal with Microwave's aggression, right? They just consistently getting picked off. I mean, what is the reasoning behind that? Is that just individual mistakes, or is this an overall team kind of cohesion problem?
It's so difficult when you lose a fight, and with this composition, the defending team just decides, okay, we're not going to stop and hold it a choke. Well, we're going to have a much better position in terms of a fight if it goes to a team match. But if you push into a spawn, because all of these different heroes have so much self-sustainability, they're able to cover all of the different angles so you don't get that off-angle approach. It forces ultimates from the other team as well, just to be able to break back into a space where they're able to regroup, and you deny a lot of the win conditions, a lot of the team play coordination setup that is there from things like the Mei into the Sojourn or the Ramatra. All of that is denied entirely if you just continue to hound them as they pop on out of spawn. And it means that the things like the Baptiste with the Immortality Field have to be burned out just for you to be able to step forward. And something else that it does, because you have to overcommit, is it just shoots your ultimate economy in the long run. And the fact of the matter is, Kings Row and Havana are like two of the only maps where you can kind of get away with that if you're defending, because of how problematic it is for attacking teams to finish up on C. Even if you lose a spawn hold on a defensive side incredibly quickly, a lot of the time you've still done enough damage to the time bank overall to be able to walk out. They might be able to get past you and pick up that second checkpoint, but they're definitely not going to be able to pick up the third. And that's something that Microwave know, and that's why we see them instantly pressure, put that aggression into play, and just not allow Timeless any idea in the matter to be able to get out without parting through so many things. And unfortunately, it's a catch-22. They lose the map if they don't overcommit. They lose the map if they do.
And now, obviously, they get that map pick, right? Coming up, though, we have to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for that map number 3, which Timeless Celestial will have the opportunity to pick. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Championship Series. We are on our final day and have some of our final matches for you guys. Okay, we got 3 more. This is one of 3, obviously, to come up. But we're amidst the series between Timeless Celestial and Microwave at the moment, Moxie. We're all tied up 1-1. Walk me down what exactly happened in Antarctic Peninsula and then on Kings Row, which has been the 2 maps so far.
Yeah, so Control was very much a story of the DPSs, right? A lot of the time it felt like one team was going to walk away and then it immediately seesawed into the other team's favor because of some really clutch moments. Azure absolutely popping off on labs to be able to secure a victory for the team was massive, but when we headed to Kings Row, unfortunately, a lot of that significance just fell off because Microwave were able to continue exuding this pressure as a team, as a coordinated unit, breaking Timeless Celestial space control and any concentration. So even though they might mechanically be able to hold their own, they just didn't have any opportunity to be able to use it. And now we head into Flashpoint Saravasa. I'm hoping that we see the mirror continue between these teams, or if one of the teams swaps, that it's not Microwave. This is something that we were all talking about in that downtime of the break. This is a team that has been winning the mirror, and we don't want to see them swap unless things start going south.
It's the first time I've ever heard anybody ask for the same composition throughout a series, Moxie.
I know you're not a fan of the Ramatra composition. We've seen
like
in the past teams on Flashpoint try and move away from it, but it hasn't worked out.
No, I definitely am not hating. I'm not a hater right now. Okay, listen, I ain't been a hater since we started watching it. It's just the idea.
Have we converted you to the Ramatra
I'm not converted.
composition?
No, this is still one of the worst compositions to watch in my opinion. Listen, I just, like, obviously, I would rather have any other tank, like Junker Queen. Like, these guys, they play this too. However, you know, like you said earlier, the Ramatra comp's working. Mari is insane, right? As a tank player, I think that overall it's working for them. And, you know, like you guys talked about, like you talked about, Moxie, I think that it's continuously the comp they're looking to keep playing, right?
I hope it's the comp that they're looking to keep playing. One thing that Microwave has shown in the past, even if they're starting to get the better of the mirror, sometimes, I don't know whether it's because they're more comfortable on other compositions and they get a little bit nervous towards the tail end of some of these matches and just want to finish things off with their comfort picks, they will move away from it, and I'm hoping that's not something we see occur here.
Oh my god, sorry. Despite being responsible for 36% of Microwave's final blows, Death only has died 3 times on Kings Row. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, petition for the BattleNet name change to come through to Alive, because Death is very much alive right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, obviously, for Microwave, that's been crucial for them, right? We were talking about Azure on map number 1 popping off. To have Death come back and kind of equalize it, where do you think Death is kind of laid in terms of that Sojourn landscape so far in Calling All Heroes?
Death has definitely been holding her own. She's been able to find some really good value up against some of these other Sojourns. I want to see a little bit more confidence come through, something actually that I want to see from Azure as well, just being able to take some of these off angles and look to create a little bit more space for the rest of the team instead of relying on some of these other players like your Lucio or even Snozzler on the Mei to be the one that actually tries to take that off angle and give it a little bit more pressure elsewhere.
Microwave worked the way towards this point, as did Timeless Celestial. See who decides to go towards it first. Obviously, now the point has unlocked. Microwave will use that opportunity to push forward, right? It's been a constant for both teams. Microwave to always kind of make that first move, while Timeless Celestial will play back, afford that space towards Microwave. Mari trying to get that damage off. Getting a lot of support, but the support goes down. Wicca gets removed by Azure, who is just playing, I don't know, aim labs back here, basically, just doing their own little aim trainer. And now with that pick, I mean, no more speed available. However, so we found Snozzler, the focus of Microwave. So that is a great pick to find. However, Zoe will get traded. Azure eventually will find Death. Straight Lord also finds Mari. It was looking like Microwave could have worked their way back in, but in this situation, Timeless take the point first.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you lose the Lucio, your Baptiste as a result has to be a little bit more conservative in how you peak some of those angles, and it left Mari a little bit stranded on that point, having to deal with all of the other players of Timeless Celestial. And even though we do see the pressure start to come in from potentially swing back into Microwave's favor, having the Muller just being that constant presence, you can see it in terms of that little bit extra of ult charge that they're holding on to was just enough to swing it back into Thermal Celestial's favor. Amp Matrix is going to be available as well off of that addition and available for this next fight.
Ready to go with that. Now uses it back again, and look who's running towards them. It's Mari, and Mari will get traded out immediately by KQA. Meanwhile, the other side, Azrae is able to find Wicca. And with those 2 kills and 70% on the board, Mox, you have to wonder, can Microwave even touch?
Yeah, the book's been read. Thermal Celestial, it took a little bit of time, but they see that aggression come through from Microwave, unprecedented on King's Row. So when the Amp Matrix comes through, Mola has an idea that Mari is just going to try and run directly through it to deny it entirely. And as a result, we see that Immortality Field already come through from Mola's side, so that the Baptiste continues to be able to put that pressure onto the Ramatra through the Amp Matrix. And as a result, Mari goes down with Microwave having to just pull back without that tank. Now we're going to see a fight, however, between these two teams trying to cut each other off in rotation. And KQA, the one player that Thermal Celestial rely on to be able to rotate, goes down. Street has to use the Annihilation to try and trade Mari, who has to mirror with Annihilation of her own.
In death on that has also found Azrae. We talked about the yesterday too, Moxie, is where Zoe and the rest of Microwave are super good on Flashpoint at those fights. Sure, they lost the first point, but in this one in particular, while the rotations were happening, they took advantage like they did yesterday.
Yeah, huge kill onto KQA as well. Sound Barrier going to be in the hand of the Lucio. Azrae and Snoz are also coming in with their ultimates. But Street and Mari both lacking Annihilation. It means that they're actually going to be able to find value as well. You don't have to worry about a Ramatra just popping the ultimate and rushing right on through.
Those are used by Snozlar with the beat drop that continue their advantage towards death as well, who can't run anywhere. With a Mei that has beat drop with the sound barrier over top of them, I mean, not much you could do in that situation. Wicked is opting to hold on to their own, and they built up 50% on the board. However, now Timeless will regain the point.
Azrae's going to have the overclock. Mola as well going to have the amp to be able to pair alongside it. Wicked does have the sound barrier, but even with that extra armor, with the extra damage that overclock does through that Baptiste ultimate, it might not be enough to be able to keep these players from Microwave alive. They have to make sure that they do not go down to poke. If they can bait the overclock early, where they're in a position to be able to kite away from it, that's huge.
They opt to do 40% of the board now. Microwave walking slowly with just that sound barrier ready to go. Mauler playing back again. We've seen this consistently. Safer windows comparatively. Using it towards the point there, so it's a bit of a middle ground for them. Microwave, what do they want to do? Play it slow. Wait out the ultimate. Yep.
Yeah, they temper the aggression. That's the first time that we see them. They understand the position that they're in. Azrae does not actually pop the overclock, however, sees that Microwave had not committed. Now will use it to catch on to Microwave, but because they actually just kited out of the Amp Matrix, they still have Wicca's sound barrier to keep everyone alive and healthy.
And with that, that'll burn through the overclock. See if they find any drawing kills. Overtime now ticks down. Point flips for Microwave. The situation, Timeless playing it slow right now. I mean, this has been a constant for them, giving that space to Microwave, who've now built up some ultimates, so this is kind of scary for them, unless they find a default kill through Azrae. Mari's got Annihilation still ready to go. Now we'll use it to get some extra armor and damage through on that back line. There's that window, but now it can just run through it. I mean, Mari just says, screw it, that's not going to stop me. It's not some sort of May block to force me back, and now Mari's able to walk forwards. No more May on Snozlar's side. Yeah, Wicca just tries to draw, or KQA tries to run and touch the point, and they will trigger overtime. However, they're already down their May. They have to make it scrappy at the moment. Zoe and the Blizz is able to find Immortality Field. Azrae finds one at the very least. Streetler goes so low, but that pocket from Muller is there, and Azrae's still alive, so even though they lost Snozlar, they're not in that bad of a spot. Wicca will trade back Lucius at the very least, but Azrae is just not missing, as well as the rest of Timeless Celestial, who used a Blizzard on top of it at the very end, even though they were pretty much won it. Timeless Celestial now put themselves on map point here on Flashpoint.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to know that Wicca was going to die. The Lucio incredibly close to her sound barrier, Def incredibly close as well to the overclock, and could get back into the fight far faster than Timeless Celestial wanted to deal with. Yet again, Azrae is able to come in with that save moment on that Sojourn. if Timeless Celestial hadn't been able to find the tap and Azure hadn't been able to find the taps, Microwave would have been able to walk away with that point. But now it does mean that Snozzler does not have the Blizzard for this next engagement. Lucky for you, however, Zoe does not have a Blizzard of her own. It's instead going to be down to both these Sojourns try and open things up. Wicker with the sound barrier still can allow Microwave and Def to get a lot more aggressive as a result though.
Snozzler takes the body shot, has Lucio's support on the back, already out of cooldowns here too, so surely, yes, Snozzler will go down by themselves. Did have KQA, but KQA just like left, understanding that was a bit of a lost fight. And now Microwave get a push forward, right? They've been consistently in the edge early on, but for some reason keep managing to throw these rounds.
So it looked like Timeless Celestial actually put Snozzler onto that off angle to challenge Def so that Azure could stick closer to the Mauler, who has the Amp Matrix. They wanted to be able to pair the Amp with the Overclock and went through main as a result, but unfortunately it just means that you lose the Mei, you lose the first fight, and Wicked still gets to hold on to his sound barrier to be able to deal with it! Can't drop the beat in time to save Mari though, and Microwave know that the fight is done. They're going to hold on to the Lucio ultimate even longer, because when you lose the tank that fast, there's nothing to do but lick your wounds and regroup.
What a great time to swap now too, Moxie, right? They did use some ultimates at the very least, but 46% is not insane on the board. Microwave now coming back with some ults.
Yeah, it's going to be KQA getting incredibly close to that sound barrier, however, something that Microwave are going to be incredibly vigilant of. They're coming to so many ultimates, however, and that one sound barrier is not going to last through all of them. Def with an early pick onto Smalls is going to start the wave.
I mean, Azure at least trades back Def. Beat drops used on both sides, so now it's getting kind of scrappy. Amplification Matrix here defensively. Maybe trying to take advantage of Timeless Celestia, who was a bit overzealous here in going for such an aggressive push. Losing everybody one by one. Microwave will come back and take the point.
Yeah, 2 ultimates from the side of Timeless Celestial invested. A lot more, however, on the side of Microwave. That's actually really good for Timeless Celestial. They're one fight away from being able to take this point. They're going to have a little bit more time to be able to just bait and build up some of those ultimates. Speaking about baiting, Snozzler, where exactly are you off to? Is she going to try and backcap?
I mean, yes. This has been a common thing for Snozzler, is to just play kind of on their own little island. Eventually, we'll see if they can
diverting all of the attention away from everyone else on the team. Timeless Celestial get a free pass through choke back onto point.
It kind of works out for them. Snozzler had to use a lot of those cooldowns, so it doesn't die. That's the main factor. If Snozzler doesn't go down, that'd be huge. Blizzard also committed here. And eventually it pans out for them. Snozzler will get killed by Zoe. But Azure, at that point, already took down Mari, right? That's a lot of your damage. A lot of your front line pretty much gone. Now Timeless get a walk on through. Muller finds Zoe, right? This is now or never as well for Microwave, who now have to be in a very dicey situation with 80% of the board.
Snozzler going to be coming back in on the Tracer. You lose a lot of space control and shutdown with the Mei, but you're also going to be back to the fight far faster. Zoe going to be on Tracer as well, just to be able to try and get past Celestial's forces and find the tap as it comes down to Def. The overclock has to come in huge, but no one gets to touch. And Timeless Celestial walk away with the map. And I get a little bit more downtime to absolutely gush about the value that Snozzler's flank found. From Timeless Celestial's point of view, right? You're coming in to where you're just one fight away. You know that your ultimate economy is going to be in a far better position than your opponents. What you have to worry about, however, is not losing anyone in rotation because of how quickly percentage on Flashpoint is accrued. Very, very quickly, if you lose someone on rotation and have to wait to regroup, that percentage that they'd picked up would have been eclipsed by Microwave. So what do? They send Snozzler not to backcap, but to just divert attention and force everyone from Microwave away from being able to look at the members of Timeless Celestial pinned down in those chokes, pinned down in the places where the Mei and the Sojourn are going to be able to find so much value, and divert them back onto the point where everyone from Timeless Celestial gets a free pass, doesn't have to worry about burning abilities just to be able to brute force their way onto the point, knows that if it goes down to a sustained fight, they're going to be in a far better position because they're going to hit ultimates first, and if they win that fight, they're going to be able to delay Microwave from being able to touch again to even trigger into overtime, granting them the full fight and map win. It is so smart from this team.
It is. I mean, 100%. I agree. Like, just what Snozzler was doing at the very end there was huge. But, you know, not to be a negative Nancy here, I can't help but feel like Microwave kind of tossed some of these team fights, Mox. He just felt like they had a lot of these team fight wins, you know, point after point. It seemed like they were having success, and then, you know, either was an overextension once or twice.
Street died once.
What the heck? Yeah. That's
Okay,
crazy.
there you go. That's the big difference maker, right? This is the thing. Even when Time Celestial lost fights, they would still be able to kite out the repercussions. So it wouldn't become that stagger where they lost so much point percentage and ultimate economy. They would always, if they lost a fight, put themselves into a position where when the next fight began, they were able to recover immediately, as opposed to Microwave, who ironically got a little bit of a taste of their own medicine from King's Row. They lost a fight and it spiraled into losing another and another and another.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think, you know, to obviously point out the supports again, is looking at that healing in itself and comparatively to, you know, team to team, it's just so much more for Timeless Celestial at the moment. I mean, Mauler and KQA really have been popping off, right? Getting a lot of those heals. On the other side, right, AGMR was getting a lot of damage, but really what was that trading into? Nothing. You know, when you look at the other side, when Timeless gets as much healing off on their tanks as they were, I mean, it's just unkillable, right? It just feels like this team's unkillable. Also saving Snozlar on those flanks, like you said, that was obviously on part due to Snozlar's really good positioning, but it was also because Mauler could keep him alive.
Yeah, and a lot of the time they would be sending the Mei on the flank so that the Sojin could stick closer to the Baptiste to line up the Overclock and the Amp Matrix, so that even if the Mei on the other side utilized that wall to try and defensively block off any impact from the Bap ultimate, it was just burnt and shredded in seconds. And a lot of the time, because of how quickly that Sojin is able to find the opening shot with Overclock, the wall doesn't even come up in time to be able to save someone, and we saw that occur when Mari went down the second that Amp and Overclock came into play.
Now we're going to Esperanza. That'll be our fourth map in this first of three. So that means Timeless Celestial is on that map point to put themselves forward into that loser bracket finals, which would be huge for them considering how things have, you know, kind of gone throughout the tournament to kind of turn things around here against Microwave, who are a good team, right?
I wonder if we see the Doom. I wonder if we see the Doom of the Genji. They took us to this map. This is off of the back of having lost a mirror matchup as well, Dustin. We did not see Mari swap onto the Orisa. It was a straight-up mirror match all the way through. Are we going to see a retreat back to the familiar or the Doomfist Genji team?
I mean, we definitely might. That was a bit of, I don't know about you, but I felt like that was a bit of a panic swap for them. Because they were kind of getting dominated, right? It just felt like that was, you know, let's just do this, see what happens here.
But the thing was, they weren't getting dominated. They were really able to hold their own. We were seeing the tank swap cycle come through. Remember, this was off of the back of Flashpoint, where they actually forced Timeless Ethereal into swapping, into bending the knee and actually cycling through tank swap of their own.
That's a good point. I think that in this particular map, you could probably run it. However, you know, like you said, I was thinking of another game, sorry. That was a bit of a mistake on my part. I feel like that Doomfist composition really just doesn't have a place in the current meta. What do you think, Moxie, on that? It does seem like it's like it was their plan. Don't get me wrong, it definitely was their plan. I just don't know in the current situation, the current patch, and the current meta that we're playing, that it really can do much versus some of these top teams.
Yeah, so there are two factors I could see Microwave utilizing to take us to this push map. One, they do want to fully commit onto the Doomfist Genji, or two, they're hoping that just like us, taking it to this map, especially having ran the Doomfist and Genji up against another Timeless team yesterday, they're hoping that Celestial are scratching their heads and trying to figure out whether or not it is going to be a Doomfist Genji or whether or not it's going to be the mirror again. Because if they come out on the wrong composition, if they call it wrong and run something like a Kiriko in anticipation of the anti-nades, they're going to be at a significant disadvantage when it comes to that first fight. And push, the first fight and the last fight are always the most important fights on the entire map.
Esperanza, a map that... Do you like playing this map, Moxie? Do you like playing these like divey comps that, for example, you know, Microwave likes to run? It's kind of weird they like to run that comp too, isn't it? Because the entire point they're called Microwave is because Microwave, right? It's not because this guy named Michael was waving at somebody. You know, it's interesting they don't run like the Symmetra or something, you know, considering that's their team name. Not that Symmetra's good right now. But yeah, I don't know. And on this map is definitely an interesting one to just run full dive. I feel like that's the opposite of what they stand for as a team, you know?
I feel like it's the safest one of the push maps to be able to run dive, though, especially with that high ground ledge up over on bridge. If you have control of that spacing, shelving an Ana on that position just makes it so much harder for that support to be ran onto.
Fair points. We'll see if they want to decide to do it. Obviously, Murray's a great tank, right? Like, Murray has that in the hero pool to just play basically every single one. Junker Queen, Doomfist, every character that could potentially be in the meta. Meanwhile, for Timeless Celestial, they just pretty much rock that Ramattra comp the entire time with Street Lord, right? It feels like.
Oh. There it is.
Okay. All right.
We don't know if they're fully committing onto it. It does look like this is a composition that they're going to come out with. Look at Timeless Celestial, though. I think we're going to see this swap, but potentially the Mauler is actually going to stick with the Kiriko. They think that the Doomfist and Genji is going to come through, and they call it correctly.
Okay. See if it counters what Microwave is trying to do.
There's no anti-nade. There's no anti-nade to be able to initiate the dive because the Suzu is immediately going to be there. Worse, Timeless Celestial are running a composition that is so hard to dive onto. Everyone is incredibly mobile. You don't want to dive onto the Junker Queen. You can't dive onto the backline. Who does Microwave go after?
I don't know. I mean, what, like the Lucio, I guess, or that Sojourn after using a cooldown, maybe even Street Lord. We'll have to wait and see. It does seem like the Suzu kind of counters the idea of what Microwave are trying to do. But now they go early on to Street Lord just to force some pressure. Wait for AJ want to get those anti-grenades like we saw yesterday. We'll see if they want to play a little bit more proactive, though. They always ping where this Ana is, right? So as long as they know where the Ana is, they can't get hit by anti-grenade, correct? I mean, it just feels like it's easy to avoid it.
I mean, we're going to see Zoe start to try and take that forward position and just threaten a little bit of that spacing, not allowing Timeless Celestial to be able to walk onto these supports. But we're just at an absolute stalemate at the moment. Nanoboost is building up for AJMR. Now we're going to see the anti-nade, but it doesn't connect. It actually does. It connects onto Street Lord, but it's immediately going to be cleansed.
Doesn't matter. And now AJMR seeing ghosts. And the ghost name is Snozzler and Azurite. Removed from the lobby. No more anti-grenade available. Wicked goes down. I mean, this is an absolute disaster for Microwave at the moment because not only did they lose the first fight, but they're getting counter-comped.
Yeah, I theorized it was a little bit too predictable. They take us to this map after losing a mirror match. The Doomfist and the Genji is going to be inevitable, and Timeless Celestial read it out. Now we're going to see swaps come through. Microwave off of the Doomfist onto the Junker Queen. Zoe going to be sticking on the Genji to be able to infiltrate into the backline just the same way as Snozzler is. Those two DPS going to have to keep each other in check to afford the safety to that backline, but losing that first fight is huge for Microwave. Timeless Celestial already getting ahead in terms of not just the ult charge because they forced those swaps, but also the distance picked up.
Poking out Snozzler, forcing that Tracer away for now. And Zoe now looking towards Street Lord, but that pressure is happening on Zoe all the while, forcing a lot of cooldowns. Meanwhile, Street Lord now backs out of there, but Snozzler's got the pulse. Obviously, Suzu's still in play, so no matter even if you get the pulse bomb off, you could live through this bad boy. Snozzler just kind of playing it slow, waiting for that Sojourn, pressuring out that Sojourn to force forward. Now Azure from the top with the overclock. Did they find any kills? Yes. Wicked will go down. No more Lucio available. Speed removed. Zoe also just without any ultimate trying to find some kills. Death also finds KQA though without any ultimate. So both Lucios removed, forcing this Kitsune rush now out of Mauler. So at least Microwave are getting some ultimates in an even team fight. Did they lose anybody though? Pulse bomb was committed by the way from Snozzler to no avail. Now it comes forward to that Lucio yet again. Wicked has to deal with this Tracer. It's so hard though to live when Snozzler is playing as well as they are on that character, and also makes it to the Mega Health Pack. So no death there for that Tracer. In Timeless Celestial, they're just making this painful for Microwave at the moment.
Yeah, Microwave coming up to the blade, but because they're having to play the Lucio Kiriko with the Junker Female, they're not going to have Nano Boost to put that extra oomph behind it. Now we can see the rush come through from AJMR, but Timeless Celestial just kite around it. Zoe gets spotted out, looks for the dash to be able to push some of those health bars low enough that maybe you can follow up with the blade into a kill. Dep's going to actually utilize the opportunity to get into position with the overclock, but the soundbar from KQA saves everyone. Rampage now cutting on through, connects onto Zoe! Timeless Celestial knew without the soundbar the Genji would be frothing at the mouth for the blade to come on out, anticipate the move, and catch with the Rampage!
It's just Timeless Celestial really are good at playing this safe style, right? Just waiting out, you know, not overcommitting ultimate. Street Lord waiting to the last second to commit that ultimate as well. And now they get the checkpoint here. Mock C, 6 minutes left on the clock.
Their future seers. It's insane. The fact that they're able to accurately predict how Microwave are going to play off of all of the ultimates that come out, as well as the spacing too. It is no easy feat to be able to connect a Rampage onto a blading, dash resetting Genji, but Street is able to do so. As Snozzler checks Wicked's position, forces the spacing and the sound barrier from the Lucio to try and save from the detonation of the Pulse Bomb.
Well, we're getting saved with the pause at the moment between both teams. I mean, luckily it was nobody died just yet or anything. It's not like it was a little bit of a dicey situation, okay? But we have to figure that out, what goes on behind the scenes. We'll update you guys in a second. Beat Drop obviously used Pulse Bomb using that fight. Moxie 1-for-1 trade. You have to feel decent if you're Snozzler there, right? Because you probably forced that Suzu and the Beat Drop, and now you're feeling good going into this fight, right?
Oh, 100%. You're incredibly happy about that. I mean, how are you going to be able to sustain? Like you said, the sound barrier has already come and gone. It's off of the back of a Tracer as well, so everyone from Time of Celestial are going to be in a better position to just kite away from the aggression that Microwave try and utilize this sound barrier for. They know that they burned it too early. They're going to have to try and capitalize on it in any shape they can, and that means getting aggressive, something that this team know incredibly well. But because it's a Tracer, instead of pressure coming through from a tank in a 1 versus 1, everyone from Time of Celestial are going to be so far away that Microwave are going to lose a huge chunk of the sound barrier uptime just getting into position to be able to play off of it.
And to me, it feels like Moxie. Let me see if you're getting a similar read. That they're always in the back foot. Microwave is right. It's constant pressure onto them, as it looks like we've figured out what's going on here. But yeah, look, I mean, Microwave have some ultimates, already used them early. You know, do Timeless commit their Kitsune rush in this fight, even like when Mari goes aggressive with the ultimate?
Well, Mari can't go aggressive is the thing. You have to wait the Suzu.
Yeah. Also comes through to the backside. Kitsune rush already used. Celestial just didn't be taking advantage of the unpaused time. KQA will find death. Snozzler eventually comes back. Everybody tries to dodge through that ultimate from the likes of Mari, who were able to find one. Zoe also connects on the Azure, so that was actually a very good ultimate from Mari in the situation. Now Time of Celestial, right? They do have some staggered players, and Microwave have control of the robot.
Yeah, we're going to see overclock for Azure, so offensive capability for offensive capability with AJMR also getting into that Kitsune rush on the side of Microwave. Both of those ultimates can be used to just threaten the space of the other. Speaking about threatening the space of the other, Snozzler and Death potentially going into a 1 versus 1 as Azure is going to pop the overclock. We're immediately going to see Microwave counter with the Kitsune, but Harry goes down, and Time Celestial just get to swarm onto a team who do not have that tank health to absorb all of the damage when the Sojin ult continues.
Fantastic shots from Azure there, and without Death, yeah, I mean, like, you can't really compete against that.
Snozzler's just gatekeeping at the moment. She's spawn camping a Sojin.
No. Death, run. 62% of the board. They already have the checkpoint, by the way, too, from earlier. Time of Celestial don't have any ultimates, obviously, besides that JQ ult, but neither does Microwave in any of these neutral games. Onto the ramp. Okay. I mean, that surely should work out for them. However, you know, they don't have that BAP in that composition, so we'll see if that is a hindrance in this situation. Meanwhile, Time of Celestial, they give up some of that space. Wall already used to stop Street Lord from falling back, but all of the heals are here. And the Suzu. Can't get the kill through that either. Microwave want to keep going forward, right? They have a lot of that space. Time of Celestial now, they have the space to work with too, though. Over the high ground, they can just build up those ultimates, and Pulse Bomb has been built. AJMR has to run away. Not use the Suzu just yet either, because Snozzler has that pulse. They have to use it just for that. However, bit of a whiff on the Pulse Bomb in this situation. Microwave go low on the front line. Street Lord comes through. Wicca falls down before the beat could even be built. Oh no! That could have been a turning point for Microwave. And now Time of Celestial just clean up and keep this robot pushing forward.
Target focus on point. There's a reason that Snozzler is chasing a harder to hit Lucio. It's because the message had gone through all of the comms of Time of Celestial. This Lucio needs to go. Wicca cannot be allowed to land that sound barrier. And as a result, both the Tracer and the Junker Queen will collaborate to be able to take Wicca down before her ultimate, like you said, can be built to turn the fight around. That was the turning point Microwave needed. And now Time of Celestial have them into being able to kite out all of the ultimates that are about to come through.
Yeah, nearly 90 meters built. Azure also finds the opening. Picks Snozzler there on the Death Kitsune rush, and Beat Drop on top of it, and Microwave are being eviscerated on the robot at the moment. Timeless again. Another team fight win.
Azure doesn't even need to pop the overclock. It's just Kitsune Rush and Soundbar utilize both support ultimates coming through from Timeless Celestial side. A very fast fight. So fast, in fact, that Wicket is just not able to utilize that Soundbar. As a result, we'll hold on to it. And yet again, Snozzler being an absolute menace in the backline and forcing Microwave to turn around so that Azure gets even more space.
Why are they not even dealing with Snozzler? I guess that's why now Wicca was able to find Street Lord. Just look for that JQ, but now Snozzler and Lucio looking for more in the back. Luckily for Microwave, they're able to find the kills necessary to finally ignore and then kill Snozzler. But they have so much meters. They have so many meters to make up now, Moxie.
Yeah, there's a reason, like you said, they ignored the Tracer. They know that Pulse Bomb was used in the last fight, right? So Snozzler's not going to have it available, which means it's just Pulse Pistol damages coming through. The much bigger threat is the Sojourn with the ultimate that Microwave no has that killing potential. With how close Timeless Celestial were to the finish line, Microwave could not afford to lose that fight. Now they're going to have 2 ultimates to be able to start this next one. But again, Timeless Celestial with the mobility on these heroes have the means of being able to work around it.
Yeah, Death trying to duel this Kariko in the backside while Zoe actually finds Snozzler. So a nice shot from the May player of Microwave. We'll see if they can capitalize off it. Street Lord obviously has built up towards the ult, but it doesn't matter when Death hits the shot on the Azure. Surely forcing a reset out now from Time of Celestial without any ults.
Yeah, I like this, the restraint coming through from Microwave. They understand that Timeless Celestials have too much movement to be able to play around things like the Blizzard and the Annihilation. Instead, they're going to hold on to it until the fight goes to the objective, where you're going to be able to catch far more players. Instead of taking it to the neutral, Timeless Celestial with things like that Tracer, Lucio and Kiriko are a lot more fragile. Straight up onto the high ground, Precious Mori off the angle.
Immediately comes in with the ultimate. Finds Wicca. Zoe, though, gets one and then also drops that Blizzard off. However, Snozzler finds Mari. Death will get a crucial kill on the Street Lord there as well. And Microwave did get the robot stolen for them, and it's actually going quite far with no time left. They're not building any time or meters at all because of Snozzler's little sneaky play.
We need to put bells on Snozzler to be able to track her position every time we see that overhead POV. She's somewhere where she's not supposed to be, and that has to be so frustrating for Microwave because, like you said, they were able to turn that fight around off of the back of the Blizzard and follow up from Death, and now as a result they have so much more distance to be able to make up for.
Timeless now getting engaged upon by a Kitsune Rush from AJMR. Street Lord trying to avoid being killed in this fight. Can counter Kitsune Rush from Mauler. Early Suzu as well. So his abilities back very quickly. Death over the top side with the overclock. Looking for some kills, but it's in fact Zoe to find another one who has been crucial so far in a lot of these overtime situations. See if Microwave can continue it forward. Looks like they find Street Lord. Snozzler sitting with the Pulse Bomb available. Probably doesn't want to use it. Just go and reset. Overtime ticks down now. Microwave. They've got 60 meters to make up for from Timeless Celestial, who have ults in the bank.
Yeah, that is unfortunately more than one fight that Microwave are going to have to see themselves through. Annihilation can come into play, but Kiriko and Lucio are incredibly fragile when Sign Barrier is not available, something that Timeless Celestial know incredibly well. Snozzler, again, bells attached to this Tracer, please. Especially for Microwave supports. They have to be able to check this Tracer's position so that the Pulse Bomb doesn't find a target.
Wicca's so smart. Challenge that Tracer. We'll see. Does this Pulse Bomb connect, though? I mean, Timeless Celestial have everything in the bank. It's up to Zoe or Death to find the opening kill, but the Pulse Bomb, it connects! No, Suzu to save Death. Then, unfortunately, that could be the end of Microwave with the beat drop as well. Mari tries to commit the Annihilation. They could potentially find the kills here, but no, it eventually gets ran out, right? The ultimate's no longer here. And now from the inside, Junk Queen goes with the Suzu. Oh my god! The Rampage can't find anything because of it. What a nice Suzu from AJMR in that situation. So he finds Azure. No way Microwave have worked themselves back into this with the Kitsune Rush. Street Lord able to find Zoe. That could be huge. But they eventually take Street Lord down. They built up the beat drop as well, and this robot ain't stopping. They're getting up to 100 meters and closing. Microwave could bring us to that Mountain Rift 5. Snozzler gets staggered. It's almost here, right at the very end. They just need 12 more meters to go. Timeless swapped into some really fast compositions. Doomfist is here to try to touch last second. With less than a meter to go, AJMR finds Azrae. Sombra removed from the game. Suzu to keep Streetlord alive just for a bit longer. Pushes him off the robot. Able to find AJMR. All the healing is gone from Microwave all of a sudden. They might fall apart. Streetlord will go down. Continue rushes here. Azrae back towards the spawn on Widowmaker to help support. Snostar trying to find anything. Mari trying to close it out. This is absolute hectic. What is going on? Microwave trying to close it out. Azrae finds death. And somehow, after losing their Kuriko, Microwave will force a map by.
What an overtime! What an absolute emotional roller coaster. It all starts, like you said, with that rampage, which would have been huge. But it gets Suzu'd as the Jungle Queen sails through the entirety of the team, and then even worse for Celestial to have to recover from. Your Jungle Queen gets walled away from the rest of your team. And as a result, Microwave were able to come in with those couple of picks so that they have the time necessary, that little bubble of safety for Wicked to be able to build that last necessary percentage to come into the sound barrier. And even though you're lacking the Kiriko, the Lucio has the means of keeping everyone up and alive for the ultimate. The Kiriko is able to come back incredibly quickly because of the Swift Step mechanic. And as a result, we see the panic come through from Celestial. It looks for a minute when we see the Doomfist punch in and connect onto two players of Microwave, not just connecting but slamming them into the backside of bus shelter, doing even more damage because of that connection, that you would have been able to turn the fight around, that Street would have been able to find the kills necessary, with Celestial being so much closer in regards to those respawn points, but the kills do not come through. Microwave are able to regroup and reform, dealing with the staggers, making sure to see the Sombra out before turning around and dealing with the Doom.
Moxie, I ought to retire after that one, honestly. I mean, that was an insane last fight. What a closeout from Microwave, right? We talk about, you know, the lights potentially being too bright for a lot of these teams. Neither team seems to be backing down at the moment, right? Snoslar is doing these crazy things on the backside, and that ends up not working out for them, right? If we just take a look at the stats alone, I mean, what a game it's been for Microwave to come back from, right? It was so close. It was so, they had like 60, 70
so
meters.
much distance to be able to recoup. And the thing as well is that overtime would have been so much easier if midway through the map they hadn't allowed Snozzler to walk away with the objective. In fact, they could have lost the map potentially off of allowing Snozzler to be able to make away with that heist. As it is, however, they're able to find the recovery, even making sure that, yes, they do lose the Sojourn to the Pulse, unfortunately, when that fight properly kicks on off, but a lot of the time they're more vigilant of things like the Rampage. Pulse is potentially going to get one person, but Rampage and the Anti-Nade connecting onto so many of those players who are forced to take that low fight to be able to throw themselves onto the objective and keep overtime burning if someone else goes down, making them even more vulnerable to the Junker Queen ult. Really pushes them into holding onto that Suzu, sacrificing that player so that later on the Suzu is going to have more value. Great stuff for them. Really just getting to see the bigger picture, understanding that they need to keep a hold of those crucial abilities so that even if they start falling apart, they're able to pick up the pieces and recover. And we go to map 5.
Map 5 indeed. But before that, obviously, we need a bit of a break. The players need a bit of a break, a bit of a reset before that final map, the first map 5 of our playoffs, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Championship Series. We're in that lower bracket near finals. What a series that we have in our hands, Moxie. We're entering that map number 5 now. Can you kind of break down for everybody what's happening in the series between Timeless Celestial and Microwave? Because that last map was incredibly hectic.
I mean, it's just stress. It's what's been happening between these two teams. Heart rate monitor through the absolute roof. Every single time Microwave turn a corner, they're having to constantly watch their backs against Snozzler, who plays Tracer even if she's on the mate. And then when we head into push, I was really worried, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the Genji, when I saw the Doom, and we immediately saw Timeless rolling out in the Kiriko. I was like, oh, this dive is not going to go well. I really hope that they see that and they admit defeat and they move away from it. And that is where we saw the moment of recovery come through from this team. The lesson that they got taught yesterday when they landed themselves into the lower bracket, they learned it. They swapped off of the Genji, they swapped off of the Doomfist, they brought something new to the table with the Ramatra, and off of the Ramatra, they were able to finish and finalize out that fight. Because when AGMR went down and that Ramatra was left, I was like, oh no, and you were like, oh no, and CV was like, oh no, everyone was like, oh, this is curtains. But no, Ramatra is just too good at self-sustain, and Mari is able to take out like 3 players with Pummel really, really quickly, which is huge because it means that Azra, who'd swapped onto the Widow, doesn't get into position to actually be able to utilize that pick and find a kill that could have swung those forward spawns for Timeless Celestial immediately back into their favor.
Now Route 66 is on our plates today, Moxie. Esperanza is done and dusted. Do the likes of either Microwave or Timeless mix it up again, you think, on this map? Or is it all the way back to that Ramatra gameplay that we've seen previously on maps 1, 2, and 3?
I feel like this is really smart from Timeless Celestial, because this is dangling comfort pick right in front of Microwave, because you can find value with the Genji. There's a lot of high ground control that goes into being able to hold onto the defense. Genji has the mobility with the dash to be able to jump from the low ground to the high ground and pressure the backline into turning around. There's also a lot of flank avenues available to Snozzler if she goes out on the Mei or the Tracer, but this very much feels like Celestial trying to get Microwave into a game of dive chicken and see whether or not they fall for it or whether or not they continue running this Ramatra.
See what they decide to pick here on Route 66. This is one of my favorite maps, I think, Moxie, just to watch and mainly play. Maybe not watch as much, so just play the map. It's just a kind of fun map. It's been in the it's almost like my King's Row. And just kind of, maybe it's because I'm American and you're British that maybe you think you'd like, maybe King's Row is more so up your,
we just
up your
have
style.
Bias.
Yeah, maybe there's like a little bias there.
No,
plus I live in the desert anyway.
As a Brit, I want to try and get as far away from London as possible. Like, don't get me wrong, I adore King's Row. But seeing the rain, especially with like the 5 concurrent storms that we've had in the last 3 weeks, take me anywhere. I will go to Route 66 and live there quite happily with you.
Until you see your first scorpion and you freak out or something. I want to see
Scorpions? No, spiders, yes.
You ever seen they're on Route 66? I think there's shops like this where you can get like scorpions and lollipops. You ever seen those?
Wait, like actual scorpions?
Yes, yeah, they put scorpions in lollipops so you can eat
live
them.
Scorpions in lollipops.
Yeah, I actually have a story. Like we had back when I played on the Atlanta Reign, we had Dako and a bunch of other Korean players come over, and as a funny gag gift, I thought I'd buy them some, and they all threw them away. And like I was like, they didn't tell me though. Like they had them on their desk, and then the next day I looked in the garbage, and all 4 of the pops, like lollipops, from the garbage. I was like, okay, guys, I appreciate that. It was a gag gift, to be fair.
For a second, I thought you meant like there were actual live scorpions that had been like
dead.
wrapped
They
up.
are dead.
And you had like a chance, a 1 in 10 chance of picking like a scorpion. It's this sort of like the sort of version of picking the short straw. You pick the lollipop that has a live scorpion and have to go to A&E.
Well, the short straw in this case is who gets the biggest scorpion and who gets like the tiny one, like the little baby boy. Some of them, sometimes they have little kids on them.
Wait, you want the big scorpions?
No, you don't. You want to avoid that. You also could get a mother scorpion that has baby scorpions in it too. Anyway, this is a very gross topic. Let's move on to Microwave versus Timeless Celestial. This is honestly my fault. But what a series we have now. Map number 5 and Route 66. Obviously, Timeless Celestial kind of hovering a meme composition potentially. But Microwave, they want to rock with Mari and Romacha.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that they're going for the Ram, they're going for the Mei. They're also going to try and hold pretty far forward up in train carriage. And also on the Hanzo is going to spot it out, however. That is why we're seeing just the Hanzo now to use the Sonic spot out where the defense is, if it is in train carriage before swapping, after a little bit of pressure coming through from Scott Maris.
Like that swap. Obviously, you know, Snozlar back on the Tracer. And you talked about it, Moxie, in the green room, but this is really one of Snozlar's best heroes.
Yeah. We're also going to see a Zen from KQA playing it a lot closer to make it harder for Microwave to be able to run directly onto her, but also using the Discord and the fact that you're the only Zen in the lobby, so you're going to be doing so much more damage, so much more pressure onto Mari on that rematch. And as a result, look at how far back Microwave are having to make sure that they split their front line and back.
Well, incoming dive. I mean, cooldown's used. Do they even... Yeah, they're just going to take out Street Lord, but they do trade out Zoe at least. Definitely works out for them to some degree. Also, Discord and Amari eventually melts them. And so far, the Zenyatta is finding success in which we haven't seen in basically years.
Trades work far better into the favor of the attacking team too, because you regroup far faster with how closer your respawn is in comparison to the defense. Zoe actually going to be off of the Mei onto that Tracer. There is no point in utilizing the Mei because there's nothing to be able to wall off. Street's going to be able to jump out of it as Ray Powell's light smells like blinks. Instead, now you have to try and keep a track of this Tracer's location because Pulse Bomb is ready and AJMR has to hold on to the Immortality build.
And Zoe, by the way, is onto that Tracer. We've seen that yesterday. We'll see if they can deal with Snoz on this side. Pulse Bomb used by Snozlar, but no kill on that side. Mana was committed by Mauler too, so they want to continue this pressure onto Microwave, who we're trying to rotate or maybe catch out Zoe while that is happening from Street Lord. Very close to the Primal Rage, but goes so low. Those heals have been very good for Timeless Celestial, though. KQA also takes out Zoe! Oh my god! To think we'd see Zenyatta play to this level this late in the tournament as well is really a treat to see. Also, Azure with that pressure able to find AJMR, and slowly Microwave are being melted away. Transcendence as well. Bit of a dogman trance in the situation. Don't know if it was necessary, but at the end of the day, Timeless Celestial move on to second phase.
I mean, Mari's going to have the Annihilation, which is potentially the thing that you want to hold on to that Transcendence for, but remember, when the Ramacha utilizes the ultimate, you automatically go into the Nemesis form, and what is Nemesis form but a walking hitbox for a sleep dart? And Mola on the Ana is going to be able to shut that one down immediately. Really nice to see, like you said, traditional dive with the exception of that Sojin. It very much does feel like we're back in the era of Overwatch 1. Nano Boost being put onto the Winston to be able to pressure AGMR into utilizing the Ant Matrix, and actually AGMR pressured off of the Baptiste onto the Kiriko.
Traded though on that side. Snozlar did take out Death. A lot of the damage now gone for Microwave. Beat drop here from Wicca. Continue the pressure. Meanwhile, Street with that Primal Rage. Eventually, Suzu will slow Street down. Heals can't save you for that, though, on the inside angle. Too tough to escape. And that's kind of the win condition, it feels like, for Microwave, is take out Street Lord, right?
Yeah, Azure, however, is going to have a new win condition, and that is Overclock. And Microwave do not have the Baptiste nor a Sound Barrier to be able to survive and sustain through it. Instead, it's going to be up to Zoe, who's able to shut down both of her opposing DPS and still hold on to the Pulse Bomb. Microwave are going to be in control of the choke, and that is where divers always struggle to be able to brute force through when you do not have that space to be able to set the dive up onto the defending side. As we're going to see Street Lord off of the Winston onto the Junker Queen, KQA onto the Lucio. They understand the dive has worn off. They've been able to put a little bit of struggle onto Microwave side, but they've been able now to land on their feet. As Zoe, on her feet, is crouching so that no one sees the Tracer! Straight onto the Ana!
Ooh. Zoe showing that they've got some nice Tracer chops, too. Snozlar got Nano Boost in that fight just to go find something. However, surely Mahler's going to swap over to the Kiriko now.
Yeah. Both of these teams, just seeing that the dive or the Tracer rather is just too potent for the Ana to be able to deal with. Worse, if you have the Ana or Baptiste, you're constantly having to divert resources into being able to peel the Tracer off of them. It is far better for the team overall health. Maybe you don't have the same burst heal potential, but you also still can get to keep just sustaining that focus with the Kiriko having the survivability without pulling all of those resources off of the tank. Is Time Celestial, no ultimates to work with. Snozzle looking to find an infiltration into that back line, but she's being just kept in check.
Now Overclock Overclock from Death here on the inside angle towards the mega health pack. A little bit of poke damage come through, no headshots though. However, HMR hits the headshots. Follow-up damage. Everybody is in the kill feed now for Microwave. A minute and 30 seconds left on the clock now for Timeless Celestial.
Yeah, Snozler just not getting that free entrance to be able to divert attention away from the rest of the players on Celestial side is really problematic, and you're actually going to see swap off of the Tracer onto the Genji, looking to do the same thing, but this time around, if you get spotted out, you do have things like not just the dash, but also the deflect to buy yourself a little bit of time so that your presence is felt a little bit more than the Tracer. As KQA looks to try and speed boost into tunnel, but that just leaves more vulnerable.
I mean, this is a really, really interesting match now. I mean, Mari found another 2 in this fight. 1 minute left in the clock. Swaps happening on both sides continuously, and Microwave keeps coming out on top.
It's really interesting to see one of the impacts of a very small change on this map, the door still being left open. It makes it a lot harder for an attacking team to be able to sustain a lot of the poke coming through if they decide to push through main. As Zoe, definitely not a main at the moment, all the way in the backline, yet again trying to just divert this distraction away from Timeless Celestial so that they don't get to walk free from that main. Finds the Baptiste, will only find the lamp, but that's the go time for the rest of the team's collapse.
Onslar will find Zoe too. I mean, just tracked down that Tracer the whole time and then came back under death. 24 seconds left. Timeless Celestial finally found some advantage.
Rampage going to be available. Overclock and Sound Barrier all online for Timeless Celestial. It's Microwave Zoe onto the Genji to be able to tap and also put that little bit more pressure onto the Mauler, who's going to want to try and play from that high ground angle. Harder for the Tracer to be able to collapse onto. A Street Lord waits with the Rampage to connect onto all of the players regrouping.
3 seconds left to overtime. Now it ticks down. Zoe out the right side, who is now onto the Genji. Match. Snozlar. Overclock over the top. Are they uncontested, though? For now, it appears that, yes, Azurite is uncontested, but is not finding the kills just yet. Rampage connects flush. However, there's a beat drop over the top. Now there's a Rampage from Mari. Pulled back, in fact, towards Street Lord to make sure that it doesn't find any value on towards his backline. But Street Lord will go down to death. That's absolutely huge time of Celestial, needing that tank alive. Snozlar may not even be able to build that Genji blade, which could turn things. Smaller able to find Zoe, though. However, there might just be too much damage here now. Too many members on the side of Microwave alive. Overtime will tick down, and eventually Time of Celestial gets stopped in Street's face.
Yeah, yet again, the Ramattra just gets to trump the Junker Queen in terms of that sustainability in these overtime locations where you're able to come in with the pummels and connect onto everyone who's not able to kite out around you. The backline constantly having to be pulled into that focus as well by all of the changes coming on through from the defense, diverting attention off of healing that tank and getting into a position. They had that starting moment where they've got the overclock and they're having, unfortunately, to utilize it before the contest properly comes into full. And unfortunately, because you're also overclocking directly into a Ramattra, who's also on the low ground, not only does Mari have just the tank pick to be able to survive it solo without putting her supports into line of fire, it means that Time Celestial will lose one of their biggest win conditions in terms of damage to actually be able to pick up the kills for the Ramattra to fall.
Now Timeless Celestial, interestingly enough, Moxie, they want to rock back out with Street Lord on the Winston. Again, like on their attacking side.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Timeless Celestial taking us to Route 66. This is one of those maps where there's a lot of focus on high ground. There's a lot of space and positions for that Winston to be able to jump into the backline so that if a Ramattra directly runs at a team, you're constantly diverting and pushing the Ramattra into making the decision. Do you push the aggression or do you have to fall back and peel? Because Ramattra as a tank isn't the greatest at being able to peel. You don't have something like the Sigma of the accretion where you can rock behind you. You always have to divert your attention from the frontline fight to the back, and that leaves you vulnerable to things like the Soja.
A lot of space given for now from Timeless. Waiting towards this kind of first section. Snozlar obviously back on the Tracer, Zoe on their own as well. Snozlar taking some poke on the right side. Death waiting with that railgun shot. Hits the tank on the high ground. And for now, or hits a tanky character, I would say, on the high ground. Now, meanwhile, Street Lord forced to use that bubble. Now jumps back towards the top side to get some of that healing. Build towards that nano boost that Timeless Celestial is surely trying to engage with.
Yeah, Death getting that position on the high ground as well to contest Timeless Celestial on the opposing, but Zoe gets brought down by Snozlar. That Tracer gets a free angle into the backline, and look at the attention that Microwave immediately have to divert to try and deal with.
Ooh, Snozlar will go down towards the cart, though. I mean, that's huge for the likes of Microwave. Also, Anti-Grenade came through on AJMR, but AJMR eventually gets that Regenerative Burst back. And with the Immortality Field stayed alive, and look where that cart is. It's just continuously pushing all the while. A lot of shots coming through from Death and the rest of Microwave.
Yeah, Snozlar wasn't able to find either a kill or draw out the Immortality Field from AJMR. As a result, when Street goes for the dive, you have to immediately pull back. As Death just gets to build up so much percentage of the real ult fire and lands directly onto Mauler before the nano boost can enable the next dive.
What a shot. And I don't know how Mari didn't die earlier on either. Death now finds 2 in that fight. Railgun, or Overclock built as well, doesn't even need it. 3k in this fight. Mid-air shot for Death. Kind of showing off at this point. Pulse Bomb used by Snozlar. Maybe that signals a swap. To Genji, you know?
Potentially Genji, potentially Mei. Something that's going to be finding a little bit more value. The thing is, they needed Mauler alive in that fight as Zoe's knowing that the Ana is going to be playing next to the Brigitte, finds the Pulse Bomb, but only catches the shield. Oh, that could have been dicey if both supports went down.
Nice block by KQA, however, in that fight. Overclock still here from Azure. Uses it with the Nano Boost on the alongside Street Lord. Over the top, who also has that Primal Rage in case they go low. Beat drop and trade. We'll take that if you're Microwave, it looks like. They're just playing it slow, waiting to push through. 4 minutes left now on the clock. They have so much timing to work with. Baptiste uses the amplification matrix to walk out of the upper caves. But when you have a Winston on your face, it's very hard to live. Death does trade back Snozlar. However, at this point, Mauler, and with the pressure of Street Lord, are able to get more kills, more damage down range. Death is super low, so that's another reset for Microwave.
Yeah, gorgeous Primal from Straight, denying the usage of the amp entirely. Microwave wanting to be able to set up a split focus so that the dive was forced to dealing with multiple angles. In fact, wouldn't even be able to play that aggressive because they're constantly having to turn backwards and help out the Ana. All of that gets entirely derailed as Death coming into this next fight with the Overclock Talent Celestial, understanding this and playing KQA incredibly close to the Ana with that shield.
Playing it slow at the moment. That already finds Street Lord though. I mean, went too aggressive, I guess, towards the low ground. Got wiped out by Death, who doesn't miss. Rally now used just to sustain, but at this point, you wait for Street Lord to come back out of spawn, who swaps towards the Doomfist, so they will be back. However, now an ultimate has been used. Now Microwave tries to push this card. They're still doing so. However, they lose Wicca, meanwhile, on the top side to Mauler, who again has been doing so much on the Ana. Really has been one of the best flex supports in the tournament. However, Zoe trades back Snozlar. He had that low ground, right? It's a back and forth scenario. Anti-Grenade does get missed in this situation. They could have used that as the cart still pushes forward. Who goes to contest it? If it's Street Lord, gotta hope the healing is there. And the damage is not there for Microwave. So with the Pulse Bomb ready to go. The cart's almost at the checkpoint. Nobody's even here. As the race slides in, they touch last second. The Annihilation does damage though. Snozlar able to find one. Street Lord's touching over the top, but so with their own Pulse Bomb has found Mauler. The healing is gone, and so is the rest of Timeless Celestial as Microwave, against the odds, have moved forward in the lower bracket finals.
Zoe's Pulse Bomb finds the higher value target. Both Tracers are able to net a kill, but Zoe is able to deny not just the Ana's existence, but also the potential for that nano boost to go out onto the tank to be able to anchor onto that payload, find a regroup after, I think it caught Timeless a little bit unawares with how close that payload was actually moving closer and closer to that checkpoint, as there was a panic moment where everyone on the defense had to sort of turn tail and go, oh no, we were so busy trying to control the avenue of high ground and keep our Anas safe away from things like the Tracer, and also Street having to come back in with that Doomfist just to be able to regroup a little bit faster. Really unfortunately left this team unable to properly regroup, and that is when Zoe was able to take full advantage.
I mean, what a series. What a way to end it too, to steal the card at the very end, Moxie. I mean, Microwave, you know, they came back multiple times last second. I mean, it could not be a closer comeback than Microwave today.
Yeah, it was really good to see as well, just the adaptation coming through from Microwave. They were seeing things like Snozlar just being a nuisance in the backline, but times they would acknowledge, okay, this is a threat that we have to deal with immediately, and other times they would acknowledge, this is just a distraction tactic, there is no kill potential to this. One of us can divert our attention away and deal with this problem, but everyone else is free to just continue focusing on something a little bit more important. And that judgment just allowed them to have so much more more confidence in terms of this space. And when they wanted to properly push, they didn't have to constantly think second guess themselves and be like, well, if we commit an ultimate, are we still going to find ourselves having to pull back and give up a fight because we're having to turn around since Nozza is being so problematic?
And what a series on our hands here, right? Or that just finished, I should say. We're going to break it down with Unter and CV after a short break, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Michael Wave have bought themselves another life in this tournament, unfortunately at the expense of a Timeless Celestial team that had a lot more fight in them than I think we thought. A map 5 banger, and here to break it all down, I've got Dogman, and joining me live from Arlington, Texas is the most Australian polar bear I've ever seen. The man, the myth, the mullet. It's Unter. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm a bit mullet free at the moment, but you know, Arlington, Texas,
my intro.
polar bear.
All right.
Yeah,
All right,
I lost it many months ago actually, so it's a bit thin in the back. But you know,
this is actually the first time I saw your cam today, so I didn't even know the mullet was gone. I should have been updated. Yeah. All right, that's on me. All right, well,
we can get him some extensions, I think, at the next break.
I think we can make that one happen. But for now, let's go ahead and break down the game. So, Unter, you were talking a little bit in the chat about how there's a bit of a difference in play styles between these two teams, one being a little bit more calculated and one being a little bit more aggressive. Do you want to lead us through that?
Yeah, so when I was watching, I realized that, you know, Michael Wave and Timeless Celestial, they're pretty much polar opposites in terms of how they want to play the game. Michael Wave, their strategy, it's all about creating chaos. Everyone is swinging super wide, playing super aggressively. Meanwhile, on Timeless Celestial, they're just going for the slow play all the time. just trying to have their Ramatra hold the space in main, have their Sojourn sit in the back with the Lucio and the Baptiste, and just wait for the picks to come to them. The exception to that was Snozlar, where she likes to go for really aggressive flanks all of the time, going behind, using all of their Mei utility to try and essentially bait cooldowns from people, bait attention from people, and then hopefully Timeless Celestial can edge their way forward in the front line. But as you saw, it didn't turn out, so perfectly for them in the end.
Not quite, but I mean, I do kind of want to talk a little bit about Snozlar, because she was definitely a highlight for the side of Timeless Celestial, and in the front half of the series, we kind of felt like Timeless Celestial were in the driver's seat, and Snozlar was the one actually driving the whole ship. Dogman, would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I felt like Snozlar alongside, I'm sure you and Moxie both agreed too. It just was definitely that driving factor. And, on Hunter's point, that was, if that's your whole game plan, it's tough because, I mean, you need to play around a Mei player that's kind of your main caller. And that's always going to be tough, right? That's always going to be hard in the Ramatra comp. That definitely, I would say, they just play, it plays better the more aggressive you play, like how Microwave was playing.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
you got more. I was going to lead us into the next point. If you got more to cook, let's cook.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will say, not to sleep on Snozlar's Tracer at all. Like, you can see when Snozlar's playing the Mei, they're kind of playing Tracer on Mei. They're going behind a lot. They're playing for selfish individual value all the time. But then when Snozlar swapped over to the Tracer for the final two maps, it honestly, even though the scoreline didn't reflect it, it seemed like some of their strongest performances. Like, they were really chopping it up consistently on the Tracer, getting a lot of that solo value.
Absolutely. Like, there's no way, like, we can't overstate the impact that Snozlar had for Timeless Celestial, but it just wasn't enough because we had some impact players on the other side that were driving things for the side of Michael Waves. Let's talk a little bit about Mari and her flexibility and how that proved to be an asset for Michael Wave throughout this series.
Yeah, you could really see from the way that Mari plays Overwatch that they're a flexible tank. You can see that they're not just playing one role, but they're really looking to get as aggressive as humanly possible and really push into the backline whenever available. You could really contrast that with how Street Lord was playing, a lot more slow and measured, like playing for the perfect cooldown situation every time. Whereas with Mari, there's a lot more faith that they're going to be able to push into the backline and hit 100% of their shots and just make it work through that aggression.
And speaking of hitting shots, Mari wasn't the only one doing so on that team. It was definitely Death as well. And, we talk a little bit about the Sojourn head-to-head. I was, again, keeping track of your notes. We were looking at Sojourn, the Sojourn head-to-head, Death versus Azure, and we were seeing Azure with these big pop-off moments in Overclock. But what you said in the chat was that Death in the neutral was just leagues ahead.
Yeah, so sometimes the damage stats can be a little bit deceiving. It seemed like Death and Azure, they were very even statistically, but where Death was really creeping ahead was the fact that you could see anytime you watch Death's POV, they were going super wide all of the time, taking really high risk angles, which apply a lot more pressure to the enemy tank. So they were making Street Lord's job really, really difficult by swinging wide like this. And it's good because not only were they doing all of these wide aggressive plays, they were keeping their death count low at the same time. You might have seen on the stat line just before, only 3 deaths for all of Kings Row, despite swinging super wide and applying all of that pressure. Azure was doing a phenomenal job of getting the picks as they fell into their lap, but at the same time, I felt like Death was really going and creating openings for their team.
All right, well, Dogman, I'm going to start with you here. With knowing that Mari and Death are kind of driving the ship for Michael Wave, how do you like their chances going forward? They still got one more lower bracket round to go through before they get to the grand finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, just to keep it short, I think Microwave are 100% that dark horse we were talking about before. I mean, they've just got a great lineup as long as they can maybe, I like what they're doing. What Hunter mentioned, how aggressive they've been playing. If they can reel that in a little bit, maybe be a bit less telegraphed, I think that would work out for them. Obviously, these are hard changes to make right before you go into another match in just a second. However, if they can maybe slow it down a little bit, make the game easier on themselves, I think they definitely can benefit from it and even win the whole thing.
All right, well, I like the sound of that. I think I would like to see Michael Wave win the whole thing, but answer one more question for you. If they're going to win the whole thing, how do you think they're going to want to do it? Are they going to want to try and leverage that flexibility a little bit more, or is there another potential play for them?
I definitely feel that the strength of Michael Wave is their versatility. So I think they should just create more chaos. I saw yesterday, Mari was playing lots of Orisa. And honestly, Orisa, that's a bit of a counter to Ramatra. Even though Mari is doing phenomenally in the Ramatra mirror, I think if you just throw another spanner in the works, another thing that the enemy team has to think about. If you swap over to the Orisa, you make it more difficult for the enemy tank. There's just more thinking that has to take place. And I think that chaos really benefits them. Because at the end of the day, everyone is going wide. Wick is swinging wide, Death is swinging wide. Everyone is just going everywhere right now. So I think if there's a little bit more chaos in the server, it will definitely benefit Michael Wave.
All right, I love to hear it. So chaos, be flexible, be unpredictable, and that's how Michael Wave can take home the trophy. Thank you guys both so much for the breakdown. And hey, I gotta have to send you away here now because I got Wicca on the horn for an interview. Hey Wicca, how you doing, lovely?
Hi.
Hi. This
Good
is my
to see you
nightmare
here.
scenario, having to interview you here live on camera,
okay.
being such good friends. All right. Hey, hello, welcome. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off by asking you, how were you guys feeling coming into this weekend, coming into this matchup today?
So coming to this matchup today, we know that like in order for us to win the championship, it's really just going to be like a test of endurance, right? Because we have to play the most amount of matches to win. And so we knew that it was going to be a really, really hard game. A lot of the other players on Celestial have really like definitely earned my respect like throughout the circuit with their improvement and their skill. So I still don't think we were quite ready for them to take first map. We just made a couple macro mistakes, especially going into map 2. Like we knew that we just want to punish their Mei for going on these absolute crazy angles that she shouldn't be allowed to do. And so yeah, so that was our plan going to Kings Row, which is why it was so clean. But our plan overall just going into this weekend was we need to be prepared to play the entire day. We need to make sure we can keep energy up for every single match, every single round, every single map, and take it from there.
I mean, that was gonna be my next question as well, because you say you were prepped for like a long day, but were you prepped for like your first match of the day to be a 5-mapper? Like, how's it feeling? How much energy do you guys think you still have in the tank?
We definitely still have a lot of energy in the tank. I think definitely once we got to Flashpoint, we were just trolling ourselves, and we weren't playing for the fundamentals that we know we can. And funnily enough, if you try to make these like crazy plays and you don't just play for the basic fundamentals of the comp, you actually burn more energy that way and just overcomplicating things. So Flashpoint was definitely just a horrible map from us gameplay wise, and I'm really happy that we were able to bring it back.
Let's talk a little bit about push, actually, because I imagine a lot of your energy was expended, especially during that last couple fights on push. Was there like a moment there where you guys felt like, oh, it's so Jover, or were you just full steam ahead? There's no shot. We got this.
We never once said it's over. We were focused the whole time. We should have expected that they would expect the Doomfist, which is why they rolled out on the JQ comp. And I think going forward, I mean, we'll have to see what we roll out on. I'm not going to say here what our plans for that is, but we should have expected that they would have something for the Doomfist, and that definitely let them get a lot of meters at the beginning that we did not want to give up.
I really like the way you're making this sound like you're both thinking like 5 steps ahead of each other, but you just managed to come out a little bit ahead on that map, and then, you know, Route 66 looked to be entirely in your favor. So how are you feeling going into the last couple of maps the last couple of matches that you have today? Because you do still have that long day ahead.
We really have to see who wins this next match. I think and I expect it to be really, really close. I know that both teams are working hard, obviously. You know, it's a championship that we've all been working towards. But I do think that Wisp Embers has a super good chance to take that series. They work harder than anyone else, and they have a really good understanding of the macro. No bias there at all.
Right.
No
bias at all, of course, especially not with like Kindred being on that team and all of that, you know.
Absolutely.
No bias here. We're all friends. Do you have anything? Okay, I'm going to have to send you off here pretty shortly, but before I do you have anything else you want to say? Any shout outs? This is your moment. The floor is yours. Whatever you want to say.
Shout out my family. They're all watching, which was a surprise. I didn't think they would. Shout out Jasmine, who said that she would give me a kiss if I won, so I had to win. And really
Forget
just
the
shout
trophy.
out Ethan, my coach.
That's the real prize.
And definitely shout out Ethan, my coach, and then shout out Avery from Bellevue and Fable for lending me their chair, even though they didn't know until now. So.
All right, thank you so much, Wicca. It's always lovely to speak with you. It's lovely to get to have you here. Oh, Wicca, my beloved. It's so great to get to have her here, and it does sound like Michael Wave are in good spirits and are very confident in their abilities as long as they stick to their game. Maybe they're going to create a little bit more chaos. Maybe not. We're going to have to wait and see. But for now, they're going to go ahead, take a little bit of a breath, take a breather, sit back and relax and watch the next game. That was only our first game. We got 3 more to go today, chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our winners finals right after this. Unfortunately, we must say goodbye to one timeless team, but there is another that has their eyes on the crown, the same crown that they have had over and over again, looking for that one last Tracer Corgi-shaped Infinity Stone to add to their gauntlet. We got our winners finals, Timeless Ethereal versus Wisp Embers. Dustin, I gotta ask you, who you got on this one?
Ooh, that is a tough question, but I think you and I know as well as anybody that Timeless Ethereals has got to be like the favorite here. I mean, Wisp Embers is a good team. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Moxie was talking about it in the last series. You know, it was less the other team losing in the lower brackets being bad. It was more so Wisp Embers just being that team. So, really both teams are them, and they could easily pop off here. However, obviously, I got a favorite Timeless Ethereal. They just look so cohesive at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really hard to topple the Tyrants that have been so in control for the entirety of it. But if anybody has taken them to the limit time and time again, it's been Wisp Embers, and we'll get to them in just a second. But Moxie, having a look at this roster, what do you feel makes Timeless Ethereal so strong? What do you feel like puts them head and shoulders above everybody else right now?
I think just the fact is they're so good at the roles that they play, right? They have a little bit of flexibility for Bun to be able to flex onto certain DPS to deal with things like Genji picks, but Sohail being able to play such a solid Ramatra, X10 absolutely popping off on the Sojourn, Halo a stellar Lucio. Z as well has really impressed in terms of her Immortality field usages, being really, really clean, and Bun as well with the Mei, with the utilities, with that wall being so good and creative in terms of how to utilize that wall, not necessarily to shut down the enemy tank, but a lot of the time go after the Mei as well. Timeless Ethereal just know this composition inside and out.
And on the other side, we have Wisp Embers, a team made up of a Dragon Ball Z fusion dance between the previous tournaments, NYXL Embers and Drainers. We've got Kindred and Senna coming in from that role, Anion, Poryu, and H-Key coming in from the previous NYXL Embers, now Wisp Embers. How are you feeling about this squad, Dustin?
I mean, pretty good. Just like on Timeless's side, it doesn't feel like they have really any holes in their overall roster. I mean, everybody plays to a high level. I think Kindred to me stood out a lot yesterday, but everybody played very well. Senna and specifically had a really massive pop-off moments. H-Key has been a consistent so far, and Calling All Heroes is one of the best players in general. So this team also really has what it takes to win it all. It's just a matter of, putting those pieces together at the right moment. And right now, they could easily do that by cementing themselves into the grand finals.
Well, they would have to do it at the expense of who appear to be the undisputed top dogs in Timeless Ethereal. And by the way, one last thing about the Timeless Ethereal roster. They have X10 on their roster, even though they already had Wisps in the back pocket. They didn't even need to sign X10, but they did it anyway, because when you're Timeless Ethereal, you don't let off the gas until you have hoisted that last trophy. So they are going all out, and they want to win. It's going to be a true test for Wisp Embers. I sure hope they studied, because that test is going to start right now. I'm going to throw it to you guys, and let's get right into it.
Thank you, CB. I appreciate it. And, it's been a really, really fun series all leading up to this as well for Timeless Ethereal. They've obviously only dropped one map so far, Moxie. I mean, as a team, as a unit, like CB said, I mean, they've just been an absolute monster. They could sign whoever the heck they want to. And at the moment, X10 appears to be that amazing Sojourn player that they kind of need to get to that grand finals over with.
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to seeing these two teams go head to head, because so far it feels like every single time we've had this Ram mirror come through, one team has been a lot more dominant than the other, and it's sort of had a domino effect in terms of cowing the other team into a lot of hesitation, pushing them into not really being able to utilize things like the Mei utilities, or even the Ramatra getting to just move forward and take a lot of space. And then obviously with those compositions denied and barred their win conditions, it's not going to be able to find a whole lot of value. This matchup, however, this is the time that we're going to see two teams of almost equal strength going head to head. I don't think we're going to see one of these teams cow the other team or spook them into submission. It is going to be all out, perfect tempered aggression, really good usages of utility, and it's going to come down to not just coordination, but just stellar pop-off play moments from things like your Sojourn, your Mei, and even your support line as well.
All good points. And the Chang Tower will be our first map to start off the series, I should say. Moxie, leading into this one, obviously we've got to favor Timeless Celestial just based on how they've played so far, but on the other side, right, like you mentioned with Wisp, they've been consistent. They haven't even dropped the map, in fact, this whole series. So just based on that fact alone, is this more so just looking at, map differential and all this kind of stuff? Not really. Did we just toss all out the window? Kind of, everybody face different teams. This is really just at the end of the day, the matchup between Timeless Ethereal and Wisp. It doesn't matter what their record was leading into this.
Well, a lot of the time, Timeless and Wisp actually find themselves going head to head. Like CV said, Wisp Embers is very much an amalgamation of previous teams in the CAH circuit, one of which went directly up against Timeless Ethereal in the last grand finals of Major Free, and Timeless Ethereal, surprise, surprise, were able to take them down and come out with another win. But surely that has got to spark a lot of hunger to be able to finally take this team down. We've seen some take a couple of maps. Are we going to see a full defeat and surprise upset? If Timeless find themselves in that lower bracket, surely we're going to be thinking, okay, maybe things aren't quite so set in stone.
For sure. And, you know, leading into this one, too, obviously, Wisp Embers in their situation, you know, so far, they could easily do so, right? They could easily get that upset. You talked about how, you know, yesterday, and I think today, this was kind of a problem with Timeless Celestial. I know we're going back to that series a little bit, but the fact that Timeless Celestial didn't look like very coordinated at points compared to Wisp Embers, I think massive moving forwards, considering, you know, on the other side, Timeless Ethereal beat up Microwave, who obviously just progressed in that lower bracket final. So either of these teams got a matchup against Microwave, which is going to be a very, very hard matchup. So it's obviously now or never for both of these teams. But Wisp specifically has a tendency to make the other team look not as good. And we'll see if Timeless can obviously maintain their dominance as they've had throughout the entire Calling All Heroes season.
Yeah, HK is incredibly good at being able to shut down the opposing maze, so I cannot wait to see that specific interaction between HK and Bun go down. But I think Exon and Senna is going to be another standout match to watch as well. Both of these Sojourns, like Unto was saying, right? Taking these wider swings puts a lot more pressure on that tank. It's a lot of risk because you are leaving yourself a lot more open if you get spotted out. But if you're able to successfully navigate that particular risk, you find so much more value.
Wisp Ember is trying to control the pillar side early. And same with Timeless. However, the wall used by HK gives Senna the shot onto Z early on. What a nice shot. The Sojourn of Wisp. That opening pick, I mean, no more healing now for Timeless. Unless they get some sort of random headshot, it's basically over for them. One will go down to HK, and yeah, eventually Timeless Ethereal will get wiped away. Wisp Embers are going to take the point first.
Oh, that's going to spiral into the next fight effect as well. Anion getting to stay alive means that you're 63% of the way to Amplification Matrix, one of the most important ultimates in this composition. Z going down early, however, denies that ultimate from being online for Timeless Ethereal, and that's going to play into how X10 is able to feel confident going up against Senna.
Yeah, close bridge hold here. Wall immediately towards the bridge wall. A flank is happening with that Lucio Sojourn. And everybody keeps talking about with these flanks. Nothing to come of it just yet, but they still have control of that flank. HC goes solo on the front line. For you trying to deal with it with the Sojourn of their own. So both of these teams understanding that that battle is just important as the main one. Here's that immediate window from Anayun, but if HK goes down before any healing can come through or the Immortality Field, however, it's traded back by Senna. Now the Sojourn, Timeless Ethereal lose a lot of the damage. Until now, Sawhill comes back through with that Annihilation. Surely that's enough damage here as Kindred goes so low, but the healing is here. Perfectly timed. Poryu still has the beat drop ready to go. Opts to hold it until just about now. But oh my god, the shield by Sawhill blocked up. Kindred getting healed from that sound barrier. However, Senna will still find X10. It just seems to be a constant at the moment for Wisp Embers is the Sojourn play. However, Bun will take Kindred down. Eventually, it was far too much damage to deal with. Still, though, Aniu and the rest of Wisp, I mean, they've just been doing so much damage. The flip has not come through, like you said, and they maintain the progress that they have.
Oh my goodness, the fact that Kindred went so incredibly low, Sawhill pops the ultimate, understanding that Anion doesn't have the amp matrix to be able to just push that heal sustain onto the Ramattra, nor has the Immortality Field to be able to sustain that tank's presence. Kindred should have been dead, but it is a perfectly timed feat coming through from Poor as that Maywall gets broken within moments to keep Kindred alive, and that point in play as HK is able to deal out Halo, and without the Lucio Timeless Ethereal, they can't even afford to reset Dustin. That last fight went on for so long, they have no time left and just have to commit whatever happens.
Wow. I mean, I understand this is Gardens and it's super hard to rig a test, but oh my god. 100-0, I mean, what a statement from them there, Moxie.
Yeah, it's so hard to recontest because the Lucio has to be sent with the Sojourn to look for that off angle into the back, right? And it means that the opposing side, the team with control of that point, they have to divert the same resources, both the Lucio and the Sojourn. You saw Senna and Paul working together to be able to just keep a track of X10 and Halo. But it's more problematic for Soil, who is a pushing in Ramatra, who has to move over bridge without that speed boost and potentially get either knocked off or walled off and away from their team. And it's something that Wisp Embers were just able to cycle through absolutely gorgeously every single time the fight started.
Now they're coming out with that round advantage in this first to 2 map. Night Market this time. Come through on the right. Oh my God, Senna! Stop it! I mean, just absolutely amazing Sojourn play so far.
Yeah, it's the overload.
First kill.
Wisp Embers commit 3 players to dealing with Fun, who is solo. And as a result, they're able to find that first pick. Thomas will have to pull back, allow the flip to come through. And Wisp Embers are not just going to be able to cap out point easily. They're also going to have control of the approach to it. Not if Senna gets caught out that aggressively, though.
Oh, yeah, that ain't good for Wisp Embers now, losing Senna and Aniyun. The Saw Hill, great yo-yo back into this. Timeless Ethereal are really just straight up solid at yo-yoing back into fights instantly as soon as you think that they potentially lost them.
Yeah, that is the power of the Lucio speed boost. The rubber band potential is absolutely through the roof. Wisp Embers thought they had that space to play with, and unfortunately, Senna thought wrong. Almost feel now in control of that choke, and really crucially for them as well. Wisp Embers were not able to stall the point anywhere near as long as we saw Gardens.
On the top left, Saw Hill decides to get in that damage. Meanwhile, X10 as well. There. I mean, cohesive and as a unit. Timeless Ethereal get a fight win pretty quickly. I mean, just getting rid of Kindred and HT there. Potentially even finding more. Making sure they don't even get back to their spawn with ease.
Yeah, and again, you see that same problem, right? The Lucio is not with the tank, and as a result, Kindred just gets absolutely pounced upon. You put so much value into having these off angles and looking for those flanks to be able to swing a little bit wider. The punishment is so much heavier from the defending team if you get caught out before that flank comes through, as X10 gets to use the amplification matrix alongside Z so that everyone from Thomas can just pull back.
Yeah, and just with that, HT's gone. Immortality Field used to keep that front line alive of Kindred, who is taking a ton of damage, right? I mean, just Surely goes down here. Annihilation, however, pockets there. Surely they'll have some people back in this fight, 70% nearly on the board, and Timeless Ethereal disengage it. Great disengage from them. Annihilation removed. Now they have even ultimates. X10 sitting back with the overclock, 70%. Rotation comes through from Wisp Embers from the coastal side, but Wall immediately there from Bun. Boop, counter boot comes out. Overclock is here with a beat drop of Halo, who wants to play aggressive towards that Sojourn, stop that from getting any value. Blizzard was there on the coastal side, but no kills to come from it. Oh my God, it's only the Lucio that keeps getting booped back. In fact, it's X10 to go down with an amplification matrix of Aniyun. Z will trade that. However, Bun and X10 are both down. A lot of the damage has been removed. It's just Saw Hill here. Oop again onto the Lucio, but Porio keeps crawling the way back, and HT is able to find 2. Wisp Embers will get that point back. It's a Lucio duel on the coastal side, and Halo will win it. However, not the team fight.
It's a trade. Poor gets Halo, and Halo gets Poor. So Poor actually booped Halo, as Halo is able to land the last couple of shots to dunk Poor past 0 health. Really good stuff coming through from both of those Lucios, but it's better in the favor of Timeless Ethereal, right? We are 1 fight away, 5%. Z's going to be coming in with the amplification matrix, and Wisp Embers have no choice but to keep themselves on the point. They can't kite away from it.
Let's stick here. Point not moving anyway just yet. Window here on this right side. Kindred gets that immortality field, but what happens afterwards? Does Kindred live? It's going to be so hard versus the entirety of Timeless Ethereal. Yeah, eventually we'll go down, but X10 is traded at the very least. However, well, yeah, they're able to get Bun too, so nice work from everybody else. Losing their tank player, it doesn't seem like it matters. Sawhill isn't finding enough value. Is also going to be frozen by the Blizzard, and that's another fight win for Wisp Embers.
Yeah, Wisp Embers may lose Kindred, but it's kind of a silver lining because it means that they're going to have Annihilation for this next fight. HQ, Poor, and Aniyun have all of the sustain necessary to be able to hold yourself on that point and keep it in play for the side of Wisp. Bun going to be going on that off angle now, trying to divert attention, gets the angle to set up that wall to isolate Kindred, who's having to fall back to the rest of the team, but this is crucial. No immortality field! You don't have the matches to use it though!
What a shot from X10. Aniyun's got beat drop used as well. I mean, what do you do at this point? The Annihilation surely gets burned out. Aniyun's got the window coming back from spawn. 95% though. Everybody got deleted by Sawhill. and that annihilation, and nobody's touching. Overtime ain't being ticked today. We're going to round number 3.
Again, it just feels like there is one team that is always more dominant going into these rematch mirrors, and one name that we haven't really talked about all that much at the moment is Halo. And Halo is actually someone I really want to talk about because her Lucio has been so key in being able to shut down Senna. Every single time Timeless Superior see Wisp Embers moving on forward and the Sojin is missing in that composition, Halo knows, okay, that Sojin's going to be on an off angle, probably with overclock, and she goes for the duel. She goes for the 1v1, and it means that when we saw Wisp Embers actually commit that flank from Senna with the overclock, when they're trying to find the point flip, Senna doesn't find the value, and Anyun is actually forced into investing the amplification matrix, which unfortunately just absolutely bankrupts their ultimate economy for the long game. And Timeless Superior were able to come in with Z's to be able to buy themselves all of the space and put themselves into that last fight necessary.
Yeah, Halo is indeed an X factor for the likes of Timeless Ethereal. Very aggressive Lucio. Some of the Reddit Lucio kind of styles that is kind of prominent nowadays in Overwatch 2. Timeless Ethereal have full point control. It's not unlocked just yet, and Wisp Embers obviously like to prioritize this white side, right? Just continually poking in, and now they want to go in. However, they lose H-Key early on to Bun. Nice icicle from across the map, the stuff that May player of Wisp Embers. Everybody also falls low on Wisp Embers. They just have to give up the space and the point.
Yeah, I'm a much better fan of Timeless Superior's positioning before that fight begins, just being able to set up wide side of points so that the Maywall doesn't have that problem from HK, right? Bun is very much aware that HK is going to be trying to force a lot of those utilities as quickly as possible from your mirror DPS. So she makes sure to play far enough away from HK that she doesn't get pressured into utilizing those. And as a result, when they find that pick, Timeless Sphere are able to fully commit onto Wisp without worrying about it being traded. Bun already 77% of the way to Blizzard. She might potentially even have it before Amplification Matrix.
It'd be devastating if Wisp have to deal with that. Saw Hill still making sure nobody of Wisp members walks in without taking a bunch of damage. However, in this instance, just backing up towards the point, playing that pillar side. A little bit of a micro fight's happening in White Room. Look how aggressive Kindred is playing, forcing out that Ant Matrix, and then going down. Nobody was there to support Kindred because they were fighting in White Room, it looks like. And off that, I mean, sure, Senna gets one. However, Timeless win again.
And potentially back to choke control we go. That Maywall is going to be so problematic. Yeah, Sohail is really hoping to catch some of these players out, especially with that annihilation. Has to be careful, however, that you don't get chunked down with Anyun having the amplification matrix to shred through that Ramattra, but it's the Blizzard that Wisp Embers have to be so concerned about. They can't directly take the point to fight. They have to try and challenge that ice block from Bun first to be able to shred her down.
Still got the wall too. Now can use the Blizzard in the corner. Cooldowns were used as well in that situation. HQ will get frozen. Has beat barely 20 seconds or 20 health left. Bun gets that shield from the Lucio. And then HQ will fall too. Eventually, this is what we're worried about for Wisp Embers, right? Timeless Ethereal. Senna's coming back with an overclock, by the way. 90% got one kill. Potentially find more. Kindred's also still here, so it's not over just yet. 7 HP has to fall back. But Kindred goes down. Timeless Ethereal just seemingly have woken up, right?
This
round number 1.
now.
It was close. They lost it. Round number 2 and 3. Honestly, not as close. Timeless Ethereal just dominated Wisp Embers towards the latter half and will win the Zhang Tower.
Yeah, Wisp Embers sent so many players as well to just try and take down Bun on that Mei. And the most tragic thing is when we see the Mirror Blizzards come through, they've done the right thing. They've put the pressure onto Bun. They forced her into utilizing that ice block early so she doesn't have it when the opposing Mei drops a Blizzard of their own. The problem is Bun's Blizzard catches HK. HK's Blizzard does not catch Bun. And as a result, even though she's lacking that self-sustain, she's still able to dodge away from the CC, dodge away from death, and very, very quickly Wisp lose that Mei caught in the Mirror's freeze, and they just lose all control of just stopping and tempering that aggression coming through from Timeless as a result.
You know, as we come back from that little thing there, I was just looking for a bit of ounce of copium for Wisp Embers fans, because at the moment, right, they obviously rolled on Gardens, Moxie, and I think obviously in hindsight, do you think we can equate that to the likes of Garden just being like a really hard recontest map? Because Timeless Ethereal, he didn't really struggle on Night Market.
Yeah, again, like, you need to rely on the Lucio in Gardens for the rotations, especially if you're playing into things like a Mei. You don't want that Ramatra. As self-sustaining as the Ram can be on Gardens, trying to cross bridge without that Lucio into a Mei who has wall on cooldown is an absolute nightmare. But the problem is that if you actually place the Lucio with the tank, then you deprive the resources from the Sojourn, and as a result, the Sojourn finds far less value, and it's something that Wisp couldn't really afford to do, especially because on the opposing end, everyone on the side of Wisp, they're basically just getting to pump resources in and make sure that Senna and Poryu are always paired up together, so that if X10 tries to take that fight alone without Halo, you just get walked on by two really good DPS players who can hit their marks. I mean, look at Poryu. 12 eliminations, almost 4k damage, keeping pace almost with H-Key in terms of damage output. Halo on the same level too. Like, both of these supports, both of these Lucios being incredibly adept at being able to just put the damage in where it's needed.
And that's tough as well. I mean, obviously, just looking at stats here alone, obviously Gardens inflates things, right? I mean, you know, you got all that damage done, you won that map 99-0. Well, you could even tell towards the latter half of Control Center, like, Senna was just going off, right? Even at 7 HP, 1 HP, trying to make something happen. Do you think the likes of the Sojourn player is going to allow Wisp to stay in this series versus a team who is as strong as Timeless is?
I think we're definitely going to be seeing those flanks start to come through, but again, this is where it becomes problematic, right? Because these two teams, they're very similar in their strategies, which means they understand the power that is in those flank controls, and they're also going to anticipate it, know that it's there. And this is something that we saw them actually doing against some of the other teams. They would lie in wait, they would put these traps in. Christopher yesterday talked about, you know, overloading those compositions so that you think, okay, one person's going to be flanking, maybe two people are going to be flanking from the other team. We're always going to put an extra person in so that when we send them to catch that flank, we're just going to be able to spiral a fight advantage with numbers because of how quickly that fight begins, how early on in the round it is for Control. No ultimates come into play either, so you can just chunk and shred them down very, very quickly.
And the next map we're going to will be King's Row. Wisp thinking that'll be a bigger edge for them. And we've talked about with Timeless Ethereal specifically that they always are a team that, okay, maybe for a team fight or two, they'll look a little rough, even around, for example, on the Shang Tower. But Moxie, this team appears to just be so good at points at just making sure they don't make any mistakes, right? As a unit, they just always make the right choices. Like you said, overload those flanks, making sure that on the front line, they're keeping Sawhill healthy, Halo playing aggressive as well. There are so many factors of this team that makes it so hard. On King's Row, does anything change? Is this really a map that Wisp think they can take the likes of Timeless on? Is there something that's going to be different for them?
I think we're going to be seeing Wisp try a lot of different routes to sort of find any weakness or vulnerability that Timeless Ethereal have, right? They've tried applying this pressure onto Bun. They've tried pushing them into utilizing the utilities so that they can find more value with the ultimate. That didn't work out, unfortunately, for them. I still think we're going to be seeing that pressure come out onto the Mei. I think we're potentially going to have a little bit more resources put into these flanks, as well as they have seen that Timeless Ethereal will push free players into those positions to be able to win out the numbers fight. And as a result, if Wisp Embers just keep going this 50-50 route where they want to try and keep free people in main and only send two people into those flanks and not really giving all of the resources that Timeless Ethereal are pouring into those flanks, then unfortunately they're not going to be able to find the same level of value.
Mox's main key to success, trying to maybe send more towards those flanks, help the Sojourn a bit more too, because yeah, like you said, I mean, that will assist Senna a lot more than what's been happening. And, you know, obviously this team definitely has it within them to take down Timeless Ethereal, who has been such a juggernaut so far throughout the entire year. See if, you know, these, no, I'm not gonna say ragtag group of teammates coming together, you know, a mixture of multiple teams like we talked about with Wisp Embers kind of putting everything together. But, you know, they've had a few months to work together, had to prepare for this, and, you know, surely King's Row is a map where they can do those things, like you said, Moxie, and change things up. But, you know, at the end of the day, we are going to probably see that Ramatra composition again, right? And Timeless Ethereal are definitely experts at that comp.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Timeless Ethereal actually assign their resources in terms of who pushes main choke and around statue and who pushes up staircase. Because we've seen these teams, these Remacha compositions, they'll attack one of two ways. They'll either just send something like a Sojin and a Lucio up staircase to be able to duel out the opposing Sojin and the Lucio, overwhelm them, take the high ground, and then have everyone else on the low ground get to move forward safely from, through choke onto point. Or they'll overload. They'll send more people, things like a Mei, a Sojin, and a Lucio up onto the high ground to immediately find that pick. And we'll actually get to see a much faster take because you don't sort of have that moment, that stalemate where all of these Sojins and Meis are waiting to see whether or not they're going to be able to find that first value, where the Sojin is looking for that first pick and the Mei is looking for the better wall.
And to maybe change things more towards to talk about like these individual players, we could talk about Timeless Ethereal because obviously they won map number 1 a bit. Moxie, I mean, individually, by the way, we're dealing with a bit of a player audio issue, so while we figure that out, we can kind of talk things through what's happening in the series so far and with these individual players. Moxie, you talked about Halo previously. What is it that Halo brings to Timeless Ethereal that kind of enables them to play as aggressive as they are and have these insane Lucio plays? Is it the mechanics? I mean, what is the main value that Halo is bringing to this roster?
I don't think it's necessarily the mechanics. Like, she obviously has standout mechanics. But I think for her, it's actually the game sense and understanding of when to be able to commit to a chase. Lucio is a very good character at being able to chase down vulnerable targets, and it's something that she's done time and time again. She is able to spot out whether or not Senna is low and commit to that chase, find that kill onto the Sojin, or sometimes she doesn't commit to the chase. She knows that the value isn't in necessarily finding the kill and the pick. The value is just denying the Sojin having that angle and providing that extra avenue of damage to the team.
And, you know, on the other side, right, those Sojourn players have been impactful, like you said. Shutting down Sen has been a key success for Timeless Ethereal. And I think maybe in the lower bracket, if we compare them to the other teams, like, it does feel like they're multi-chambered, right? You know, like, it does feel like they're both of these teams, and specifically Timeless too, really, they're not like one-dimensional, right? Moxie, we're seeing multiple different avenues to success for this team, whether that be disengaging ultimates or whatever. And, you know, those strategies appear to be working. You think there's something, like, maybe if other teams watch back the VODs, what would be the biggest thing that you tell them to kind of, like, learn from Timeless Ethereal?
Just, I think, be flexible, right? In terms of your win conditions, don't make it entirely apparent when you sort of crutch on one specific ultimate or pair of ultimates, because it leaves you too open to prediction, and it allows the other team to not have to worry about having to adapt on the fly. Instead, they can lay foundations to go, okay, this is something they've done and utilized to win the fight 3 times before. Chances are they're going to do the exact same thing. It's something that Timeless Ethereal and Whisper are actually very good at doing, is keeping each other on their feet, going for different angle approaches, looking for different combinations of ultimates. It's really nice to see, and it really pushes both of these teams into having to use that adaptation, which applies that extra little bit of pressure, which doesn't seem a lot, but in the long scheme of things, when you also have to contest with managing to hit your shots, keeping an eye on your mirror, winning out that duel, and also keeping a track of the ultimates on the other side, that a lot of the time can overload and lead to a real collapse in communication.
Actually, I'm going to throw a bit of a, what is it, a spanner? If I'm British, I'm throwing a spanner in the wheel of things. Or whatever.
I'm pretty sure we still call it a spanner, unless Americans.
Oh, it's a
call
wrench, isn't it? Isn't it? Wait, a spanner is a wrench, right?
Wait,
I'm
what?
delusional. Yeah, no, actually, I'm pretty sure you throw a wrench into the. Okay, it is a wrench. Yeah, it is a wrench. You don't know wrenches?
So wait, you actually have the saying throw a wrench into the works?
Yeah, we do.
You know what? That actually sounds way better because it has alliteration. I'm kind of a little bit miffed about that, not gonna lie.
We're better. Miffed, man. British vocabulary be like. Anyway, we basically we're trying to figure out the issue is with these players, and I think we're probably going to go to a short break while they figure that out. Obviously, we have to determine, you know, what's going on behind the scenes with these players. Everything's online, so it's always going to be a bit, you know, I'm not going to say scuffed at times, but it's always going to be hard to deal with some of these issues. So while we figure that out, guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for this amazing series between Timeless Ethereal and Wisp. Welcome back, everybody. We're back into the series, and as both teams set up here, Moxie. Timeless Ethereal obviously locking towards, we don't know yet because they're on the attacking side, but Wisp Embers sticking with their Ramattra composition. Definitely different in terms of pacing than we saw in the last series with so many counter swaps coming through.
I think we're just going to see the Ramattra mirror yet again. Both of these teams look incredibly confident on it. It's one of the strongest tanks. I mean, he's probably the strongest tank at the moment, unless he feels something like an Orisa to throw a wrench in the works. As we're going to see a little bit of her, a little bit of Widow teased before swapping back onto the main meta.
In the front side, X10 just trying to spam out that off angle that we always see these Sojourns hold. Meanwhile, Kindred kind of playing flexible, right? Not up the statue just yet. Deciding where to move. Look at that Halo and everybody on Timeless Ethereal. Or at least I believe it's the May and the Sojourn come through the top side. Shots fired from Senna, but it cost him his life, or her life. Trades back though, so it's both Sojourns down. The disruptor shot did get that final blow on X10 as Halo was wall riding in the skybox. Definitely an interesting fight that sort of happened there. Timeless Ethereal don't have those close spawns. That's always going to be an issue moving forward for Wisp Embers who have to walk further if they get picked off. Nearly one tick given as well, as this has turned out into a bit of a neutral game fight.
Well, Sojourn is back. Senna has returned with the help of the power slide. One tick going to be picked up, however, for Timeless Ethereal is Kindred going incredibly low. We're going to see HK utilize that Maywell and just buy the tank a little bit more downtime to be able to get healed up as X10 dives onto the high ground and immediately pays the price.
How are the only two people to go down? 2 fights in a row now is only the Sojourn. Kindred now trades back Sawhill, so finally somebody else besides the Sojourn is going to die. Sojourn abuse today has not been great. Kindred does win out on the low ground, and they hold, even though 2 ticks were given.
HQ has been able to build up Blizzard as well, which is absolutely huge, because Timeless Ethereal, like you've seen, have been just so aggressive in trying to lay stake onto this high ground so that Or and Anion do not have this safe ledge to hide around and keep themselves covered when we see that poke come through from things like the May and the Sojourn, as Amplification Matrix is online for Anion, definitely looking to utilize it, head up with the Sojourn.
What an opening pick from HT, by the way. Wisp Ember is kind of coming online, already 2 minutes off the clock. Looking good for them. As Timeless, maybe on King's Row, this was a great pick for them. Forces out that Immortality Guild, and the Blizzard immediately follows through from HT. Surely that Baptiste goes down. A trade comes through from Sawhill, but at the end of the day, ult charge has already been built, so not exactly a ton of value. However, I guess they got the Blizzard out in that fight.
They also got Anion late as well. Bun with the headshot is able to pick out the Baptiste. I must have to be careful that they don't overplay their hand, however. They're coming in with 5 ultimates, almost Wisp Embers, looking to unfortunately have to back on out without that Baptiste. You have to be a little bit more hesitant to commit your hold on the choke.
Kindred is trying to sustain, now has to deal with the Blizzard. Coming through, a beat drop should give them that sustain. Oh no! Oh my gosh, the damage to the Ant Matrix was far too much, even with the beat drop and Immortality Field, and also everybody else just pumping damage through that. So a great retake there from Timeless. It took them a bit of time, but they managed to get it done.
X10 as well has a really good read on the fact that Wisp Embers, without Anion to have the confidence of the team to keep themselves on that point, the entire high ground is entirely deserted. As a result, the Sojourn gets to hold that position for absolute free and just provide that little avenue of pressure of that poke to come through as HQ.
But they know.
No.
They know that he's got back spawn.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So everybody's coming to help. Oh my god! It was a bait the whole time, Moxie! Oh my god! WWE style. Type into the chat HK now.
That's 100% a question mark typed in chat. I was gonna say, if there's one player that can survive getting unfortunate spawn, it is May in Overwatch, especially since, like you said, the call went out, reinforcements arrived, Wisp Embers called calls for aid, and they listened.
Maybe Sawhill's questioning why the team wasn't there to help, but in this fight now, we're about even. Overclock committed by Senna does take a little bit of poke, but still healthy. Meanwhile, beat re-engaged from Halo, knowing that Wisp Embers have no support ults. They want to back out of there really fast, disengage with that Lucia speed trading Overclock for that beat drop. Meanwhile, in this fight, Timeless have the advantage unless HT can build up ultimate. Same with Aniyun. Senna still sitting over the top left. Meanwhile, on the front side, X10 drops the Overclock. A lot of damage coming into Kindred. Force the Immortality Field over the top 4 used there with the boots to distract X10, but eventually with the last little bit of railgun charge able to take down HK. That could be the difference maker moving forward because she was so close to that Blizzard. Meanwhile, on the backside, Onyun has dropped that amplification matrix, slows things down, makes sure Timeless has to kind of check everything out before they want to go in. But no more ultimates are going to be here because HK
Keeps Kindred alive, though.
Yeah, they keep Kindred alive on the front line, but Sawhill, meanwhile, comes back for Pooryu, understanding that Pooryu kept kind of harassing towards that pub side, and now on the front line with the amplification matrix, there's just too much damage. HK eventually is going to be back, but it's just far too late in the streets phase. I think everything's kind of collapsed for Wisp Embers, and Timeless are going to close out here.
Yeah, HQ goes down late, doesn't throw in the Blizzard's gonna hold on to it for a more favorable fight. Bun's also going to have the Blizzard now, and now I want to see the duo out of these two mays. I want to see the poke pressure coming through from both of their sides to try and force the other into utilizing that block so that the opposing May gets far less value with the ultimate. Speaking about value, what a wall. Senna, unfortunately, absolutely nowhere to go, and Bun gets to follow it up with a pick onto her mirror as well. That is value.
2 minutes and 22 seconds left. Wisp, you gotta hope if you're a fan of them that they're not panicking, regrouping together. They'll have some ultimates in this one. Recontest with.
Yeah, Bun falling back, knows that HP is going to be coming back on in with the Blizzard. Good wall, catching the Ramatra alone, and Kindred has no choice but to back up from main.
Yeah, this is the worst nightmare for Wisp at the moment. 2 minutes left now. Timeless Ethereal rotating ultimates so well. Bun, sure, you get the ice block force, but she's still got the wall. Exit over the top, overclock ready to go. Kindred just spawned. Now there's that Blizzard. They're coming in with it. X10 from the top side. Drops the overclock. Does take a body shot. And they have barriers, so this is going to be hard to take that duel, but X10's flying all over the dang place. Sawhill on the low ground, meanwhile, has taken some pokes, but the heals are there. Sawhill also has that annihilation to go in with the second, and same with double support ultimates. How does Wisp react to this? They play it back. Very aggressive window. Amazing placement for Timeless, and with that, they have to use the beat drop to keep moving forward. A lot of damage comes through the overclock of Senna. Do they find the kills, though? Z finds Kindred. Onyun trades back Halo. Cart still moving towards the very end as well. And X10 will eventually take down Senna. That was the last hope for Wisp Embers. And Timeless Ethereal will cap out with 1 minute 13 seconds.
Yeah, there's a moment of reprieve where you think, okay, defensive Blizzard is going to be able to just stem the flow of this bleeding. And then we hear the overclock popped, and it means that no one is able to actually capitalize off of any of the setup that the Blizzard could find. I don't think it even throws anyone either. So Wisp Embers just find themselves getting stuck up in all of these really small cramped quarters, which just makes it even harder for them to be able to play into things like the Ramatra, the Mei, and the Sojin, who are just able to capitalize off of those claustrophobic areas by putting in so much additional damage. And by the time Senna is in a position to be able to build into the overclock and use it, Elo's already got the Soundfire, and Timeless Ethereal can just full push right on through. Annihilation to block out Amp Matrix, and they are home and free.
And early in the map, right? I mean, you saw glimpses of mortality there from Timeless Ethereal, but you know, at the end of the day, they got the job done, Moxie, right? It felt like first point, I mean, they had like, what, like a minute something left, and now they end with a minute.
Bun saves it. The fact that Bun is able to find those stagger picks when we head into C deprives Wisp Embers of being able to take advantage of the defensive capabilities that C should offer this team. As a result, Bun is able to just keep everyone just pushed away. Thomasville gets so much free payload distance without having to worry about Wisp Embers building up poke to be able to challenge the ultimate economy. Kindred doesn't get to create that space because you're constantly being pressured by the Maywall and then the Blizzard. It's really good stuff coming through from her. As we said, Thomasville, one of the standout players, the absolute jewel in their crown, has been this maiming.
Sure, and Timeless there on the defensive side. Now can use those May walls to their advantage. Full rotate comes through from the top, and now it costs Pooryu life. I mean, a bit of an interesting rotation there from Wisp Embers, and now with that, Timeless can just hold the choke point, right? Send Wisp Embers back to the spawn temporarily.
Yeah, Wisp Embers, like you said, going to be regrouping and trying to find a way through, as we're going to see Halo, the only one up towards Staircase. Both Bun and X10 playing a little bit further back, anticipating that run on as Wisp Embers look for the rotation to keep control of high ground away from the defense.
And they're still playing it slow. At the moment, Wisp Embers, meanwhile, sending their flank through, and Sawhill takes so much damage, forcing the Immortality Field from Z. So that's a good cooldown to get out in the meantime. However, X10 doesn't even care about that, right? They just take that duel on the top with Senna. Senna goes down to the railgun shot. And Bond on the flank, I mean, it's getting so much value. Talked about the Nate player before. Forces the ice block, walls off the retreat. Immortality field gets removed as well. On Iyun falls. I mean, that's clinical out of the Nate player and the rest of Timeless Ethereal. Vortex slows it down for now, but Timeless again, another scrappy fight that they win.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? Bun finds and zeroes in on the enemy Mei and forces you into these horrible situations, these catch-22s. You're dead if you don't use the ice block, but if you do use the ice block, it just allows her the opportunity to use the wall and cut H-Key away from Anion and pause line of support. Ethereal, even though they gave up a little bit of control on the high ground, they'd already made sure to rotate before Wisp members made it up staircase so they could drop back to point and deny even a tick.
And another difference maker has been X10 opening up that previous fight. Has railgun shot available without having to use the overclock just yet. Surely will pop it. Now has to deal with an annihilation. Oh my god, Kindred just said, I'll take care of that Sojourn. Shut down with the annihilation on the inside. Koryu goes down yet again though, so no beat drop in this fight. If Timeless want to turn things, they definitely could. And there it is. Beat drop. Sawhill drops the annihilation, runs towards Kindred. Poor you will come back to spawn with a sound barrier, but it's not there in time to save Kindred. Kindred goes down, and the pressure, the damage is in the air from Wisp Embers. They're playing scared at this moment. I mean, surely the stagger kill has come through now. A minute 30 seconds left as well. They just drop towards the point to die.
Yeah, again, like, they want control of this high ground, but Timeless Ethereal know that that's the attacking side's plan, and every single time Wisp members make a play for that route, yes, they're given control of high ground, but it's only temporary, and it doesn't grant them the free kills, because Timeless Ethereal are already positioning around anticipating high ground not being in their favor. Wisp members now 1 minute almost on the clock remaining. They have the ultimates, but now Timeless Ethereal hold close.
Yeah, they're dangerous to deal with. Halo just forces that flank away, and they're doing that same thing again, Moxie. Of course, that top side is just too predictable at this point. Halo just like reading it, not dying either. Unless a railgun shot comes through from Senna, who does have the overclock. That X10 on the side has one as well. Idra gets poked down in main. Wisp waiting for that flank to come from the top side, and it's very one-dimensional so far from Wisp. However, the wall stops X10 from retreating. Blizzard is here, but oh my, doesn't catch out X10. They already found Bun though at the very least, so that might be something. Does X10 get the kill? No! H-Key will take down X10. So luckily, even though it was a bit scary, H-Key is able to take that Sojourn out of the equation, and with that, 30 seconds left. Similarly to Timeless Ethereal, but a little bit worse than they did on their attack. Wisp will get the job done.
We've got 2 overclocks available for both of these teams. Wisp Embers, I really want to see them proactively use it, but Timeless Ethereal have been so good at just being able to kite around all of these win conditions. Sana trying to figure out where exactly this defense is going to be set up. Disruptor shot just coming through from that corner. Wants to see whether or not she is going to get challenged up onto that high ground approach. Maybe looking for a flank to open things up with a surprise overclock into the backline of Timeless, but they read the Sojourn out and they send a hit squad. Halo is out for blood.
They're able to hit that angle. Choke point now could be in their favor. They also dropped the Maywall, but the cart was there to break the middle of it. The bolt Maywall is kind of negated. Oh, taking a ton of damage. Amplification Matrix is here, but they almost walked past it, needing a Blizzard to slow it down. So great use of 2 ultimates. However, no direct value found, or I guess the Blizzard was to slow down the Amplification Matrix rather. Set on the front line, still sitting with the overclock. Ant Matrix used on C side now. With a defensive Ant Matrix. Overclock used to potentially try to counter, but the beat drop is here to counter this now. Kindred still has that annihilation to go, but not going to use it. It's going to go for the wipe here. Sawhill just used theirs, so saving on the ultimates for the next fight.
Yeah, we're going to see a massive commitment of ultimates from either of sides of these teams, because they understand having this control of choke at the very start of B is crucial, because it's so much harder to be able to set up these flanks and surprise angles in terms of this position, as well as allowing you to hold so aggressively close to the attacking team's spawn. Timeless Ethereal see what Microwave did in that last series and decide to do the exact same, and Wisp Embers have to use the Annihilation just to break through.
That's tough. If you're going to use the Annihilation reactively, I would have liked to see it in the previous fight, and now you don't have any ultimates besides the sound barrier. Sawhill will go down, so they're able to get a kill. X10 will trade back Senna, though. I mean, that's just another unfortunate situation. Immortality also has to be used. Eventually the staggers will be found, but you know, for every fight win, it seems like Wisp is just clawing tooth and nail at the moment to win it.
Yeah, and I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they struggled a little bit before we headed into C. Wisp Embers struggled both on A and B. We're about to head into overtime after just 1 fight. Timeless Ethereal Yes, they don't have ultimates at the moment, but they are incredibly close to a couple of them, so it's really going to be crucial that Wisp Embers find a pick off of Anion's Amplification Matrix. Look at the high ground from Catwalk. They're waiting to utilize it with Senna, but it gets walled!
A nice wall from Bun there. Slows down the attack from Senna and team. Nobody's even peeking the Ant Matrix, so no charge is given to Senna. Ant Matrix now counter-engaged comes through. You don't have to worry about a railgun shot because he didn't give any charge to it either. Looks like Wisp want to wait it out. They're going to have to deal with a May wall from Bun in a second here, as well as the Ant Matrix runs up for you on the flank side. Drops the sound barrier on the engage. Only gets 3 of Wisp on their attack. HG goes so low, is going to live. For you trying to stop the Sojourn on the top side. Sound barrier as well. There too. Bun with the May ultimate with the Blizzard eventually takes down HK. And that flank is just totally negated. Timeless Ethereal just clean up Wisp Embers at the moment on King's Row to go up 2 in the series. In this first of 3.
Yeah, Wisp Embers, you can see that they have these ideas, these rotations that they must have worked out and scrimmed because they're sticking to them like absolute glue, and unfortunately it just leaves them yet again just too predictable. Plus Bun has been the absolute star player, the game maker. Every single wall finding value, every single Blizzard finding that value as well. The connections onto these players, not necessarily finding a full team or looking to shut down some of these ultimates, but seeing these high priority targets, things like the Ramatra that normally a lot of the time you're not able to take down quickly because of the self-sustain tools, and then you're able to survive long enough for the reinforcements and peel from the rest of your team. If you get caught up in Blizzard, a lot of that goes away entirely, and the Ramatra becomes, for the first time, vulnerable, and it's something that Bun has been very good at being able to pick apart. She's able to counter the opposing May, but when she sees that opportunity to take that Ramatra down a peg, she absolutely goes for it.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful work there from Timeless Ethereal and Bun, like you said. And now for Timeless Ethereal to go up 2 in the series, they put themselves on map point to get themselves into that grand finals, and which would obviously mean a lot for them moving forward. It's obviously not done yet for Wisp Embers, though. I mean, they had some bright spots, Moxie. I hate to put you on the spot for this in particular, but what takeaway do we have for Wisp Embers on that previous map? Was there any sort of bright spots that we saw out of them against Timeless Ethereal?
There was some really good moments coming through from HQ when we see that Blizzard being utilized to just force X10 off of the angle. Something I wish we'd seen a little bit faster, however, and this played massively into how they had to approach the rest of the map, was the fact that about 4 times in a row, the one rotation that they just continue to make is trying to take Staircase. And it's something that Timeless Ethereal are more than happy to give them because it's always temporary, right? They always allow that one little bit of land, that one ledge up on the high ground above that point to fall into the laps of the attacking team because they don't care. They've already pulled back. They've got players stationed up in Hotel to be able to instantly just contest that flip that comes through, so no tick is picked up or everyone else is already backed up through choke to be able to play around things like the Ramatra Shield and the May Wall to be able to launch a full counterattack once high ground becomes less important.
We'll have to see if Wisp can kind of come back in this upcoming map pick that is theirs again, right? That's the tough part, is that King's Row was just their map pick, and unfortunately they lost it. It was close at moments. I would say close. Well, it was about the same that Lejeune Tower was, wasn't it? So Wisp are keeping themselves in the series at the very least. Now we're going to Flashpoint here, Moxie. Suravasa, you think they're going to run the same thing? I mean, we probably know they're going to run the same thing. Not a lot of compositional changes between both teams, but Wisp maybe feels like they have a better chance on this Flashpoint map.
Yeah, I think definitely for them, their strengths of being able to take some of these off angles. They did go for some pincer movements when they were pushing onto King's Row, which benefited them slightly, but also left them incredibly susceptible to Bond just being able to see those positions that they'd voluntarily put themselves in and utilize a well-placed wall and just split off players that you don't normally get to split off. It's not often that you're able to catch the opposing May or something like that Lucio or Baptiste alone, and Bun was able to do just exactly that. When we head into Flashpoint, there's a lot more angles. These points get a lot more open, which is really good for the Sojans, that surprise factor. It also diminishes some of the value from the May, because there are so many different areas that you can get contested from that becomes a little bit harder to utilize that wall well, because of just the sheer space that you're bombarded trying to lock down, especially with the Ramatra, that, again, is very sort of limited to the amount of angle that you're able to cover with your defensive capabilities. So I'm hoping that Wisp Embers utilize that to their advantage, especially since they picked Saravasa instead of New Junk City, where this first point is so incredibly, just so many different angles. You can get approached from the high ground on the point itself, you can get pushed onto on the back line. There's all of these little nooks where you can just power slide up if you're a Sojourn, or wall ride onto if you're a Lucio, or even mail wall yourself up onto, to be a little bit of a surprise that the other team is not necessarily equipped to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, and surely the likes of, I know we're talking about Wisp's strengths kind of at the beginning of that. Halo obviously takes full advantage of that, and as does X10. So, you know, that is going to be another aspect that I'm sure Wisp are trying to be cautious of, considering, you know, how much damage that X10 and Halo can do on those angles. Like you said, it feels like every time on Saravasa first point, like you said, there's so many angles that it's just a matter of time before the Sojourn or something gets a pick. Yeah. However, you know, I guess Bun on this side also does that, right? If you have a good nade player that hits those icicles, that's also, you know, a big factor.
That is, as you said, one of those factors. Long line of sights is perfect for Sojourn, but it's also absolutely brutal if MA is a dab hand at being able to land those icicles straight to your skull, and Bun has been able to do just that, building up so quickly to these blizzards as well, a lot of the time almost approaching the blizzard before the amplification matrix, which is a feat in and of itself, considering the Baptiste is getting so much healing to pump out onto the Ramatra, but also still able to keep up with damage in terms of the DPS department as well. So you are supercharging up that ultimate incredibly quickly, and it even charges incredibly quickly as well. It's one of the fastest building ultimates in the game.
Timeless Ethereal, doing what they want to do. You know, obviously up 2-0 in the series now, on the cusp of reaching that grand final, also getting that Corgi trophy, Moxie, that I'm still mad we can't get, man. I'm really jealous of these players getting that Corgi trophy. It's so beautiful, so cute.
Are we going to see the Orisa mix-up? Sohail did play the Orisa previously up against Microwave, and I really like this because the Orisa is sort of the antithesis to the Ramatra, because you can really just keep pressuring a lot of the time cycles that are there for the Ramatra composition, as well as when the Ramatra wants to make that move forward with a Nemesis form. A well-placed Javelin throw can immediately knock them back, and the Ramatra loses that crucial cooldown, and Wisp Embers loses a lot of aggressive space as a result.
See how this mix-up pans out. But that shield, they have to play aggressive. Maywall acting kind of as that pseudo shield to give them some space, and they're actually going to take the point first. Yeah, interesting. And Wisp Embers just give up all that space, play safe right now, allow Thunder to get poked.
The Javelin throw from Sohail disconnected Kindred from the rest of the team, and as a result, the Ramatra just didn't have the confidence to keep on point, and we're just going to see stagger picks now.
Holding up to 30% of the board too. I mean, that's rough to lose first fight in that manner.
This is something we actually saw utilized from Microwave as well. The Javelin throw can be really, really brutal when paired alongside a Mei. You don't necessarily allow the Mei to find a moment to find an isolated target, as much as forcing a target to be isolated with the Javelin throw and that significant amount of knockdown. Looking at the overhead map, the Spembers not really going to be taking any off angles either. Everyone playing very close together.
I think this Orisa actually does quite well in this no ultimate battle that's sort of happening. Meanwhile, Sawhill kind of pressuring towards that point. Throws a Javelin early. Wall here as well from Bun. Pretty much exactly what we saw in the first fight. Just mirrored. Another Javelin to shove off Kindred. Immortality Field at least forced. Amplification makes both sides. Actually, this one should favor Wisp, because they still have that Immortality Field. And you got to use it late. They get that point flip as well. H-Key goes so low. Needs healing at the moment. Will eventually get it as well. Both teams about even on ultimates, but yeah, the Terra Surge is up. X10 hits the shot too, and that should be it. Wisp Embers on this first point. I mean, Terra Surge now here. No beat drop or Immortality Field. Goodbye, H-Key. Right after the cooldown has been used. Overtime now ticking down. Timeless have that point. Everybody just runs towards that objective. Saves onto some ultimates. And Timeless Ethereal will win point A.
Yeah, Orisa doesn't necessarily just counter the Ramatra. She's also really problematic for HQ's Blizzards. Because ideally, if you're Wisp Embers, right, you find that flip off of just denying that spacing with the Amplification Matrix. Timeless Ethereal, like you said, don't have the Immortality Field. They have to drop down and give up that space. And HK should be able to use the Blizzard to keep that control of the point, but Sohail threatens that space yet again with the Terror Switch, which automatically grants you Fortify, which automatically cancels and nullifies the effect of the May Freeze. This time, Thomas Real taking that high ground, removing the off angle from Wisp Embers, gonna force them into utilizing an ultimate to be able to brute force their way through choke.
He's already built nearly another ultimate. Oh my god, the Javelin, by the way, from Sawhill, chunked Senna, stunned him, and then Bun was there with the Icicle. That's just a lost team fight right there, Moxie.
Yeah, Orisa is a lot better Ramattra as well, being able to control all of these different avenues of angles. We are going to see the Blizzard being invested from HK as Wisp Embers look to rubber band. It doesn't even catch Sawhill low enough to force an immortality field from Z. However, maybe we're going to see a swap come through from Wisp Embers. That's the only reason I would see that Blizzard being invested.
It's got to be like a bit of a panic. Ultimate. Oh, Jesus. Deleted. See ya, HK. See ya, Senna. Z, nice shots obviously there, but 50% of the board now. Timeless Ethereal just have every single ultimate nearly built except that amplification matrix that they just used. And 60% of the board, Moxie.
Yeah, that was one fight win off of the back of, like you said, one ultimate, which burns up so incredibly quickly. Timeless Ethereal more than happy to trade that one off. Wisp Embers is going to be coming in with a lot of ultimates, but they have to be able to find the spacing to be able to use them. Senna trying to find that approach, but goes incredibly low. Being spotted out! Bun wins the duel. Blizzard not needed. And Timeless Ethereal just have to deal with the scraps of Wisp Embers.
Oh no. Oh no. Stagger kill's not coming through. Surely they don't use any ults. I mean, it's just over here. Timeless Ethereal putting themselves at point, map point.
Yeah.
They win this next one, it's all over. I mean, they're moving on.
That was what, one entire point of Flashpoint, one off of the back of only an amplification matrix used by Z. This Orisa composition is proving incredibly problematic for Wisp Embers to have to deal with. I'm very surprised we haven't seen swaps, but I think coming through from their end, they're just a little bit hesitant to give up all of the ultimates that they've charged up and haven't been able to find any time to use.
Another technical difficulties happening at the moment for one of the teams. I mean, honestly, well, you would think something's going on there too, because considering how things went, I mean, it just feels like it was a bit of disconnect there for Wisp toward the very end. And I don't want to say anybody's raising the white flag just yet. At the moment, Timeless is just a terrifying team, Moxie. Like, they just look so well oiled, and it's just so hard to match their prowess as an entire unit.
They keep offsetting the tempo. Like, Wisp Embers are always being kept on the absolute edge of their seat. They're never really able to find that comfort to being able to utilize the cycle of these abilities that is the bread and butter of this composition. And as a result, they never get to win fights and never get the space to be able to find impact with the ultimates that should be finding them impacts. Blizzard is a high-value ultimate. Annihilation on Flashpoint, a map type that is all about controlling that space, while Annihilation is so good at pushing players out of that space. That is all just being entirely derailed because they're not even getting to start to utilize them. Every single time they look to put one foot forward, Timeless Ethereal, they know that they have the sustain. They know that Bun can just move forward into these much more aggressive positions to try and take duels against things like Kindred or Senna, while still getting to keep her life alive with all of the sustain tools that the May has. The same thing for Sohail, the same thing for X10. And as a result, Wisp Embers are just never able to find their footing.
I know how that feels. They're just like losing in such a fashion too, where Timeless is getting better and better as it goes on, and it's gotta feel rough. Now there's that Terra Surge. Beat drop to counter it for now, but Kindred finds Halo. There we go. That's something for Wisp Embers, and they also could potentially shut down X10. However, the Immortality Field slows down the damage onto X10 for now. And Z-Tail gets rid of H-Key. So the fight being drawn out eventually pans out for Timeless, who now drop in that Blizzard. They want to win it here. Whereas Wisp not committing any ultimates again. They just play it back, and that costs them. Send it before you go down. Kindred was separated from earlier on and can't use any ultimates to trade back. Timeless win yet again. Another fight.
Yeah, Sohail able to kite the fight over towards Cliffside as well. Poses even more of a threat with that Javelin spin, knocking onto those players, pushing them off of the map. Wisp Embers still not seeing any swaps to come through. HQ so close to a Blizzard, Kindred so close to that Annihilation. What's X10 doing on the off angle, on that rooftop, just making it so much harder for this team to be able to move through. And yet again, the hesitation that Timeless Ethereal forced Wisp Embers into sets up the kill early on.
I mean, there's just no opportunity to use any ultimates here, Moxie. I mean, it just feels like pick after pick going down. Timeless are just kind of clinically dismantling Wisp Embers at the moment.
Yeah, and even the way that Thomas Ethereal position makes it so much harder for Kindred to be able to utilize something like Annihilation to find value and actually brute force through Choke, which is why Wisp Embers have been holding on to these ultimates. The only thing it's going to connect onto is Sohail, and Sohail has the Javelin Spin to push that momentum and keep them out of the range of the Ramattra ultimate, even if the Javelin Throw doesn't connect. But finally, Xen goes down early. Now we should see Wisp actually making some inroads onto this point.
And Matrix Terror Surge here, though, pushes everybody back forward. Ziva does get off Immortality Field. And Sawhill also got 2 in the dang Terror Surge before Immortality Field could be even there. I mean, this really has messed up Wisp Embers' entire game plan. They swapped the fast heroes, try to get back to the point with 3 versus 4. But at this moment, like, Kindred's getting deleted by Sawhill. 99% spit on the board. Blizzard here from Bun just to make sure Anu couldn't do anything. Soldier 76 from Sen to come back on Genji. This is just over. Reflection on the Sawhill doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, Timeless Ethereal have made it into the dang grand finals.
We said that potentially this was going to be a 5-mapper, that these two teams on paper looks incredibly close. We also said that up until now, when we've seen things like the Ramattra Mirror, it always has felt like one team has just been more dominant, and as a result, they're able to utilize all of the abilities, all of the utility this composition offers, while depleting the resources and space available that the other team has. So even if on paper these teams are close, you just don't get the opportunity to see it, and that's exactly what Timeless has done. They may not go for the full mirror with the Ramattra, but they just continue to offset this tempo, not allowing Wisp Embers to even start picking up momentum to get the ball rolling, so it just stays stuck right at the top of that hill. Unfortunately, not at the top now, though. They're going to fall to the lower bracket.
What a series from Timeless Ethereal. I mean, that was just progressively, you just saw them improve, right, Moxie? Just like map 1, okay, it was a little shaky. Map 2, they improved. Map 3, they got even better. And, you know, this is a tough challenge, the tough puzzle of Timeless Ethereal that just seems almost impossible to solve. And I'm really curious to see how, you and the desk kind of talk about this and see what Wisp Embers can maybe look back on. There's so many things that they could potentially fix. However, Timeless Ethereal look almost, near unbeatable.
Yeah, I think the strength for Timeless Ethereal is that the start of this series, you see a really strong team, but sometimes they can fall into a couple of traps in terms of the compositions that they run up against. At the end of this series, however, they look just elevated so far past everybody else because in very little time, they're able to figure out how to just rip apart some of these compositions. I would almost call it limit testing as the first couple of maps, right? Control, like you said, like Gardens, was not close in the slightest, but it very much felt like as the series progressed, Timeless Ethereal started seeing that they could get away with more and more and more. They started pushing and poking a little bit further and further until they finally figured out, okay, this is how far we can push you so that you absolutely break, but we don't overplay our hand and get to, as a result, remain in control the entire way through. It's what makes this team so immensely strong, having that depth of understanding.
Yeah, what an absolute freaking series between these two teams. Timeless Celestial will be moving forward into that grand finals. We'll have to see them later. In just a second, we'll break everything down that has happened in that series, but I'm going to have to say goodbye to you guys. Dogman out. You're going to have Moxie, CB, and Unter, sadly Unter, on the desk after this short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll see our beautiful analysts after the short break.
as expected, Timeless Ethereal do indeed feel inevitable and even exposed some weaknesses in a Wisp Embers team that we previously thought was a lot stronger than they showed us. Thankfully, they have a little bit more to show us, but to break it down and see what we just saw, I got Moxie and I got Unter joining me once again. Hello, hello.
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 So-
Dustin's not here, so I feel like we should let Unter, just have like a little bit of time to return fire, considering Dustin just like gets jabs in when no one is around to actually contest them.
Well, now that he's not here as well, is anyone missing him? I didn't think so.
I miss
All right,
him
well,
slightly for his
we'll
sports knowledge that he continues to bring.
We'll have plenty of time to take shots at Dogman all throughout the segment, even though we all love him, or I guess at least for Unter pretends to. It's we all love Dogman here. But let's talk a little bit about the game, and let's talk about Timeless Ethereal. We kind of have to. Going up against Wisp Embers, Unter, what do you think was the difference maker for Timeless Ethereal? What were they doing differently that put them over the edge here in a lot of these fights?
To be honest, these two teams, I mean, the scoreline didn't really reflect it by the end, but you could definitely see it at the beginning. These teams were both incredibly close. Like, they both had very similar theory about how they wanted to approach the game positionally. You could see people constantly going for the side fight. It was night and day to the previous series, where everyone was constantly vying to try and fight for side space and fight for these angles where they have the best position to apply pressure. But I think that the biggest difference between the two teams this time around was actually like in the ult play, because Timeless Ethereal, they were just incredibly disciplined with their ultimates. They were really good at waiting until the fight had started, waiting until someone had used their cooldowns, and then throwing down an ultimate to secure a kill. Whereas with Wisp, they were a little bit more, we're going to ult as the first step in our fight. And as you get into higher levels of play and stronger positioning, people can really easily walk away from those ults if they're a little bit too early.
And I think, like, towards the end, we even saw some of these desperation ults coming out from the side of Wisp. Moxie, you definitely... I'm thinking about that one HE Blizzard that came out. How do you, like, what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, that was a rough one. I was like, okay, I'm not sure if this is going to find value. You're already not in a great position where the rest of your team is going to be able to follow up on this. As Unter said, there was a lot of fighting over those side lanes, and you could definitely see why things like the Blizzard were being used to try and deny those angles, because they're understanding things like the amplification matrix and the Sojourn standing behind it are going to be problematic. But unfortunately, because it comes out so early on, it's just dealt with incredibly easily, as opposed to, as Unter said, when we were seeing ultimates come through from Timeless's side, even things like Terror Surge was finding kills. At this level, it wasn't just one kill either, it was 1, 2, multiple times, because of that discipline of waiting for things like Immortality Field or the May Ice Block to be on cooldown, so you can lock those players down in position and still manage to lock those kills down afterwards.
We're talking a lot about, like, the Maze and the Sojourns and how they're all popping off, and also, like, the Terror Surge is the front line, but we're not talking a whole lot about the back line, I've noticed, and I think we need to, because, Unter, I think you were saying earlier that you felt that Z might have been the silent carry here for Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, I very, very much felt that Z was perhaps the sleeper MVP for Timeless Ethereal, because you noticed that Wisp was trying to overload the side lane quite often. Christopher talked about this yesterday, where you send bonus players over to the side lane to try and win it with more players. But what Z was doing was just constantly playing these safe angles and not taking the bait, not running into the side fight and taking themselves out entirely, but instead playing a safe position in the back where they can dodge all of the side lane shots, but continually apply pressure. And with all of this pressure coming out from Z, they were in pole position to throw down a window mid-fight and start fragging, to pressure the enemy tank and make sure that they were never able to actually push up and take space in main. Really, I think that Z's positioning was near perfect, and it really helped shut out Wisp.
I mean, we saw it as well, like on Flashpoint, but specifically on King's Row defense. It was so hard to be able to get to that backline every single time Wisp managed to break free that choke and onto the high ground. It just felt like Timeless were one step ahead of them, and it never resulted in any value.
I kind of feel like, I noticed it the most on their King's Row attack, where you had like that one fight where, Aniun is going around to try and help Senna, who's on the flank, and that's kind of like to what Unter's saying, where, Wisp kind of feel like they're overloading a lot of these side fights, and meanwhile, it just gives Z the god spot to just, jump on top of that little subway tunnel, and on the attack, putting an Ant Matrix up there is just a death nail for an entire team's defense, so... That might be something that Wisp need to iron out going forward, but we haven't seen the last of them, so they will be continuing to go forward. So, Unser, I'm going to give you another potentially loaded question here. What are some strengths that you think that Wisp can play to in order to get themselves back into a grand final situation and hopefully go the distance next time around?
I really think that there's a high chance that we'll see Wisp in the final, to be honest. I think that they were a very strong team because just looking at them on a fundamental level, they were really good at taking these side fights, even though perhaps they were overcommitting and overloading the side lane a little bit too often. I think versus a weaker team fundamentally, there's a very high chance that that will work almost every time. So I think if they keep playing their game, they keep trying to take the side fight as they are, just continually press forward with that bit by bit, I really think that they could be in a prime position. The only thing that they need to watch out for is that chaos from Microwave or from Microwave. But essentially, if that side fight is so aggressive and then there's a bunch of people pushing from the other side, perhaps Aniyun could be in a little bit of trouble, facing a lot of pressure there. But if they keep their side fight really strong, I think all should be fine for them.
All right, well, that is gonna have to do it for our little desk breakdown. Moxie, thank you very much for joining me today. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to send you off. If there's anything you wanna say on your way out.
Just thank you so much for having me. It's always been an absolute pleasure getting to see CAH prosper, and I'm really hoping not just that we're going to see these players continue in the scene, but potentially some of these teams stick around with the same rosters for OWCS. That's going to be really fun to see whether or not it integrates really neatly from the CAH scene into the new era of Overwatch Esports, which has been CAH's plan all along.
All right, that's sweet of you to say. I hope we get to see it too. I hope we get to see a lot of these players and a lot of these teams come back. Thank you so much for joining us, Moxie. And hey, much to the chagrin of Dogman, we will fortunately have more of Unter for some of the games later on today. But that is going to be it for Dogman and Moxie. But before we get too late into the show here, I got to transition things just a little bit over towards Debit, who is going to be on the horn for an interview to represent the winners, Timeless Ethereal, going into the grand finals. Debit, hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm feeling great right now after that 3-0.
I can imagine that you would be. I mean, let's start off with a lowball question. How confident are you feeling, especially after a 3-0 like that?
Oh, 100%. We're going to win. Grand finals, 100%.
It does, okay. It doesn't really get all that much more cut and dried than that. What is giving you that level of confidence? Aside from the scoreboard, like we've seen you guys just run right over all of these teams pretty much all year long, but aside from that, like what is giving you this level of confidence?
Every single one of my players know that they are capable of winning this entire. We know everyone's skill level. We know that we can win it all. We know we've been scrimming all these good teams, and we've seen how we've been doing, and it's been showing in our matches that we have no doubt that we're going to win it all. Go ahead. I thought you were. Keep going. No, you're good. That's it. All right, awesome. I've personally bore witness to some of the scrims that you guys have been playing through, some of the practice that's been going on. So like, I know the work that you guys are putting in, and I can see the fruit that it is bearing. But we may have just gotten a preview of our grand finals matchup. Who do you think is going to be joining you? Is it going to be Wisp Embers with the rematch, or do you think you're going to be facing Michael Wave in the finals? I think it'll be close, but I think Wisp Embers got it.
All right. I wouldn't mind seeing that again. What is the plan if there is a rematch? If you do end up seeing Wisp Embers in the grand finals again, are you just going to keep playing your game the way we saw here? Or are there a little bit more tricks up your sleeve?
We have some tricks up our sleeve. We have a secret weapon, but I think for now we're just going to keep playing our game.
No reason to change it up? I mean, you have secret weapons, but if they haven't even dealt with your main weapon, I guess, why bust it out? Like, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys prep for the grand finals matchup, but we got another one going on here in just a second. Thank you so much for joining me, Debit. Best of luck going forward, and maybe we'll see you again hosting the trophy at the end of the night. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to say before I send you off?
Yeah, we'd like to shout out the entire team for how we've been playing. We would like to shout out our coach, Lep, so far. Also our analysis, Algos, and also our number one fan, Scuffed OW.
All right. Thank you again very much, Debit. It's been a pleasure to have you. It's always a pleasure to have you, and it's always a pleasure to watch the sheer unbridled dominance that Timeless Ethereal brings to the table. And now it's their turn to sit back, take a breather, and wait until they find out who will face them in the grand finals. Debit thinks it's going to be Wisp Embers again, but I believe that there are some Michael Wave fans in the chat that might be cheering our dogs on. We'll have to find out. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. We're only halfway done with the night. Our top three is looking about how a lot of us predicted with Wisp Embers, Michael Wave, and Timeless Ethereal all leading the pack. Timeless Ethereal now waiting in the grand finals for whoever is going to step up, be it Wisp Embers or be it Michael Wave. But right now, They seem almost unstoppable. I'm back and I'm joined this time by Tiny Shiny. Tiny, how have you been feeling about the game so far today?
I have been thoroughly entertained by the matches we have had on our screen. We expect nothing less out of the best within the Calling All Heroes Championship circuit. Now, Michael Wave, after a 5-map banger series, are not done with their losers bracket run yet. Taking on Wisp Embers, quite ironically, CB, the very team that knocked them down here to begin with.
Michael Wave knew it was going to be a long day from the get-go. I mean, Wicca even said so in the interview earlier. She said, yeah, we knew we were going to have to go the distance. We weren't really ready for that first one to be a to go all the way to 5 maps. But they better be ready for this one to do that, because Wisp Embers, despite what we just saw, still have generally looked really strong throughout this entire tournament. We talk a lot about some of the highlights of this team. Senna, Aniyun, H-Key, this whole team seems pretty loaded and like they are destined for something better.
They absolutely are. The Wisp Embers are the only team other than Timeless Ethereal to win a title throughout the Calling All Heroes circuit thus far. And despite their recent loss, I don't feel like that's going to hinder them at all coming into the series. As I stated previously, these two teams did face off against each other earlier on in this bracket. It was a 3-0 going in Wisp's direction, and they are not an opponent to be messed around with by any means. Michael Wave are going to have their work cut out for them.
Indeed they are, and I mean, in order to get some of that work done, I think, Unter was talking about leaning into the chaos, leaning into Mari's flexibility, who to my eyes has very much so been the star of this Michael Wave squad. I'll continue to hype Mari up, in my opinion, the best and most flexible tank in the entire Calling All Heroes circuit. Without a doubt, the most improved player over time, from where we started to where we are now. She has been absolutely phenomenal, and her flexibility has been the greatest asset for this Michael Wave squad. I mean, arguably, it's what got them the edge over Timeless Celestial in the previous game. Will it give them the edge today against Wisp Embers as we go to our first map, which will be Samoa? For the first time all weekend long, we get to see Samoa.
I'm down to take a little bit of a summer vacation to the beach. Get me out of the frigid winter of Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, CB, this is the first time we're bringing Samoa in to this circuit in the losers finals, mind you. A lot of teams have stayed far away from this map with how new it is to the realm of Overwatch as a whole. Wisp Embers is the first to dare to pick it.
I think, a lot of, because we're in a very brawl-centric meta, a lot of these teams are opting to go towards Antarctic Peninsula because that's what they've practiced, that's where that composition is strong. Some have taken us to Lijiang Tower just because it's another one of those Scrims Row type maps where you can kind of get away with anything. Again, Brawl feels very favored on that kind of map, but Samoa, all 3 of the points kind of play a little bit differently as we go across, so we're not really, we still might see a fair amount of that Brawl composition, but on some of these points, namely the city, the downtown city center, and, the point you see on your screen right now, Beach, it's gonna get a little bit more open-ended. There's gonna be a little bit more room for nuance, a little bit more room for some of these Sojourn flanks we've been seeing, maybe opening the door for different tank compositions we haven't seen a whole lot of today.
This is going to be the chance for Michael Wave to showcase their flexibility. It's not something that we really doubt from them at all, which also makes me question, why did Wisp pick this map to begin with? If anything, Michael Wave has been weaker when they've had to play into this Ramatra mirror with Zoe being on that May. They want the opportunity to switch that up, and perhaps this map of Samoa gives them the opportunity to do just that. We'll be kicking it off here on the coast of Beach. Sandy Pits, sure, about to be stained red momentarily. Wisp Embers, I'm curious what they've got cooking coming out of the gates. Are they going to switch it up, sticking with good old faithful Michael Wave, though? They're the one to keep an eye on.
Speaking of cooking, I have another fun fact about a spawn team for Michael Wave. I told you the one earlier at this weekend about Vancouver Titans Blue. Michael Wave have a slightly different ritual for them. This time, what they do is they will say, they'll have their coach Chimanzi in the voice chat with them, who will say, instead of 3, 2, 1 fighting, we'll say, Michael Wave sounds go, and everyone will say beep, 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 or just, making some microwave noises to let them know that they have started cooking. And cooking indeed they are. Zoe on the Genji, Mari on the Orisa. This is kind of what we've been wanting to see Michael Wave dip their toes in a little bit more, this Orisa composition that I feel plays very well into the Ramatra that Kindred has brought to the dance.
In my opinion, it has been one of the best looks that Microwave have thrown out, other than that Jotes rush. The difference, Mari on the Orisa has the ability to control space, or more specifically, control Kindred. You're not allowing Senna to get up on these flanks. And you can just javelin and spin your way through the backline. You don't do a great job of protecting your team. You don't go near Kindred. In fact, Death gets caught out on an off angle of their own. It's a big problem for Microwave starting out on this objective. Senna now has to be a main target. Mari wanted to make the march onto the low ground, yet the pieces are crumbling. Kindred has been essentially ignored the entirety of this first engagement.
And kind of the way that this tank matchup is going to play out a lot of the times is you're going to try to utilize the assassination potential of either the Nemesis form to go into a backliner and start finding some punches, or for just all of the cooldowns that Orisa has to get in, hit a javelin spear, pin a support up against the wall, kill them, and then use the rest of the cooldowns to get back out. In that instance, Kindred was in the backline. Mari wasn't using any of her cooldowns to check her, so Kindred gets 2, and Mari has to turn around to deal with it, but it's too little too late. Now we're seeing a couple of swaps coming out from Michael Wave. AGMR actually going to swap over onto the Baptiste, perhaps for a little bit more staying power with that immortality, but also is going to be a little bit more mortal when it comes to those assassinations that Kindred is going to be looking for.
A great swap overall, and that's where you need to start controlling Kindred. A javelin spin off the side, so now Mari walks on forward, cautious of the Mei wall. As always, I mean, there's not much room for her to push up the window. Actually denying that space completely. She's got to get out, but no, AGMR will still end up falling to Kindred. And if anything, you can't escape Kindred as easily with the Baptiste here. Wisp members keep targeting that support line.
And as difficult as it was to escape Kindred there, it's going to get all the more difficult to do so now that she has an Annihilation and a ton of ults to back it up with. Yeah, Senna with a pick off onto Death. Senna has been on a warpath all tournament long, and even though we saw Wisp Embers kind of going down in the previous series, Senna was still lighting up the kill feed whenever she had the opportunity to. If you give her an angle, she will take it, and Poryu will be there to help her set that up. And especially with an overclock, that's just another threat that Microwave are going to have to watch out for.
And they're so focused on Kindred right now, who has the Annihilation, so even if she ends up getting low, you need to find another player to go after. In this situation, it is Poru. Nice javelin across the way. Senna blocked out of position temporarily. Mori seizing the opportunity as much as possible. Mori Taldico getting little to nothing done, skewering Anion to the backside of the hut. Oh, Microwave flipped the point back over. They are far from in control of this battle. AGMR with another one. Yet you're not chunking through the overhealth Senna has, plus the damage going in. Wisp Embers at 99%. We'll have that flip back over a lonely battle cattle on the objective, wishing for a herd to keep her company. The reinforcements are coming slower than you would like them to. Death roaring back in, bringing her terror down upon their opponents. Has to do a lot more than that, and you have Zoe just on the case. Microwave, their gameplay sloppy and chaotic, but it works for them and it gets the job done when it's needed the most.
Sloppy is definitely the name of the game. It was a great fight to start out with Mari going in with that Terror Surge, found a ton of value, bled out a ton of resources from Wisp Embers, and it seemed like Microwave had won the fight, but they got too complacent, too comfortable for a split second, and Senna and Kindred collapsed on that and nearly snuck the whole point right out from under Microwave. Thankfully, Death and Zoe come back with the heroic plays, the big overclock, the big blade to get the last couple of stragglers out, and Microwave are now in control, but how long can they hold on? If Death keeps fighting Senna like that, might be a long time.
And that setup from AGMR. Watch how Death and AGMR continue to work together in a lot of these different fights, whether it's with the Ant Matrix or not. Microwave will be giving the hitscan players so many opportunities to succeed, knowing the value they bring to that neutral engagement. And just remember, they're even committing the Blizzard into this fight. Like, I really don't know how to feel about that. A little bit better if Anion picks up 2 on the back end of it. Microwave, though, still firmly in control. There's nobody from Wisp that dares to go on the point.
It did end up being a good Blizzard. You saw the assist on Anion. That's our third kill. The first 2 were frozen up targets, but Death was a little bit more mobile, a much harder target to hit, but she does find the mark, and that's going to make Microwave sweat. It might be a pressure point for them. They have to try and get back on the point, mount some kind of fight with Wicca Sound Barrier. Here we go.
Sound Barrier's gonna do it. Kindred forced back just slightly enough to continue the contention on the objective. The damage is too much for Microwave to handle. Wisp Embers, their flame burns brightly here on the first objective. 99%. Will that tick up to 100? Yes, it will. Microwave gave a valiant effort to come back onto Beach. Will end up forgoing it in the end.
It felt like Michael Wave were so close to being able to buy themselves back into it once they won that fight, but they weren't set up entirely for success. It felt like they were kind of just set up on stilts, and all it really took was that Blizzard and then Anium to be there to get some of those kills, to just kick the stilts right out from under Michael Wave, and they kind of slowly stumble and tumble and bumble their way as they collapse back down to the ground. Still though, a close map, very back and forth. As we go into Volcano, I don't imagine we're going to see a whole lot of switch-ups on the composition. This is, you know, of the 3 maps for Samoa, this one is the most enclosed, the most brawl-favored, and it's where you're going to see this Ramatra shine more so than even on Beach.
And Kindred specifically really stepped into the spotlight back in that first mini-map there. Without that additional pressure on the front line with some of the crazy flanks that Michael Wave were taking, and she was free to do a lot more than you would typically see from a player on this hero. And that's something that Michael Wave need to be cautious of. This time it'll be a little bit easier since you are forced to go head-to-head with your opponent. Kindred keeping an eye on those off angles, and so is Zoe, the DPS duo, taking out their counterparts in the side of Wisp Embers. Kindred can only block so much before she too will join them this spawn.
It's great that Kindred's able to find a pick off onto the backliner there, but the other one, yeah, not able to get 2 for 1 to make it all the worthwhile, especially with your DPS being gone. The Mei being one of the first to fall, Senna the other. Senna almost got no work done at all on that flank angle, was sussed out way too quickly by Michael Wave, who are privy to the flank angles that Wisp Embers like to go for. We talked about it with Unter, how sometimes they do kind of like to overload some of these flanks, and if you start to suss that out, if you start to be looking for those, you can start to punish it.
Wisp Embers right now need to push through this small archway. This is the best situation for them. I mean, look how much Death's been able to do. 30% on Senna versus nearly 80 on the side of Death. I mean, the outcome of this Sojourn player is absolutely insane. And I mean, as members, they're afraid to peek it. The Ant Matrix rolling up. It's not something you even want to try testing. But the same goes for Senna. The Ant Matrix at her back to help support double the damage. And that's just the way for Wisp Embers to break through Michael Wave's defenses.
Senna has a lot to prove, and she's absolutely showing it. Little fun tidbit about her, by the way, she's actually playing from the hospital right now. I think looking on either side, noticing the beds next to her are a little bit empty, and wants to get a couple members of Michael Wave nice and injured to join her, so dishing out plenty of punishment to try and bring them down to her level. But she's playing at a level we haven't seen out of many Sojourn players. As long as she's not getting caught out on some of these rotations, she is finding a ton of value, just like we saw there, a 2K to seal it for Wisp Embers, but now Death with the overclock on a similar flank angle, and Wicca there to help.
HK tried to take it on, 2v1, ended up losing their life. Wisp Embers now down and hurting the sound barrier as an attempt to keep the remaining 3 players alive and in control, but at the end of the day, CB, that ultimate goes down to waste, and they will be forced to have a reset.
Yeah, if you can't put the sound barrier onto Kindred, then there goes all your staying power. They're definitely not going to stick around all that much longer. They're going to back out, utilize the ult that they still have, including Kindred's Annihilation, to really drag this fight out until they're able to wrestle the control away. Looking for an angle from Senna to make some noise with this overclock, or HK to go in with the Blizzard. Those are the big money ultimates that Wisp Embers have to lean on right now.
Wisp Embers, the overclock out first. Wicca not taking any chances. Immediate reaction from the Lucio player. Now, Michael Wave, they're safe and sound, but Senna, no! Finds herself in a fiery pit of death! Wicca, the ultimate protector of Michael Wave, shuts down the player that was ready to send them all to an early grave. Now, they're firmly in control of this objective. The last one standing is Kindred right now, and Michael Wave, they're pushing up. They're on the chase, knowing this fight could be the last.
You said Wicca's not taking any chances. I disagree. She took a big gamble there, and it paid off, booping the overclocking Sojourn off the map. And even still, Michael Wave are able to kill HG as she invests the Blizzard. So now that ult's down the drain too. And Michael Wave have all they need to hold this right now, but they've lost so many.
Oh, they went on so early. I mean, Wisp Embers, they had that Ant Matrix just thrown in the middle. The damage was done before Michael Wave even had the opportunity to understand what was happening.
And that fight came in so fast, it made Michael Wave's head spin. They should have had that one. AJMR could have just locked it down with a window, and they tried to do just that, but it didn't work out. Mari dies before she can pop the Annihilation, and you don't have the opportunity to build up to Death's overclock. You don't have the opportunity to make up any of that difference in the Blizzard charge. That Zoe, now that HK is on the Genji, you're definitely going to be looking at Zoe to be the difference maker here for Michael Wave, but Death has fallen once again, courtesy of Senna.
Death, I mean, you talk about Zoe, but Death as well has often been Michael Wave's in to these fights in the neutral game, and with Senna just picking them off instantly, that is a blow you need to recover from before even thinking about a reapproach.
And they do have time for said reapproach though, and I don't know if they want to try and take this duel up here. I think they do want to do just that, just to try and pressure Senna back, but she can just hit the power slide away, go on an even more aggressive angle here. Mari gonna try and pressure out a little bit more with the annihilation. Where's the beat from Poryu gonna come from?
Hasn't come out yet, but now is that time here, giving Kindred that extra health boost, help burn down Mari's remaining health pool. Now focus on Death, has 3 HP, claims the lives as 1. The sound barrier didn't land onto the Sojourn player, but they needed the most. HK getting the deflect kill. It's a brutal blow to recover from Michael Wave. Half the flip back over into their control. Senna sits with Aniyun. The final 2 players along with HK slicing in the back line. Wisp Embers, they're close. They're not going to give up the map of Samoa just yet. Michael Wave, try as they might to change the opportunities that they had, couldn't be converted on a Senna as simply been too powerful for them to handle. Oh, the volcano map. It's been close, CB. He just never had the tools to fully take on what Wisp Embers were throwing their direction, and they're gonna walk away with map number 1.
It still feels close, it still feels back and forth, but unfortunately for Michael Wave, it also feels sloppy. Again, I'm going back to Beach and thinking about that one fight where Mari went in with that Terra Surge, and it seemed to get everything Michael Wave could have possibly wanted out of it, but it wasn't quite enough because they rested on their laurels for a split second, and Senna was there for the punish, as was Kindred, and it feels like whenever Michael Wave trip over their shoelaces a little bit, Senna is there to give them that one last little push over the edge, typically in the form of a rail shot to whoever was not paying enough attention to Senna.
Senna's the breaking point, right? There's way too many instances where she just finds either just a railgun headshot or is on this flank, and it works out so incredibly well to Wisp Ember's favor, and they're no longer overpacking these off angles. Michael Wave's chaotic playstyle doesn't handle well when you have to turn in so many different directions, and it really does feed into it, make it grow so almost your entire plan implodes from the center. Wisp Embers, they really did start to showcase that here on the beach. Now, as we went over to Volcano, you mentioned it was a lot closer. There weren't these massive differences we got to see within the team, but it just came down to Senna being the extra factor. Wisp Embers break point.
And take nothing away from the rest of the team, because yeah, we can see Senna absolutely fragging 10 final blows there, but HK had 12, Kindred with 15. The whole team of Wisp Embers is popping off, and I think Poryu is actually doing a lot to facilitate that, especially helping Senna out with some of these flanks, being there whenever HK needs her, and, you know, also being there to speed shepherd Kindred around wherever she needs to go to deal out 11k damage. Kindred is a very aggressive frontliner right now, but hey, it's making space for the rest of Wisp Embers to collapse in.
Here's another thing to note too. Look at the deaths on AJMR though. That were 10 deaths on a control map, CB, that couldn't have gone much more than 10 minutes itself. AJMR was the primary target for Wisp Embers and got caught out a lot more than what we're used to seeing from them. We need to see Michael Wave do a better job at helping their support stay alive. They're the foundation for your push and your composition. You don't have them, you're not going to be able to make any further progress.
The bad news is I've also kind of noticed that same pattern, especially with Michael Wave. It's something that feels like it's been plaguing them for a long time. It's if AJMR is being pressured down, there's not always going to be enough people for them to stay alive. There's not always going to be a whole lot of, you know, a whole lot that you can do to stop that. And if AJMR falls, then suddenly you can't sustain your front line. We'll talk about that till we're blue in the face. But that's why I kind of like the Orisa comp a little bit, because you do have the option to turn around and put a javelin into the enemy Ramatra as they're going back for that assassination. But we didn't really see that for the little bit that we were seeing Mari play the Orisa composition. And I think if that's an option that they want to go for, that's a small little micro adjustment I'd like to see Mari make that might end up meaning the world to AJMR and the success of Michael Wave overall. We're going into our second map here, which is going to be King's Row, and I got to imagine a map like this where a lot of it is going to be level playing field with little bits of high ground. AJMR is still going to be public enemy number 1 for Wisp Embers.
And there's absolutely no reason to stop that. Microwave are a very frontally focused team. Once they start going, it's like the S key is unbound. There is no way back. And it leaves players like AGMR vulnerable, especially when your opponent is as competent as Wiz. They will be aware when you're making these plays, and they'll capitalize on some of those minuscule errors that you might not think about at the beginning. Now, with that being completely caught off guard, Beach being a bit of a mess, we gotta see that start to pull together. Here on King's Row, Microwave won it last time around, even if it was a battle tooth and nail. Let's see if they can find a similar outcome this time around.
You said they had the S key unbound, but you know what? H key has been unleashed through the help of Koryu, like I was saying, and Kindred has as well. It feels like Wisp Embers, it's almost like night and day, you know, from what we saw towards the tail end of the last series, what we're seeing out of them right now. And again, Microwave, this is kind of what we expect out of them. I don't want to keep saying the word sloppy, because it's not always sloppy, but it is chaotic, and it does kind of rely a lot on death to be the one to pop off, and that's what kind of happens when you're not always in control of things, when you don't always have the most firm grasp on what's going on underneath you. You know, you do kind of rely on hero plays from your Sojourn rather than setting your Sojourn up for hero plays like we're seeing coming out from Senna. And again, take nothing away from Senna, she's a phenomenal player, as is Death, but you have to set these Sojourns up for success, and Wisp Embers are doing a much better job at this point in time at doing just that.
It's almost like that Microwave have learned bad habits from Death's successfulness on the Sojourn just in the neutral without any setup coming through. So now they just expect it to happen every time, and it almost feels that could be a reason why they're not able to give them nearly as much space on these different fights here. And especially with a point as King's Row, we like to see the splits come out with the Lucios and Sojourns will be making way to the high ground. This time H-Key will come in on in assist while Poryu kind of peppers them away. Microwave being forced back without any real engagement taken thus far. Wisp Embers occupying the objective while Poryu is solely focused on making sure the Lucio and the Sojourn stay put. You're in timeout in this staircase. Losing out on death though, Microwave walled off and hurting. Are they going to be able to recover? The answer, likely no. That's pretty much their entire team falling on down off of Wisp Embers dividing and conquering.
Something that I thought was a little bit interesting was Zoe was playing that high ground as well to try and defend it. You had Zoe on one high ground, Death on another, and Wisp Embers sent Senna, H-Key, and Poryu all around, so it ended up being like a 3v3 split up there on the high ground, and H-Key just got the better of Zoe in that exchange and started to find a lot more value, and now Wisp Embers looking to try and stagger some of these bodies out for Microwave so they can push their way through Archway. Wicca with the boot kill there onto H-Key though means Wisp Embers have to play it a little bit slow without their ability to build some walls, section anybody off. They can't really hold this space. Microwave have bought their way into this archway.
And a great time for them to do so. Look at that Blizzard almost online. If you saw the first game Microwave played in today, Zoe was finding incredible value out of this ultimate. And here's the time to pull out. You don't want Anahune to have anything with the amplification matrix. Only Senna frozen up for the time being, but it opens the door for Mari to go in and just push some people down into the ground. This is where Microwave can now move towards that spawn room and keep Wisp Embers in the doors.
I mean, you would like that, but H-Key's not gonna let that happen. She pops the Blizzard. It's gonna catch both Mari and AGMR. And once again, AGMR the first to fall. Yeah, Mari gets the trade back, but without your Baptiste, you're not gonna want to stick around. This spawn hold has been busted before it can even realistically be set up. Wicca falls as well. Wisp Embers, they might have just cracked this. Microwave, I think, got a little overzealous.
Honestly, CB, I think they had the right idea. The whole team wasn't with them, though. HK pulling that Blizzard out and taking down AGMR. You had to get out of there, but they didn't really retreat at any point, and that's going to cost them even further.
I mean, it's also, you know, just HK seeing an opportunity to put up a wall, seeing two lonely players that can't be helped by the rest of their team, putting up a wall and throwing down the Blizzard, and that's smart May play that we're seeing from a lot of these top-tier teams, and I hate to keep giving Zoe a hard time, but compared to the other Mays in this top four, it feels like she's been just a step behind. She's picking up the slack, and she definitely needs to if Microwave want to stay in this.
Microwave, that's an amp matrix, really defensive. Don't get much from it. Caleb though, in neutral position. Death opting to pop out the overclock. Summoners on either side as well. kind of this waiting game. Once their overhealth goes down, this is where things are going to start to get a little sticky or a little bit purple and orange. Kindred and Mari ultimates out of piece, yet it is Kindred to come out on top, pushing on forward. It's going to be the second objective now in jeopardy. Michael Wave will be unable to make another reasonable contest, and they're going to have to finish this one off in the Foundry.
And what happens in that fight there, though, is Kindred puts her back to where AJMR is playing, so they don't have to focus down AJMR the same way that they traditionally have been. She just has to stop AJMR from being able to assist Mari on her annihilation, so Kindred ends up getting the better of that exchange, as do the rest of Wisp Embers as they all come forward as a collective, having successfully cut off the lifeline, again, without even having to focus down AJMR. Wisp Embers understand the value of taking out the enemy Baptiste, and AJMR needs to start playing a little bit safer, but a little bit smarter.
I mean, you would like to see that, but what can AJMR even do in fights like this? That was the Blizzard chucked out from Zoe. Microwave tried to push on in, but Wisp Embers, they were ready. They had the damage, the focus fire on point. It was a completely dry fight at the cost of a major ultimate. Microwave will be fighting on their own doorstep, and they don't have anything to work with.
They're gonna swap over Zoe onto the Genji. That's her comfort pick, but with HQ holding onto a Blizzard, I'm not sure how comfortable she's gonna be feeling. I hope she brought her snowshoes, because she's gonna have quite the mountain to climb on that Genji. Mari coming close to an annihilation, and Death also kinda coming close to an overclock. If this fight goes long, they might be able to build up to those ultimates, but Anyun wants to put it to bed with an Ant Matrix on the high ground. Senna doesn't have an angle, she has to drop.
Perfect. Yeah, Senna gets the angle, the Blizzard goes on out, Mari free for the taking. Wisp Embers, now their confidence has soared. The fight has not gone close to long enough that Microwave could build up those ultimates in time. And it is Wisp Embers with 2:49 on the clock. A great showing here on their King's Row attack. This really does start to tell the story of how Microwave's chaotic gameplay can be tempered by a squad such as them.
I mean, I don't even know if I would say their chaotic gameplay is being tempered as well as it's being just outright counter, just completely turned on its head. It didn't ever feel, aside from that one fight where Michael Wave were able to get a couple kills and lock down the archway, that they were ever in control. But even that, they kind of blew up in their face by going for that spawn hold, and HK pops a Blizzard and just completely turns that on its head. And Michael Wave had no way that they could have ever saw that coming, no way to prep for it, and definitely no plan Bs. And even it's one of those things, right, where you see your tank going in, getting caught out, you want to try and go in and make the save, does Wicca, but she ends up falling towards the tail end of it as well, and now you've lost 3 players. You don't have the slightest hope of getting back in time to lock down that archway properly, and then it just snowballs out of control from there. That's the value that a good Mei player can give your team. That's the value that HK is giving to Wisp Embers right now, value that Michael Wave aren't adequately dealing with, and that it feels like they are in their own right lacking.
Michael Wave, and something has to come out and change. And I really hope what we see from Mari teasing on the Orisa is what stays. Wisp Embers right now are looking rather unstoppable. The momentum they've managed to gain thus far, and with the Orisa reigning true, Michael Wave ready to try to switch it up.
And I do kind of like this switch up from Michael Wave, not just because of the Orisa playing well into the Ramatra, which it does, but because it's Mari once again leading the charge to try and make up the difference for Michael Wave. She's been their biggest strength, their biggest asset, and if she keeps leveraging that flexibility, sooner or later, this broken clock will be right at least twice a day, and that's all you need to get to a map 5, and that's where Michael Wave seemed to shine, as we've seen today. They're trying to take this high ground, wrestle it away from Senna and Buryu, but HG's there with the wall to try and slow it down. Wicca getting caught out. Is she able to stay alive? She is, but not
Wicca will,
Zoe.
but Zoe won't. Ooh, that's a charge rail shot to the dome. Microwave, they have the right idea, taking the high ground. You just don't count for Senna hitting the shot, but Senna didn't do the same in their own Sojourn counterparts. Them hitting the hay, no tank online. Wisp Embers are going to be backing the heck out of this objective, switching over to the Junker Queen, and it appears players are lurking around for a potential recontest.
It was almost a Wicca Wednesday there, but it is still thankfully Wicca weekend, as her play her over-aggressive plays are still paying off. Despite nearly getting caught out there, it was Zoe that ended up paying the price, but Death made up the deficit with a couple of key rail shots and also an early kill onto Kindred. And again, you lose your main tank, you lose your staying power. Michael Wave can start to swarm the points, start to force positioning, and that's great. You don't even really need Zoe for that at that point in time, but unfortunately, Zoe's gonna be lagging a little bit behind on the Blizzard charge, and on this archway, you definitely want to have that sooner rather than later. HK getting close to hers, You got to imagine that Wisp members are playing for that ultimate and looking to leverage it.
Got a knife onto AJMR. Swap over to the Junker Queen. Would be scary. You don't have anything to protect against the amplification matrix. That's a second down for death. Anytime this ultimate comes on up, you're expecting at least one in the kill feed, courtesy of Michael Wave's Sojourn. Oh, that's efficiency at its finest.
Ian with a late kill there onto Death, but Death did all they needed to do in order to win that fight, and now we've broken through the archway, and we were able to do so without having to worry about the aforementioned Blizzard just because of that Amp Matrix and because of that one kill that comes through as a result before that window even slams shut. Now Zoe is getting a little bit more caught up, and the rest of the ult advantage is kind of favoring Michael Wave right about now, so they can ride this momentum, ride this wave, if you will, and try and get Street Space closed out with time in the bank.
The overclock wanting to partner up with the ultimate in the tank, and it's enough to snag Poryu, caught on Zoe's wall, preventing any form of escape. Michael Wave now to commit that immortality field a little bit earlier. Might be a little bit problem if the fight goes on long enough. The Wicca Sound Barrier, a nice backup plan to go on through. Wisp Embers, they're committing 4 ultimates into this fight. They still think it's winnable, and the Blizzard is making it just that. Target so easy to hit for Senna. Fish in a barrel. Michael Wave gonna have to take another swing at things, but at what cost?
I mean, Wicca's not done swinging right now with a poop there. Almost actually finds the cap. That was very, very close, but it was super costly for both teams. Kindred, though, is going to have that rampage, and Michael Wave, they don't have anything realistically that they can do to stop it, so they have to try and, first of all, identify that that's the biggest threat. Secondly, they're going to have to find a way to kite it out, and they got to do it quickly because, remember, 249 of the time bank for Wisp Embers. If Michael Wave have a hope of coming even in the same zip code as that time bank, they gotta be swift here. They can't afford long, drawn-out fights with a lot of mistakes. They can't keep tripping over their shoelaces. They gotta go one and done.
So they're gonna make their attempts wrapping around the far side of the building. Maywall already out, and that's prime time for Kindred to strike. 3 players knocked up in purple, and the rest are on the wrong side of the kill feed, but the right one for Senna. Oh, that's one way to lose a fight really quickly. A benefit for Michael Wave, you could say.
Yeah, called Michael Wave Oprah Winfrey the way they were all in the color purple right there, thanks to Kindred. That was beautiful. But, I mean, that's exactly what Michael Wave needs to do, right? They need to bait that ultimate out. Shout out to Senna, by the way, for getting a 3K there. Another highlight reel for her. But Michael Wave have now made up the deficit with that eco push. They don't invest into that. Now they have a Terra Surge. Now they have an Amp Matrix. They'll have a beaten and overclock soon enough. They have to win this fight, though, because if they don't, they might not get another shot, or at least not another good shot to capture Street Space with time.
The 2 ultimates they do have make a decent combo if they're executed properly. That's Mari going in, and Kindred
got
loses her
executed
health
properly.
faster than she could blink. My goodness, that's a tank treatment if I have ever seen one. They turn around, they deal with the flank. I mean, look at this. They're checking on Senna and Poryu. Michael Wave has made big steps in the right direction. Anytime they catch these 2 flankers, the tank gets dealt with, and now it's Wisp Embers that are starting to look a little bit sloppy. Their game plan, their playbook has been read and will now need to write a new one.
HK kind of Casco Amontillado herself there, trying to strike back out from behind the wall, but that's the value that Mari on this Orisa is going to give you, the fact that she can go up, get an assassination kill onto Kindred, and then turn around, hit another big javelin onto the flank, and then a 3rd javelin to force HK to use both the ice block and the Maywall just to stay alive. She does, but it's all for naught as Michael Wave do cap the point. Here's a Terra Surge. Michael Wave want more.
Oh, and they're getting both DPS out of it. Massive plays going in. Yes, it is going to cost you 3 ultimates, but look how far this payload is going to manage to get off of this fight alone.
But look at the ults for Wisp Embers, though. Like, they haven't invested ever since Kindred's Kindred's Rampage a couple fights ago. Now they have the Blizzard, and that's going to make it so difficult for Michael
They don't have
Wave.
the Blizzard!
Never mind. Who cares about the Blizzard? Mari just kills HT outright. It's Senna they got to worry about, though.
It is something they have to worry about, and Zoe, with a Blizzard of her own, kind of managed to make an appearance. Yes, it doesn't catch anybody off right, and you don't deal with Senna, the Amp Matrix from Wisp Embers. That will be the thing to start to turn the tide back into their favor. Cost them the 3 ultimates to do so, but have guaranteed themselves a much higher time bank over their opponents at the very least.
Yeah, but, I mean, because you kill HT early and she can't use the Blizzard, spoilers, she still has the Blizzard, and Wicca is nowhere near a sound barrier to try and counter it out, so she's gonna have to use her speed boost just to try and kite it, probably even have to leverage AJMR's immortality field to try and keep everybody sustained through it. You gotta imagine Mari's gonna be ready to use, you know, the Fortify, the Javelin Spin, whatever she needs to get out of it. This Blizzard, no matter how you look at it, is going to bleed out a ton of resources from Michael Wave, not least of which is time, which Michael Wave don't have a whole lot of left.
No, and even that short little stall that we see right now, this is basically going to be the last full team fight we are going to have, and it's not the Blizzard they're worried about. It is the Rampage through the backline, Kindred with 2. Wisp Embers now on their last limb. Are they going to try to reset this? The fact that it's scrappy often tells me that they will not give up until every single one of them has gone down and hit the dust. I still love to see the Blizzard see hitting the lead. HK has held it on for this freaking long, and Michael Wave to come back to bite them in the butt.
And she hasn't needed to use the Blizzard, and that Rampage that Kindred used earlier caught Wicca, so Wicca is still behind in Sound Barrier charge. So again, this Blizzard is going to bleed out more time, more resources. Wicca's dead again. She's not going to get the Sound Barrier now. If she does, it'll be an OT. Michael Wave, they can't win this map anymore.
No, this might just very well be done. It's a 5v3, make that a 5v2. AJMR is gonna get staggered and like, Wisp Embers, you're done. You're not taking a full team fight against the Blizzard. HK throws it out super early to prevent any of these players from getting a last minute touch in onto the objective spot as Lucio on the high ground. I mean, Wisp Embers, they placed top 2 for a good reason. They're up 2-0 in this series. They want to have that rematch in this grand finals.
Michael Wave have so much housekeeping that needs to be done yesterday. They need to clean a lot of this up. There's still high points for this team like Mari, but they don't get any more options, any more opportunities, no more map losses, or they are done. They are not going to be making it to our grand finals. One last shot. And there's so many of these fights where it feels like their composition is favored, Mari's playing out of her minds, but just something goes wrong. And it's not always the same thing. It's not always AJMR getting caught out. It's not always Wicca getting caught out. Sometimes it's Zoe using a bad ultimate, or it's Death getting caught out, or any number of problems, but they need to find what all of these problems are, get them all in like one tight ball and throw it out the window, clean it all up. Their house is absolutely filthy right now, and they need to bust out the broom to get the reverse sweep if they want to stay in this.
And it's not going to be a easy reverse sweep to come back. Probably the most difficult that they have faced all day. You have to begin to question, is it a matter of endurance? This team has played a grueling 5-map series prior to facing up against Wisp Enders, a more challenging opponent than before, and now here they are with the run that they've made through the lower bracket at the brink of losing it all. And things just got to be cleaner. The ultimate management, some of the positioning things, and it's not the best that we've seen in them. CV, we know that they can do better. It is here in the losers finals that they just haven't been able to showcase that. Wisp Embers have been doing so many things right and capitalizing on what Michael Wave didn't even think would be problems.
And it doesn't even feel entirely, to me at least, that it's Wisp Embers just being straight up the better team. It feels to me like they're the hungrier team right now. I mean, Michael Wave, they're hungry as well, but maybe the lights are on just a little bit too bright for them right now. Maybe they can put the shades on, try and figure something out. But looking at this scoreboard right now, have a look at Senna right now, because I spoke to her specifically.
Sheesh.
She wants to win Calling All Heroes so badly, and that loss against Timeless Ethereal in the last matchup, that is killing her right now. It is driving her insane, and she's taking it out on Michael Wave right now.
The loss against Timeless Ethereal has sparked Senna's flame, and my goodness, those are some ridiculous numbers to have to look at right now, and you're just not getting the same amount of value. Like, the damage numbers can be the same about across the board, yet it is Senna showing up for her team, and she's hungry. She wants the win. Whether she's playing from the hospital or not, there is no debuff on this player, and
hospital cafeteria food sucks anyway. She is hungry for something real, something more substantial like a trophy.
Yeah, understandably, right? And hey, they're just about to do it. If this next map of Flashpoint goes exactly the way that King's Row did, and where Michael Wave are progressively looking sloppier and sloppier, I mean, Surabasa very well could be the map to book their ticket, get that rematch, and then Senna can finally unleash her true rage.
And now that I'm actually thinking about it, this is really bad for Michael Wave, because I remember interviewing Wicca earlier today, and she was even saying that she felt like Flashpoint was a weak point for them. That it was kind of, they trolled, they threw a little bit, they weren't playing up to their strengths. Well, I feel like that's happened a lot with Michael Wave over the course of Calling All Heroes. You know, they aren't the best team when it comes to Flashpoint. They do often make some of these big mistakes. Granted, like, you know, yesterday we saw them absolutely pop off on this map and it was incredible, but we need to see that today because this is their last stand. It's their last chance, and it's on a place where they have been even more sloppy than we've seen in the first half of this series. They have to start the reverse sweep, and what an awful place to have that pressure being applied right now.
Yeah, Flashpoint is the map type generally is decided by who has the better ultimate management, who has the better positioning, the decision making, and there's so many question marks. Michael Wave have this insane clutch factor. There is no doubt there, but you can't win fights. You can't start fights with that sort of mentality without a stable plan that Wisp Embers don't already understand themselves and are able to properly counter it out. And it's seriously becoming a matter. Flashpoint in general, yeah, it makes sense that Michael Wave feels that it's their weakness. It leans the farthest away from their desired play style.
Which is kind of counterintuitive when you think about it, because like Flashpoint can often be really chaotic. You know, Flashpoint and Push are kind of, you know, different beasts when it comes to the way a lot of these play out. You know, you'll still see a lot of the brawl coming out on both of them, but it's where you're going to be playing a lot more for these angles. It's where you're going to start seeing a lot more, you know, new strategies come out. I don't think the strategies Michael Wave is showing me right now is what's actually going to come out. At least I hope not. But
never say never.
Hey, you know what? Lean into the chaos. Bring out Malga. Who cares? Like, at this point in time, if it works, it works. I can say I haven't seen Mari practicing this particular hero in scrims all that often. Not that, you know, Malga's a high skill hero that really takes all that much skill regardless, but all right, Michael Wave gonna swap it back to something a little bit less chaotic, a little more standard, but have a look at Wisp Ember's composition. They're playing the Junker Queen variation. Interestingly though, Anyun is not on the Kiriko. That might leave her a little bit vulnerable, but it will mean Michael Wave still have to worry about those pesky lamps being thrown out, some pesky angles. And whenever those ant matrices come online, you gotta keep your eyes on Senna.
Honestly, Wisp Embers are arguably on their best heroes right now. Kindred, the best Junker Queen in this tournament, only rivaled by Mari. These are the two tank titans that you really like to look at. Switch up in the composition. Michael Wave really expecting this one to come out. Will manage to dodge around the Mei wall. Mari a little bit freer to do, not having to worry about the same ability. HP on that Genji instead. Being able to take this fight a little bit slower. You can notice how they're waiting for players to get in position. Senna and Koryu occupying the high ground, so even if Michael Wave want to try to set their foot on this point, who's going to contest HK? Who's going to contest Anyun? They're essentially in a god spot right now. Kindred can walk on forwards knowing that they have her back, and Senna just hitting the shots as usual. Wisp Embers, they had this planned out.
Yeah, Senna just kind of goes in, lays everybody flat on their backs, and I gotta be honest here, despite the fact that I think the Ramatra comp is generally favored, for Michael Wave, I want to see them swap. I want to see them mirror what Wisp Embers is currently doing, so you can get Zoe off of this Mei and get her onto her comfort hero that is the Genji. I think if ever there was a time to pull out a composition that's going to lean into a potential star player who's been quiet because of being forced to play the Mei, it is now, especially going up against HK. That's a Genji 1v1 I want to see just to see the fireworks, but if Zoe could get the edge in that could be a tipping point for Michael Wave, but right now they have to rely on Zoe building up to this blizzard and seeing where she leverages it, but Death gonna take down Senna. Now the door's wide open for Michael Wave. They come storming through.
They're coming on in. It's only the Dragonblade, the sword being unleashed. HK alive, slicing and dicing. Yet there's so many cooldowns shoved into their face. The damage cannot find an actual elimination. The blizzard from Zoe even ended up coming out. Michael Wave did have to win this fight or they would have lost the point. Understandable. Committing a little bit extra into this objective, but Anyun picks off two. The booms from Koryu, the support duo. CB, they were never touched. Aki ended up returning, and Wisp Embers walk away with Market when realistically, that should not have happened.
Kindred is now on the Mauga. We have unfortunately seen Mauga rearing his ugly head in Calling All Heroes officially. Swapped to it on control briefly, but now it's like actually in play, not just as like a troll stall hero. And by the way, let's go back to that last fight really quick. That kind of comes down to Anyu's, first of all, her pure mechanical skill as a flex support player, one of the best we have, no doubt, but also the fact that, like you said, she was on the high ground the entire time. No one ever touched her, and by the time it feels like Michael Wave win that fight. It's Aniyuna again with a kill onto AJMR. All the sustainability for Microwave gone out the window. Now Death with another overclock trying to give Microwave an edge back into this game.
Well, we'll get them the objective without a fight ensuing just yet, which is progress nonetheless, even if Senna is a little scary. It's with Poryu. Yes, you need to be nailed down. In order for Tank to stand behind the Mauga, an interesting switch off, and honestly, that's going to come back to get Wisp Embers on the downside of this battle, expecting the swap. There it is. Junker Queen making the reappearance, and Michael Wave now sitting on the point.
Yeah, Kindred done trolling back on her signature hero there. That's enough of Mauga for an eternity, if you ask me. But, I mean, Death might actually not be too happy to see the swap coming out, because Death could have just continuously charged rail shots left and right off the Mauga, but now no longer has a big, beefy hitbox to do that with. So, you know, they're going to be at least a little bit more quiet than they were before as they try to charge those up. That said, they've been phenomenal in the neutral when it comes to those rail shots. But on the side of Michael Wave, it's the Annihilation and the Ant Matrix that you're going to be leveraging to try and get this in all the way to 99.
The Ant Matrix is up, but guess what? You can move right around, or if you're Senna, shoot through one of your own. Oh, Aniyuna, Poryu, and Senna have been 3 highlight players out of Wisp Embers winning the fights on their own. And they just need the extra thing to convert it on out. Senna is still going by. Understand that. It is a major threat to have to deal with. HK contesting the point, decides to pull out the blade with half of their HP to spare, yet it still finds both support throughout all of this. All right, Wisp Embers, never give up, never surrender, because HK has got a blade in the pocket.
Yeah, but, well, had a blade in the pocket. No longer does she have it. I mean, Michael Wave, Wicca wasn't around to pop the sound barrier to stop that, but she will have that to stop whatever comes out, looking like it's going to be Senna's overclock. But Michael Wave have the Blizzard from Zoe. That's going to be their meal ticket, their entry to get back in here and win this point outright. If they go in and if they're able to realistically just freeze up Kindred and deal with the immortality field from Aniyuna that's going to come out in response, that should be enough to win the fight, but they got to do it before setting us an angle. There's the boom from Poryu!
Poryu, that's what I want! That's 2! Off the map! Poryu continues to impress with the 3rd! Oh my god, that's a 4K! Courtesy of Wisp Embers and Lucio! We cannot hype her up enough! My god, Poryu! Keep on showing us this, because I don't know if we're ever going to see it again.
And that's as Zoe pops the Blizzard. She's done on the Mei. She's swapping over to the Genji, and I think that's the right call for her, especially after an ultimate like that goes belly up. Courtesy is just something you could have never seen coming. Poryu with 4K, wow. 2 of them environmentals, and Wisp Embers, they don't even let Michael Wave in the front door. They don't get to touch the point. Zoe falls. Wisp Embers, they've got to beat they got to kick rocks. They got to head for the hills. They only have 1 more point left, and they are, if they can't cap it here, they're done.
Oh, Michael Wave really are on their last limb. They're looking at a reverse sweep of the map, then reverse sweep of the entire series to make it to the grand finals, and the Wisp Embers are in top form. The fire has burned, yet to be controlled, and I wonder if it's reaching a point where it's unstoppable, CB.
Wicca is still holding on to the sound barrier from a couple fights ago, but Poryu has made up the difference. That's a great win there of the Genji 1v1 for Zoe. Ooh. That's going to be crucial, especially as HQ was starting to get a little bit closer to that Dragon Blade. Zoe can start to make up the deficit here, but this sound barrier from Wicca, where's it going to come out? Poryu's going to have one to match. That's what I'm looking at right now. The Lucio versus the Lucio. Who is going to flinch first and who is going to fall?
Everyone's still on their feet for now. Michael Wave will have the first capture on the objective with Wisp Embers hanging around. Zoe being over on the skin. You can already see the difference in Michael Wave's confidence. Both the sound barriers popped at the same time, but no team really engaging off of it. They're waiting for it to go down as Kindred has this rampage under lock. Both the DPS sliding in, Michael Wave wanting to even the playing field, and it's Zoe and Death doing far more than that. They're tipping the scales entirely. This is the change Michael Wave needed to make. Now they're looking a lot better here on Suravasa.
Have a look at HK's ult charge. Once again, not able to build up to the Dragon Blade because Zoe wins another 1v1. This is what I keep saying about Zoe. She is one of the best Genjis that we have in the entire scene, and she's getting a chance to show it here. And as long as HK is taking this mirror, Wisp Embers no longer feel like they have the pure mechanical favor. They have to rely on their ult management, their positioning, and their backline just generally being absolutely sick, as well as Senna popping off. She's got an overclock. HK has finally made up the deficit, so these DPS players for Wisp Embers, they're looking to put this one to bed.
Wisp Embers fights to win, all of the tools in their control, and they are building a masterpiece as a result. They'll have that point back over into their favor. Michael Wave are okay with taking the reset.
But Wisp Embers used a lot there. They used both the
Yep.
DPS ults. I realistically think they didn't need the overclock there, and that might come back to bite them. And also, they used the, I'm not sure when Poryu used the sound barrier, but it feels like quite recently, albeit too recently, considering, look at the ults for Michael Wave. Zoe's got the Dragon Blade, Mari has that Rampage. Those are two ults that you would love to have a sound barrier for. It's gonna be up to Anyun with the Suzu to try and make up the difference. Here comes the Blade, and Senna's name is all over it.
Zoe's got one, cut in half. Won't find another. It's enough for Michael Wave to field. They can occupy this objective. Overtime will be starting in Wisp Embers. This is the point. They are going to end up losing. Now that Michael Wave have something positive to reflect on, they need to take this wave and turn it into a tsunami to stop the fire.
And Michael Wave, they finally got their feet under them. They're starting to walk. They're building up to a run. But Wisp Embers, honestly, if HK swaps back over to a Mei, realistically could just completely trip Michael Wave up at the last hurdle. There's still 2 more to go. Michael Wave are going to go back, seemingly get the first control over the Gardens point here as Wisp Embers went back to Tacti a couple of their members. Michael Wave still holding on to an ult advantage as well. Anyun with the Kitsune Rush is realistically the only tool Wisp Embers are gonna have, and you're gonna be looking for her Suzu to try and counteract Mari's Rampage here.
Mari waiting for that cooldown to come on out before she makes her move for Kindred. Don't walk straight into an Ant Matrix. There's Amari waiting on the other side for you. That's the greeting you were perhaps expecting on your Junker Queen. And Michael Wave essentially handed that first fight win with that Kitsune Rush coming out as well. Best case scenario.
And it only costs the Ant Matrix. You still have the chance to utilize this Rampage. The downside is Poryu has had the opportunity to build to a Blizzard, or not a Blizzard, a Sound Barrier. No Blizzards on the field. HK has made the swap to Mei though, so that's something else that we definitely want to highlight though. Michael Wave winning this fight without using any big ultimates aside from the Ant Matrix is crucial. They are still going to have to battle it out here though, as Wisp Embers are starting to match in terms of ult bank, and dead falls mid-overclock.
Oh, you just hear this ends, and it ends for Death herself. Oh, terrible outcome. Michael Wave needs to recover. Sound barrier. Mari walks into the back line. The Rampage, there's no Suzu to prevent the ending effect. It's gonna cost Mari her life. Kindred giving Wisp Embers the opportunity, flipping this point over to the orange side, but at an expensive cost.
And Mari holds on to her Rampage though, and I think that's going to be massive because Poryu invested the sound barrier. Both Lucios, in fact, invested the sound barrier. AJMR actually going to swap over onto the Kiriko, so now we are going to have the Suzu to counteract some things, but not going to be enough to counteract Senna just going deep to try and take down Zoe here. That's a lot more time being taken off the bank, and if you're Michael Wave, you can't afford this. Again, this is your last stand. This is where this point specifically on Suravasa is where I've seen so many dreams go to die. Michael Wave, if they want to keep theirs alive, they can't be staggering out like that. They have a chance for maybe one fight and a real staggered out fight here, but they have to win this one. Zoe's gonna have the Dragon Blade. She has to be the hero that we have propped her up to be.
It's not going to be easy to do, fighting through the storm of the Blizzard, and of course Senna's overclock. Michael Wave are making the first move. The blade into the backline, it forces the Blizzard, which won't get any value. Honestly, not a bad trade-off, but you have an answer for Senna's overclock. AJMR does not. The healing gets down, and Mari hits a wall mid-Rampage. All the tools gone down the drain. Michael Wave have fought tooth and nail to get to the losers finals and have made it this far, yet they're gonna have to settle for a third place finish. The flame burns brighter today as Wisp Embers will be rematching in the grand finals.
And if that wasn't indicative of the whole series, I don't know what is. Michael Wave feeling like they have all the tools to get by, all the skills. Everyone is playing their game to near perfection, and then they run headfirst into a wall, specifically a Mei wall, which makes it all the more poetic because that has been the key sticking point for them in this tournament. Despite putting Zoe on her comfort pick on the Genji, it comes too little, too late. Wisp Embers off the back of some incredible Mei play, some incredible backline play, and Senna just kind of popping off and doing whatever she wants. Wisp Embers are going to get their rematch. They are going to join Timeless Ethereal in the grand finals. And like I said, they want this. Senna wants this. And you can tell with how hard she's playing and how hard the entire team is playing, just how badly they want it.
Wisp Embers unleashed their full fury upon Michael Wave and have earned themselves the right of the rematch today between Poryu, Senna, HK Kendrick, and of course adding the full 5 players made these store-level plays to support each other and of course carry themselves to another 3-0 victory. Michael Wave won't be stopping them today despite the effort, the time, and how enjoyable it has been to see them grow. This is where we have to bid them farewell, and the fact that Wisp Embers had to push them as far as they did here on this final map does show that adaptability can only do so much against the counterplay, quite literally hitting the wall over and over again in this final fight. Poetic as it was, it marks the send-off as another one of our team's falls.
Be it poetic or be it prose, we still have one big story that needs to continue to be told, and that is the one that is Wisp Embers versus Timeless Ethereal, which will be our grand finals. And your heart does have to go out to Michael Wave for play. You know, they played their hearts out here, and it felt so close on so many occasions. It felt like they had everything they needed, but it just wasn't in the cards today. It is not their day, and we continue on with the same storyline that has dictated the majority of the Calling All Heroes tournaments. It's Timeless Ethereal, the juggernauts that have ruled the roost pretty much since the get-go, and Wisp Embers always the bridesmaids, never the brides, this time hoping to show up all decked in white. But we'll have Unser back on the other side of this quick break to break this matchup down and set the stage for our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, chat. What we just witnessed was two teams who were very hungry and very eager to prove themselves, but one team was just a little bit more hungry, or potentially a lot more hungry today, and it was Wisp Embers, who will be going to our grand finals to face Timeless Ethereal. But to break it down, we brought Unser back into the fold. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, it seemed like Wisp, they were starving today because they were a cut above Michael Wave for that series there. Honestly, I thought that Michael Wave, their strength might be leaning into the chaos a little bit, making things a little bit difficult for Wisp to deal with. But it seemed like Wisp just had their number at every single turn. Anytime they tried to lean into the chaotic style and go super wide and do things a little bit less structured, Wisp always had the answer.
Yeah, it seems like, trying to make it a little bit less comfortable for the enemy team by leaning into the chaos and doing so this series, they kind of made it a little bit less comfortable for themselves, kind of created some more problems than they did solutions. Tiny, would you agree?
There's several moments where we really started to see that come to light, where Michael Wave, it got to the point where they were trying so many different things to come back what Wisp Embers had done, but it just revealed more issues. And after the underbelly of the beast was struck, there really was no recovering from that blow, and we got to see that in the finale map of Suravasa here today.
We had a lot of pop-off moments from some members of Michael Wave, but in a lot of these slower fights, it kind of felt like Wisp was kind of getting the better of Michael Wave. Unser, do you want to kind of walk us through that a little bit, see how some of these slower fights played in their favor?
Yeah, because every time we had a slow fight, the thing is, Michael Wave, they're so reliant on having individuals go wide and catch someone off guard. But Wisp was always on guard. They were always watching that flank, especially with Poryu and Anian. They were always marking these flanks. Poryu was where they needed to be 100% of the time. Lucio was running over to the flank and just enabling a DPS player whenever it was required. So these solo queue plays that we were seeing a lot from out of Michael Wave, that we're initially finding value versus perhaps some weaker teams. Now that we're getting to higher levels of play, it's just too difficult to work your way into the flank like that. You need more structure, better timing, better team play. And that was a little bit lacking here for Michael Wave.
And you mentioned Poryu and Aniun setting up a particular DPS, and I think we want to talk a lot about that DPS in question. It's Senna, who I think ended up being the star of the show here.
Yeah, I'd say we pretty much do need to talk about Senna because the gap was large in this series. I can't lie to you. Really, Senna was just every time taking a nice wide angle, really aggressive, applying a lot of pressure, and they were hitting the shot. You see Senna was winning the Sojin duel versus Death many, many times throughout the series, and just consistent value without dying. So, what we might have seen from Death earlier on, we saw twice as much from Senna in this series here.
And Tiny, you and I are very familiar with Senna and how good she has been for a very long time. She's finally getting a chance to show it. How does it feel for you? I mean, I guess being, a longtime Senna fan as well as I have, to see her popping off like this.
I absolutely love Senna. I mean, the opportunities that I've had to speak with her myself, and she's very proud of everything that she's accomplished because of the hard work that she's really just put into this game, to being a team player, and of course, having these incredible pop-off moments. And, she came here to win. She came here to play. We get to look at the stats from today, and there really is no doubt I would want to say any of our minds that she is going to give it her all within the grand finals. Timeless Ethereal, are they ready for what's coming for them?
As we look forward to the grand finals, like you said, Timeless Ethereal, do they know what's coming for them? But I think more importantly, how are Wisp Embers going to bounce back after this? After losing to Timeless Ethereal in the upper bracket, Unser, I think you have some advice for them for what they need to do. What do they need to lock down in order to get the win in grand finals? Is it in the cards for them?
I really do think that they have a chance because we saw at the beginning of the series between Wisp and Timeless, it was really close. It was really competitive. So I think that the fundamentals are truly there. But what Wisp needs to be really careful of is that they're not committing too heavily to the side fight, not taking the bait and overloading it, putting too many players there. Because we saw Kindred really starting to struggle when the side fight was overcommitted to. Everyone just applying lots of pressure onto Kindred and really nothing for them to do. So I think that they need to be careful to keep taking the side fight, but not overload it, not put too many resources into it. Because there needs to be two simultaneous fights happening between main and the side angle. And the other thing, of course, is their ult economy, where it looked a little bit sloppy. When things started to get, a bit less favorable for them, they started to throw out ults, left, right, center. And that's just not possible as you get to a higher level of play. They really need to be patient with their ultimates, wait until the fights have started, and then start to use them to catch people once they've used their cooldowns.
It does look to me, at least on first glance, like they've taken a lot of that advice and have cleaned a lot of these things up, but it needs to be absolutely spotless if they are going to take down the Titans that have been ruling over Calling All Heroes since the get-go, Timeless Ethereal. But we gassed Senna up a lot in this matchup here so far, and it's time for me to gas her up just a little bit more. I'm going to send you guys off for just a little bit, and I'm going to bring in Senna for an interview. Reporting live from the hospital, apparently. Senna, hello.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going great for me. I should ask you the same question. First of all, how is your health? How's your heart rate right now? How are you feeling?
Okay, well, my heart rate is quite high because, well, the Timeless game, I had a stinker. Didn't go well. It was a bit of a flop for me, but this game I brought it back, so I'll try to keep lock in for next game. But I'm happy I got second place, or at least in the finals, because I've never been in the finals. Only got third like 4 times. So this time I got it.
I believe in you as someone who has seen your growth from even before Calling All Heroes. To see you in this position means, it means a lot to me. But for some of these other people who haven't quite seen as much of you, it kind of feels like you have a lot to prove. Do you kind of feel that? Do you feel like you have something to prove here today?
Well, if I'm being honest, not really. I think people should know I'm good. But I know I'm an EU player in technically an A tournament. So I guess in that regard, yes. But if people have looked at EU, they should know me.
They absolutely should, and I think there's no doubt that the NA audience is going to start catching on to just how good you are in this role. Let me ask you about what changed, though, because the Timeless matchup wasn't, like you said, it wasn't the best, but it looked night and day compared to what you showed us here against Michael Wave. What changed there, and what do you think needs to change for you to beat Timeless this time around?
I think against Timeless, I respect Accent a lot. I think they are the best hitscan in car. I'm not close behind, but I think they're the best, and I think I respected them a bit too much. So I started stressing out a bit, and that's why I kind of just, as I said, flopped. But again, in this game, because I'm really hungry to get at least finals, which in this case I did get, I was not letting go of the gas. I just wanted to win and get in.
So it sounds to me like the key is just don't show any respect, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
I just need to focus up. I think if I focus up, we have a chance easily.
Just gotta lock it in. I love it. I mean, I've seen that over the past couple of days, how well you've performed when you are this level of locked in. It's gonna be a little bit longer of a night as you have to stay locked in just a little bit longer, but I want to give you one last opportunity. Shout out anybody you want to. The floor is yours. Any last words before I let you go and prepare for the final match of the night?
Definitely my entire team, but especially Cap and Poryu and Par, because Cap and Par have helped me a lot to improve in general in this current meta, because I was at first not very good at it, or at least I didn't really know my job, and they helped me with that. And Poryu just being an amazing main sport player, helping me around, escorting me everywhere. I'm like a president. I feel like a president. And then if I'm going to shout out someone else outside of the team, has to be Samantha. She's always helping me. How do you call it? Cheering me on from if you see her Twitter, you'll see it. So I love her for that. And yeah, for the rest, just my entire team. They're all the goats. They're all the best.
Very, very well deserved praise coming out. Very well deserved gas coming out from Samantha. I do have one more question actually before I send you off. What do you want to say to the fans who are going to be supporting you as the underdogs here in this last matchup?
I'll try my best. I'll try the best to dethrone Timeless for the last tournament. I'll see what happens. Let's win this.
All right, sounds good. Sorry to bait you and then pull you back in for that one, but I wanted to hype things up a little bit more as we go into our last matchup. Thank you so much for joining me, Senna. It's always a pleasure, and I'm rooting for you as a fan of yours, as well as a fan of Timeless Ethereal as well. I want to see a Giga Banger. I don't want to see another 3-0. I want to see this one go the distance. Show us what Calling All Heroes is all about. And for the chat, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to see it. We're going to go to a quick break, and then Tiny Shiny and I will be back to bring you the action. Don't go anywhere. It's the main event coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, gays and theys, welcome back. It is the main event of the evening, of the entire calendar year, what we have all been building up to. This is the grand finals of the Calling All Heroes Championships. It is Wisp Embers going up against Timeless Ethereal. Tiny Shiny, how do you feel about this one? It's been a long road to get here. How do you feel?
10 months, CB. It has been 10 months of competition leading up to this moment right here. Timeless Ethereal coming away with 5 out of our 6 titles, the other one belonging to the Wisp Embers roster. More often than not, Wisp Embers have been standing on the sidelines, the bridesmaid to the bride of Timeless Ethereal, who has shown prowess in every aspect to put them on top. These teams have already faced each other today, CB. Timeless Ethereal, it went 3-0 their way. Can Wisp Embers manage to bring it back this time around?
The curse of second place has to really be bothering Wisp Embers right now because, again, you mentioned 5 out of the 6 tournaments that we've had this calendar year have been won by Timeless Ethereal, but 4 out of those 6, it's been Wisp Embers that have been second place. Is that going to be the story today, though? Or will they be able to topple Timeless Ethereal? Finally, there's really only one way to find out, but it doesn't really look like it's entirely in their favor, given we saw these two teams play earlier tonight, and it was not really all that close. It looked to be kind of close, at least initially, but some cracks in the armor started to form. But let's talk a little bit about how we got here. It's been a long road, even just for this tournament. Let's have a look at the upper bracket. Tiny, how do you feel about how things have shaken out up here?
Things in the upper bracket have gone the way that many people have expected to so far. The only difference is perhaps some of these games could have been closer. You're looking at 2 of the most stacked rosters you are going to find within the Calling All Heroes tournament, and Timeless Ethereal are well deserving of their number 1 seed, only dropping a single map in the 3 days of competition we have now had in the championship bracket. Bun, X10, Sawhill, Halo, and Z coming back out. They want to make that run flawless, and if they keep playing like they did, CB, we very well could find that result.
If I could echo something that I've said a couple times throughout the night, this team feels like they are indeed inevitable, but their Infinity Gauntlet is missing 1 Tracer Corgi-shaped stone, and today, this moment right now, is where they look to capture it and cement themselves as the undisputed greatest of all time in Calling All Heroes, especially in this, this entire tournament cycle. But we have these scrappy, hungry underdog teams right here, like Wisp Embers, who have gone the distance, faced so much adversity to get here, even to be in second place as much as they have been, look to be the ones to make Timeless Ethereal fumble at the last possible hurdle.
The flame has been sparked, and Wisp Embers are carrying that spirit into this match. If you just watched our losers finals, you will know that their confidence is starting to build, and they are ready for this rematch to come on through. Map number 1, pick just came in. Lijiang Tower is where we're kicking off our grand finals journey.
And what a fitting place to take it. We're not going back to Antarctic Peninsula where we're going to see just Brawl all the time. We still might, because Lijiang Tower still kind of does lend itself a little towards that Brawl playstyle, but we're not going to Samoa either, where we're not going to see any of that silliness coming out. We're not going to see any like Mauga compositions or anything wacky like that. We're going to be playing pure, good, honest Overwatch, unless you're Kunoichi, which, they don't play fair on this. They don't play fair on this map, but everyone else does, and I think it's a great test of both of these teams, their skills, their abilities. It's also where these two teams started last time around.
And last time, Timeless Ethereal were very much in the driver's seat of this map. It did go to 3, if my memory does serve me correctly, and seriously, it came down to a lot of the things we were talking about with Hunter on the desk. We'll see Wisp Embers, they like to heavily commit to these off angles. They leave Kindred out in the open, and that's where Timeless Ethereal was able to win the frontline battle and then shift their sights over to what was going on the other side, and it really was something that never got fixed throughout that play. Fundamentally, they're on the same page. These players, there aren't too many differences that you can start to shout out. It's Senna and X10 on the Sojourns that have been lighting up the kill feed and will be certainly the battle to watch.
And I don't want to put too much pressure on Senna, but I do kind of think that it's at least a little bit fitting that previously X10 was a part of the Embers roster, but was snatched up by Timeless Ethereal. Like I said earlier on in the night, Timeless Ethereal didn't have to grab X10, but they did it anyway, because when you are Timeless Ethereal, when you've been so dominant all season long, you do not take your foot off of the gas until you reach the finish line, until you hoist that trophy. So they went out and they got potentially the best hit scan player in all of Calling All Heroes, and Senna is the one that that Wisp Embers bring in to fill those shoes, and she has done so. She has absolutely shown herself to be a more than capable hit scan player, capable of living up to the legacy that X10 left behind, and even capable of going toe-to-toe at times with X10. In the previous series, it was X10 getting the better of Senna, but will it be the same story this time around? On one side, we have the Titans, we have Timeless Ethereal. On the other side, we have the hungry up-and-comers, Wisp Embers. It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what Calling All Heroes is all about. I cannot wait to see it. I really hope that this one goes the distance.
Me as well. I mean, the last time around Timeless Ethereal, you had the 3-0, and you know, we had the opportunity to hear from Senna in that interview, and she said it herself, commenting on the duel between X10 on the Sojourn, and said, you know what, I gave them too much respect. I think that I can fight toe-to-toe with this player, and I can be the one to help lead my team over to this victory. We saw it against Michael Wave. Death was barely making an appearance in that map after just absolutely dominating throughout this tournament. Senna was the one to shut that down, and she is going to have X10's number throughout this first map of Lijiang Tower. Let's see where this one will end up taking us. There's been so much build-up to this exact moment, CB. Both of these teams have been around since the beginning, and now it's their time to show us how that story shall end.
Yeah, both of these teams here since the beginning, and since the beginning, Timeless Ethereal has been forging a dynasty with win after win after win, but the only win that matters is the one that you get when the lights are on the brightest, and we got a lot of lumens out here right now. How bright are those lights, and how bright does Wisp Ember's flame burn? Is it going to be too much? Is it going to be blinding for Timeless Ethereal, or did they bring the hater blockers? Did they bring the shades? Are they ready to firmly cement their legacy at the top of Calling All Heroes? This is what it's all about. We kick things off on Night Market on Lijiang Tower. Let's go.
Full mirror matchups into play. Subjective often about how are you going to control these outsiders, these little ledges of the high ground that we know X10 and Senna will be sniffing out momentarily. We also need to keep an eye on these tanks. Kindred struggled to have a presence in this team's previous meetup because of how heavily Timeless Ethereal understood that Wisp Embers, they looked at Senna to be that hero. They were on the rotations, and yet this time it's Senna wrapping around Sawhill Low, the first one to pop into that Nemesis form, winning the game of chicken, and Senna wins the duel onto X10. CB, that confidence, she is glowing with it, and you can't expect it to stop anytime soon. That was Poor You with the Sojourn player opening the gates for Wisp Embers to get that first step on point.
And I'm really hoping Wisp Embers take it all the way now, because how fitting would it be, just like I said, for Senna taking X10's spot on this roster as X10 gets snatched up by Timeless Ethereal to find the first blow onto X10 to catapult her team to victory. It's done enough to catapult them at least to the first point capture, but Timeless Ethereal are back at full strength and are swarming the point, looking for a way to just push Wisp Embers off the point. Damn near push them off the map entirely, did Halo, and she's looking for another one.
Halo, she's gonna get it! Oh, that's H-Key sent down into the depths, and there's a second one onto Aniune! Oh, it's Halo showing up, the angel from above, and Wisp Embers sent down below. We won't be seeing them anytime soon.
That's such a great play from Halo, and she's so great at going on these really aggressive plays when she needs to, but playing it safe, being kind of that silent carry in the back line, along with Z, by the way, who is also phenomenal. And have a look at both of these supports. Both of them already built up their ultimates. I mean, a lot of ultimates about to come up on the board. We're a third of the way through Wisp Ember's capture, and nobody's pulled the trigger on the Q yet. Nobody wants to be the one to throw that first ult down the drain, but Halo gonna throw a couple bodies down the drain right now. Aniune and Senna gone.
Again! Halo! Massive Oh, poor you! Back on Surabos and said, no, I'm not the only one that can pull this off. Halo, she is just insane on this map. I mean, how much more can you ask from a single player?
Lige Gon, is that you? Is this your
Oh
tower?
my
No, it's Halo's tower right now.
What?
One key thing, though, that I want to highlight is that Bun did invest the Blizzard to try and facilitate that second boop there, so that's no longer going to be an option. So Poryu might have a free beat here.
Poryu is going to have it on up. The Ant Matrixies for both sides as well. Only Timeless Ethereals will actually be coming out onto the night market and will grab Poryu, so there's not even a sound barrier as an option. Timeless Ethereal, they know that they're up and they want to stagger this fight out as long as possible, knowing that this will get them to about one fight territory when Wisp Embers are ready to return.
And like I said before, both of these teams, it feels like they don't want to invest a lot of these ultimates, be the first one to throw one down the drain, but I think that's made Wisp Embers a little bit too gun-shy. They need to pull the trigger eventually. They do on the Ant Matrix, but that's all they really choose to invest. Now they're going to use the Blizzard. We'll see if they're able to get anything out of it. The beat's there.
Beat's there. A lot of those early resources Wisp didn't get to use last fight. Now coming up now. Oh, surely you would respect Halo. Thankfully, everyone from Timeless is able to hang on with white knuckling to the objective, and there's no time that is better to do so. This is the 99% for Timeless Ethereal. Will give it up, backing off. Saw Hill was incredibly low, now healed up. Push likely to start soon.
And now that Wisp are finally willing to put their money where their mouth is, spend a little bit, they actually get a little for their purchase. Now they're back in control of the point, but Timeless Ethereal, Bun's coming up on a Blizzard, and with a big wall, she's gonna throw it down.
Bun's Blizzard is coming on up. It doesn't get anybody. In fact, Kindred walks straight back into it. Why would you do that to yourself? Thankfully, will manage to stay on their feet. They have to pop this Annihilation, looking through the backline, frozen up between a wall. That's 5 assists onto the kill of Wisp Ember's tank. Timeless Ethereal, they know that they had the resources and the numbers to flip this objective, took the soft reset. This is them winning that macro game and the first round of Night Market.
And of course, you gotta give so much of that to Halo because she's able to win off of just the boops off the map. We saw the big plays that came out early on, and that helps Timeless Ethereal build up to a big ult advantage where they didn't really have to expend too much in order to get so much percentage, essentially just handed to them on a silver platter because of the plays from Halo. I can't praise her enough for that, but it has to stay consistent. That's just 1 point. We still got potentially 2 more to play, and Timeless Ethereal might even be making a couple of swaps here, swapping, or at least for the attacker for now, Z swapping over to the Kiriko, maybe looking for a teensy bit more survivability, a teensy bit more nimbleness, if that's even a word. I don't know if it is. To be a little bit more nimble. Gonna actually, no, swap back over to the Baptiste, forget everything I ever said. Timeless Ethereal, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep going with what you're best at.
There's no reason to change up anything in these compositions. The next up for Paper Wisp Embers, stay away from some ledges. Halo has an eye out. Look at it, she's already looking for it. Oh, Evian, please be careful on the outskirts. In fact, Wisp Embers, they've lost one, and Halo is still hunting for the boobs. A bloodthirsty support. The Angel has fallen from heaven, and it's just trying to make as much happen for the team as possible. Timeless only lost, or excuse me, they only got 1 elimination, and it was enough for Wisp Embers to pump the brakes.
Yeah, they're not going to want to go aggressive when they're down a person like that, especially when that person is HT, because again, the Mei is absolutely crucial in this composition, especially going up against a Mei that is as storied as Bun, with HT constantly being what a lot of us perceive to be the second place when it comes to Mei. How fitting being on this team.
Yeah.
If she's able to make up the deficit, she can help, get Wisp Embers the win here, but you're definitely not going to go in without her to try and match up to Bun. Senna, though, finds the pick onto X10, taking out her counterpart again, and now Bun's in trouble.
Yeah, Bun is the ice wall, though, to bail herself out of Dangerman. I mean, how was they just get off the points in general? So Wisp Embers, they're in control until Kendred finds herself face to face with an Ant Matrix in a wide of opening in face of death itself. Timeless Ethereal wanting to get back in control of the point. Sawhill nearing an annihilation of their own. Won't be needing it this time around to be able to save that for the future as Halo just grabs another boop casually.
Yeah, but Wisp Embers seemingly matched Timeless Ethereal's, or at least nearly matched Timeless Ethereal's capture percentage out of seemingly nowhere, a fight they had no business taking and one that was very scrappy throughout. So, I mean, they've essentially bought themselves an extra fight here, and they didn't use any ults to do it, so they can maybe take 2 really good ult fights here that they're going to have the advantage for. The one sticking point, though, is going to be Bun's Blizzard, and how many times throughout the course of Calling All Heroes have we said that exact sentence? What's one more to a player like Bun?
Bun has a little present waiting for Wisp Embers if they dare to approach this objective. They're waiting for Halo to choose herself out, but no one. Senna again winning the duel against X-Ton. But if we learned anything, it's not enough to guarantee the fight victory. Halo moving players back out of the back line, attempting to disrupt a few here and there. H's Blazers didn't find much. Bun wanting to do the same, and it catches Kindred within the annihilation. But actually, it's Sawhill that ends up falling. X-Ton is already back in the battle, and this is what we're talking about. Timeless Ethereal's ultimate management has simply been better on so many different platforms, and it takes heroic plays such as this one to turn it back around. That's one from Sen to make it a second, straight down dunking on X10's head. What a way to save Diff as Wisp Embers keep themselves afloat.
I told you she wants this. She told you that she wants this, and it looked so dicey. It looked like Timeless Ethereal had an opportunity to buy themselves back into it, but Senna, just like she takes Halo's life, takes it all away from them, and Wisp Embers are still in this, but it's costly. Have a look at the ult bang for Timeless Ethereal. They got the Ant Matrix, and X10's got the Overclock. That is an absolutely lethal combination, even if the Overclock wasn't a factor. Just an Ant Matrix rail shot with X10 behind it is a scary thought, one that's going to keep Senna up at night if she's not able to hit the shot to stop it. H-Key's under a lot of pressure, though.
Actually ends up going down, and X10 being on the other end with an ultimate. That's an even more terrifying thing. You're either turned into a punch bag by Salt Hill, or you're gonna be shredded, broken in half because of an overclock in the backline. Timeless Ethereal's map control has been ridiculous. Wisp Embers have not been checking their angles nearly well enough to validate them winning this map out. Halo is still on an absolute tear, and Timeless Ethereal seem to be on top of every form of macro play, despite duels being won. Wisp Embers seriously have to step it up if they want a chance of winning this map. The Blizzard only making their challenges a lot colder to push on through. Senna returning to the battle, grabs X10 once again. It's a grudge match. Even if it's the one elimination, it's enough for the point to continue being sustained. Halo walking around the objective, daring someone to peek their head out. One final boop to seal it off. Oh, Wisp Embers are trying as hard as they can. I mean, they got the Blizzard to push on in. It grabbed Sawhill. There's no one on the other side. The point can't be contested. And as long as it is Timeless who will come out on top of map number 1.
But you can kind of feel how every single player on both teams is just going blow for blow with their counterparts, but it feels like Halo is definitely getting the better of the Lucio head-to-head, and also kind of fitting that she's doing it at Aniun's expense. These two were at one point teammates on New York Excelsior, but Halo definitely showing her value, and it feels like across the board, you know, Timeless Ethereal are still just one step ahead, save for Senna, who is getting the better of X10, but is that going to consistently be enough to buy Wisp Embers back into some of these fights? In some cases, yes, but when you start looking at the macro, you start looking at the ult management, you start looking at the positioning, suddenly it's not quite so cut and dry. It becomes a situation where, sure, Senna can pop off, but Bun just has the Blizzard and can deny Kindred from taking any sort of presence on the point. We go to an overtime scenario where Senna can't stay on the wide angle where she needs to be if she wants to pop off. She has to go in to try and, you know, make the contest, and she catches a swift uppercut from Sawhill on the way in. And like that's what it's all about, right? It's all about setting your DPS up for success. It's something that Timeless Ethereal are great at. Wisp Embers are also great at, but still just one step behind.
Wisp Embers, they're just looking like amateurs because Timeless Ethereal right now, their macro gameplay, their sense of synergy and how to operate as a team has been far and above what we've seen from Wisp Embers. There's only so much you can rely on from individual pop-offs from Senna. I mean, the stats tell the story completely in this. 10 final blows from Senna and 12 for the entire team. That's more than 3 of their team members combined, and even that is nothing in comparison to what we see within the other side. Senna may be getting her one, but the rest of the squad isn't able able to pull it together within the chaos that Timeless Ethereal already caused, and a lot of that is due to the map control.
There's a couple other big takeaways that I take away from that scoreboard. The first of which is the gap between Bun and HK right now. Bun is playing on another level, and we hyped HK up in the previous series, but again, calling all heroes long, it's felt like Bun has been the premier Mei player in the entire circuit, only dying once. And again, when your Mei is so crucial to the composition, if you can keep her alive that long, you're golden, baby. You're in the money. Meanwhile, I keep doing that. Wisp Embers. There's players from NYXL in this game, and they were previously known as that. They're no longer affiliate. It's Wisp Embers. I gotta give props to the right team. Wisp Embers. I lost the plot. I've lost my point completely.
You know what? Hey, CB, it happens. We gotta make sure we talk about the players correctly. That's fine. Wisp Embers, they're working on it, right? It's hard to remember them because in their glory days, when we saw them at their peak, they were known by a different name. They've had those roster changes come in, Senna and Poryu being two of those. And while these are definitely not the players that we're seeing struggle in a lot of ways, they're also, you're trying to integrate them into the roster, how that really operates. It's gotten them to the grand finals. Whereas Timeless Ethereal, on the other hand, have seen very few changes in comparison, especially as of recent. So when we're wanting to look ahead into this series, Timeless Ethereal just look like the better verse team when it comes to this Ramatra composition in terms of the value, especially that Bun is getting. Picking Midtown right now, especially for Wisp, they don't want to go to King's Row. They want to make things slightly more uncomfortable and give more opportunities for the Sojourns to shine.
And we've seen a lot of teams trying to go for these big flank plays with the Sojourn, especially on Midtown, but trying to get her through that first choke point is always a bit of a sticking point on the attack. And it's something that I think both of these teams are going to be aware of, something they're both going to be privy to, something they're both going to try their best to shut down. Composition-wise, I don't expect that or the playstyle to be shaken up too much. We do know that Timeless Ethereal said that they still had some more tricks in their back pocket earlier, but I don't think they're being forced to bust any of those out just yet. If there is a team that can maybe force that kind of adjustment, I believe it would have to be Wisp Embers, but we still haven't quite seen it. Senna is doing her best to deadlift this team, but it's just not enough. Everybody else is still doing the most, still doing just about all they can, but they need to do just a little bit more, especially Poryu has been phenomenal, no doubt, gonna take nothing away from her, but compared to Halo in that last matchup, that's a gap that definitely needs to be shored up, as does the HK and Bun diff.
There's these smaller things that it's not the problems that we exactly expected to go out to. Before it was Exit and Senna, now that's changed. It's the HK versus a Bun, Poryu versus Halo, and it comes down to the smallest minuscule things of how are you setting up your individuals. Can Kindred take the space that is required with how much of the team is actually supporting her? It'll be a little bit easier to maintain that being in a defensive spot. You have the options to move around and rotate as needed. Those calls, Wisp Embers, we know that they're able to make, and they need to just make sure they have a lock. Where is X10? Where is Halo? How are they moving around this objective?
Well, on the defense first will be Wisp Embers. So my question is, where is Senna going to be playing? I don't think she's going to stay in this choke like that for too long, nor is HC going to be there, nor is Kindred. Where are all of you playing? Get back in the choke. Stop being silly, all right? This is the grand finals. This is no time to get too silly with it, all right? Everybody calm down. Where is Senna going to be playing on the defense? Is she going to set up in the laundromat, or is she going to set up very far behind? No, wait, this defense is sticking. They are playing close.
Oh, CB, you thought they were crazy. They might be a little bit crazy. And Kindred, that's your main cooldown out. Sawhill can walk on to the rest of your team. You're giving up space, and now you don't have the cooldowns to maintain it. Now you have to hope. Can Timeless Ethereal, will they overextend? Can they punish somebody? And it doesn't really seem like it. Senna now has to find a new position to prop herself up, and she lost that before, and it doesn't have the best angles to work off of. Holding onto this charge shot for quite some time, daring a Squishy to peek their head around the corner. Wisp Embers, this is the fight where we expected them to take it, and luckily, they all still have their lives until I spoke too soon. Anium, the first victim to go down, and Wisp Embers losing their foundations. It's Sawhill. Everyone looks like a punching bag when you got the good old fists out, and we'll be cleaning the house here. First point of Midtown. heavily going for Timeless Ethereal.
I gotta be real. I don't like that defense at all from Wisp Embers. I mean, I saw the vision. I mean, it was just trying to catch them off guard, and as they kind of back up through the choke to try and bait Timeless Ethereal into a pinch where Wisp Embers would have the advantage, but you don't have the benefit of setting your Sojourn up on a high ground or on an off angle, and it kind of just becomes this neutral do-si-do around that fire truck. And you know, Timeless Ethereal, all they have to do is wait until they have an opening and they seize it. They take down Aniun, and that's all they really need. 5 minutes to start working through Streets phase. Wisp Embers going super aggressive to slow it down.
Wisp Embers, that's them pushing the Blizzard on out. Well, it grabs a couple of players. Look once again, Buns gets significantly more value. Doesn't get to the space though. I mean, Senna winning that duel onto X10, HK following it up with one of their own. Wisp Embers have a stop here on this first point for now. Zalhill still decides to pull out the Annihilation in response to Kindred's. Those tendrils will be expiring momentarily, and this has been very expensive for Wisp Embers so far.
And they're spending all of this just to keep up aggression and take as many fights as they possibly can, as close to the cart as they possibly can, and they're not leveraging high ground. They're not setting Senna up on a whole lot of off angles right now, and that is once again punishable, especially with an Ant Matrix coming out. Look, Wisp Embers, they just have to hold S.
And HK is completely on her own down on the low ground. Senna has to pop off right now, hitting the shot, but she just can't find the angle. And now she's stuck in the middle of the fray. Zalhill not able to stay on their feet. Halo Soundbarrier came in a hair too late. Wisp Embers are narrowly holding on to this objective. It has to be stressful to do. The chase is there for you, skating on out, but no, you will not be seeing the light of day again here on this first or second objective, excuse me. Timeless Ethereal, that's all the reasoning that they needed. Wisp Embers bit off way more than they could chew.
It feels to me like Wisp Embers are trying to reinvent the wheel, but the wheels are falling off. Like, again, we've seen how good Senna can be even with these overclocks, but she's not set up for success with them. She's on the high ground when she pops it, yeah, absolutely, but Timeless Ethereal aren't really in all that much of a kill box, so she doesn't get a whole lot of value for it. Timeless Ethereal can just kind of kite it out, and they don't have to, like, there's nothing Wisp Embers can do to try and retake that space. Timeless Ethereal don't even have to play safe, and now they have the high ground. X10 can set up a kill box, look for even just a neutral rail shot. It might have Poryu's name on it if she's not careful.
X10 ended up eating a rail shot from Senna. May well make sure that she won't be making that same approach again, but she said, I mean, this high ground with X10 sitting on it is a deadly thing. X10 has to realize that players are going to start rolling on up through the heights. Timeless Ethereal not exactly pushing the payload right now. It's more or less waiting for X10 or 1 to find some sort of elimination. You got the Ant Matrix coming on out of the Blizzard. What in the world is that? Wisp Embers, that had to have been a mistake from HK. It gets completely negated on the low ground where no one was sitting, and now you lose HK's life on top of it just because you needed something worse to happen. Timeless Ethereal found their opportunity to strike, and this is going to be the second objective going over to them with the team kill.
At the start of that fight, Kindred was so split. She was over on the other side of the point from where everyone else is. So when the Ant Matrix comes out, pointed at the rest of her team, they all just have to beat for the, look for any kind of cover because she's not there to put up a shield for it. And, disaster narrowly avoided, yeah, because everyone lives to tell the tale. But then they just walk into something even worse once they all collect themselves and try to wrestle that high ground back away from Timeless Ethereal. Again, Wisp Embers trying to reinvent the wheel, and it's just not working out. They have to just try and play this a little bit more safe, a little bit more controlled, a little bit like what we've seen them play in the past.
This ends now.
And obviously, CB, they wanted to change the narrative. Like, hey, we're not afraid, but they're almost too unafraid of taking these fights at some times. So we need to find some sort of middle ground here, because what we've seen so far hasn't been the answer. And with the ultimate getting 0 value, X10 must get a hang, taking some of these shots on in. The sound barriers going on through. X10 not finding the damage. It is Zalhill that will do so. A rail got through the end of Poryu's head. Timeless Ethereal pushing all the way up into the spawns right now. I mean, this is absolutely brutal. Wisp Embers, they're starting to be afraid of taking the space on back, and now they're going to have to do it through their spawns as the payload is so close to getting this mark.
And when you're as hungry as Wisp Embers, sometimes you're taking bites out of things that just don't taste too good. Timeless Ethereal making them taste the bottom of their boot right now as they continue the pressure on the Ant Matrix from Z. And Wisp Embers, they have to kite it, but that gives so much space for the cart. Kindred has to go out to contest. Zalhill does get dispatched, though.
They needed that so badly. If Wisp Embers do not get that elimination, this payload was gonna roll on through, and the only thing is they gotta recover in terms of the ultimate economy. Blizzards will be on pace, CB, but this bleeding has to stop.
And what's been happening time and time again is like Wisp Embers will use an ultimate and Timeless Ethereal will just kind of kite it because they know they don't have to fight into it. Wisp Embers, they no longer realistically have the space to do the same thing because of where the cart is. They have to leverage their ults right now, coming up with a Blizzard to match Buns and the spawn advantage to try and bleed this time bank dry.
You have to be planning these fights out very, very carefully in terms of where are you positioned, what ultimates are you going to use, and why is Bun pushing into your backline, cuts off the Mei. Ice Block is out. This is the opportunity for HK to strike. A big error that can be capitalized on. The Immortality Field won't be helping you this time around. The payload, though, has to be contested. Kindred keeping a close eye onto that one. Now it's the overclock from both teams. X10 will get the better of Senna in this exact moment. Is it enough to actually turn the fight around? It very well may be. The rest of the team has started to regroup. Timeless Ethereal have the strong presence on the objective. You need to close it out before Poryu gets back with that sound barrier. Anion at makes it of her own. That's not going to do a whole lot of anything. The sustain there for Poryu isn't enough to push them through. Senna gets that revenge kill. X10 has fallen, and now much more has to be committed. It's getting sloppy, and Senna is putting an end to all of the chaos all on her own, sitting in the back, finding the shots, charging them up off the tank, which Salt Hill is struggling. Just hang on to this extra health. 30 seconds now on the clock for Timeless, and this is not the fight. They're gonna win. A full reset has to be scrabbled for to make it possible. Anion!
That's a 3K for Anion to clean it up, and that's so great from her, and it was so great from Senna to get some of those early pickoffs that ended up winning that fight outright for Wisp Embers. Timeless Ethereal now swapping over to Fast Heroes. They might be able to get another touch here. It's gonna be up to Bun now on the Tracer looking for a flank, but Wisp Embers have scouted it. They put a wall right up in her face, so it's Sawhill with the slam. The overtime wick does start burning, it does trigger, but how did Timeless Ethereal bring this home?
There isn't a realistic option. The only thing you have is the sound barrier from Halo, and you're going to need that sooner rather than later, given the current annihilation occupying the objective. You've now lost Bun. A devastating blow to Timeless Ethereal's chances of winning this fight. Senna yet to be contested. She finds a second one, and now behind, and at Matrix with an overclock. She is simply unstoppable.
And the cart will stop just shy of making it to Grand Central Station. Timeless Ethereal's ticket to the big time might have just been revoked. Wisp Embers, they put themselves in a successful position where they can get the win here. They're not gonna have to go to extra innings to do it, and it looked so rough for the first 2/3 of this map, but once we finally got to the point where they could sit back and be a little bit more comfortable, not have to worry about these crazy flank plays, not have to worry about trying to go for these weird splits, these weird close plays, like spawn holds or whatever it was they were trying to cook. Once they just played the game and played to their strengths, they're finding so much success. You know, they're finding Anion in positions to pop off. They're finding Senna having the angles to hit some of these big rail shots. And despite the non-stop pressure that Timeless Ethereal is exerting here, Wisp Embers are able to withstand. They bend a lot, but they do not break. And I also want to highlight the maze because a lot of that came triggered by one little fight there where Bun invests the Blizzard. H-Key survives through it, then pops one of her own and punished Bun for trying to be the first to pull the trigger there. And it all just kind of turns right back on its head, and suddenly Wisp Embers are in the driver's seat. If they keep this momentum up, we might not be seeing any more 3-0 Overwatch tonight.
No more 3 Overwatch, please. Wisp Embers have set their mark. Don't need to get the payload all the way. The bar still relatively high, and Bun ever the more deadly when it comes to this map. HK getting the better of her towards the tail end, perhaps can start to turn those tables into Wisp Embers' favor. Need to get themselves forward and find a surefire way of doing it. Ideally, we're going to see Senna rotate with Poryu onto this objective. Is the read going to be there? Yes, Bun is sitting and waiting. Managed to squeak over the wall. Poryu just barely. Now the attention is split, and Sawhill is rather off on their own. Kindred doesn't exactly have the backup to take it on. The two fights that are happening simultaneously, one already with a significant dent in it, and that is Poryu going down. Wisp Embers have to pull out a reset.
It's such a good shot from X10 to put that all to bed, but it's also a great play from Z. Hang on, X10 getting caught out there. H-Key might have just found the key to break this door right on down. Wisp Embers, they're charging through. They've taken the fire truck. They're starting to circle it, but Senna has fallen.
Z continues to be a thorn in Wisp Ember's side. Every time Less Material needs them to show up, Z will find a way to manage it. And they just don't push without Senna. I mean, with your pick potential gone, and you wait for the Ant Matrix to come up, stick your Sojourn behind it, and hopefully you can find some amount of value.
I again want to highlight Z because in that fight where Senna was rotating around the alley, Z had the perfect triage to be able to look back and forth between the flank that was trying to deal with Senna and keeping Sawhill alive. Sawhill was in a lot of danger there as Wisp Embers really put the pressure onto them, but they weren't able to confirm the kill. And that's all thanks to Z on the Baptiste, who's been untouched so far.
Wow. I mean, Z is just this incredible player that knows exactly where they need to be at all times. Maybe X10 in the kill feed, but who's keeping them alive? Who's supporting these pushes? It is a Z! And grabbing the eliminations off the back. It's just the extra sprinkles, you know? You don't need them, but they're extra fun to have when you can get them.
I mean, maybe a little too much sprinkles being put on that, because that's 3 ults for that fight, and we still got 2 more minutes to go. Wisp Embers, they're going to have 2 big ones, the DPS ultimates. X10 versus Senna is going to be the major matchup here, and the difference maker is going to be whether or not Halo is able to get her sound barrier off in time to negate the damage that's going to come through from Senna, or H-Key's Blizzard. She can only choose one if Wisp Embers play this correctly. I mean, the question is, are they going to be given a chance to? And through all of it, are they going to be able to knock Z off of their perch back there on top of the truck?
Z remains untouchable. He forced them out. The wall doesn't do much. Right quickly. Get on the overclock. It gets run just before it goes out. Too late. Halo had the timing down, or at least she thought it has to be a rush on in. But no, they're the ones that are trapped on up. Season, we're down to be able to keep Sawhill on their feet. And X10 is there to save the day on the overclock. Z and X10, my goodness, that is a fight that Wisp Embers had laid out for them with a red carpet, yet they still couldn't pull it out.
And it's because of that immortality field from Z, and again, the triage, and understanding that they needed to keep Sawhill alive to keep this defense in play. And it was through the Blizzard that H-Key thought if she used and she killed Sawhill, she would have the golden ticket. This point would have been capped, but now it's looking like it might not be. Kindred has the annihilation to brute force through the choke, but you're gonna need more than that. Someone has to come up with a big play here and take it home. Otherwise, Wisp Embers are gonna get full held here on Midtown.
Wisp Embers are in big trouble right now. Timeless Ethereal, they have the amplification matrix up, but Bun going down is the opportunity Wisp Embers needed. With very little time, they need to get themselves on the objective, get the percentage on the upwards trend. You have no more ultimates to deal with, and Anion ends up going down. X10, so the fire truck and flank is left uncontested. There's only so many players on the point. Wisp Embers did not divide their resources. Head and X10 seals the deal. Timeless Ethereal are on championship point.
And they're so composed every single time, every fight. It feels like Wisp Embers have a way in. They picked off Bun first 2 fights in a row, but because of Z and their ability to withstand, as well as every other member of Timeless Ethereal, namely X10, being able to find the pickoffs that they need to relieve some of the pressure, give a Timeless Ethereal that extra moment to breathe. They take a deep breath, they huff, they puff, they blow Wisp Embers' house in completely, and they're already on match point.
It's crazy to have to say that. I mean, Wisp Embers, they looked like they had a chance, right? And after we saw that stop on Midtown, you're like, surely they can pull it together. We're no longer trying to reinvent the wheel. We are using them as they were intended. Awesome. But you get stuck up at that first choke, and it comes down to, where is Z? Absolutely untouchable. You look at the Baptiste, who's looking at X10? Nobody. And then there's Bun, splitting them all in half, and Wisp Embers were just hitting wall after wall until eventually they're just banging their heads into it. They got dizzy and couldn't remember what was even happening, and they're finding themselves down on this match point. They've looked good at times, but it's nowhere near consistent enough to rightfully say Timeless Ethereal are going to lose.
It feels again like Wisp Embers, at least early on, were reinventing the wheel. Then they just let the wheel be the wheel. But then Z slashed their tires, so they couldn't actually really go anywhere. And, like, X10 came over and just put a boot right on it, like, just left them. Look at the final blows there for X10. 24-10. Senna is keeping up, and that's still the story that we've seen between these two Sojourns, but it's everybody else on the side of Timeless Ethereal that's really making the difference here.
You can't understate that enough. Look at Z. Z's had two times.
Two deaths
map,
for
CB.
Z. 2 deaths. That's...
That shouldn't happen.
A lot of the ways that you want to play this is you want to try and look for an assassination on an enemy backliner. And we can see that, tied, a 3-way tie for most deaths on the side of Wisp Embers. But Anyun is one of those 3, so she is being targeted. And, whether Wisp Embers is targeting Z or not, they're not successfully, dealing with this silent carry.
Who realistically, who is getting Anyun? It is X10 who came back and showed up on that map. Lijiang Tower, I think it hurt their pride a little bit because this is the X10 that we're used to seeing out of them. And Timeless Ethereal, they're leaning into that resource to pull them on through. Now on championship point, CB. It's gonna take one more map, and that title could very well be theirs. We have so much more to unpack as the series continues to go on, and we're gonna get back to the action in just a couple of minutes.
Timeless Ethereal, as they have been all calling all heroes long, really, are on the precipice of glory and on finally claiming that championship that rules over all the ones that they already have in their trophy case. The Timeless trophy case is looking more gilded than King Tut's tomb right about now, but one last trophy may not elude them as they're already on match point against Wisp Embers, who are hungry, but maybe biting off more than they can chew.
We've seen it from them before. Wisp Embers, hungry as they may be, they're getting too aggressive. Your ultimates, you're overspending, and it comes down to the overall macro economy that you're dealing with right now. And we've talked about it throughout this series. We may be overstating ourselves, but it's the same issues every single time. And when we got to look back on Midtown, they may have gotten last second stop, but at what cost? How good did some of your players have to perform in order for that to actually happen, where it's just a normal day in the park for Timeless Ethereal? And I think that's kind of the big difference that we're seeing. One team is working together as a 5 unit, have a clear idea of where all of their fights are going to go as they get longer on, whereas Wisp Embers are really being played into themselves, trying too many things and then losing out because of it.
You talk about these teams playing as a 5-man unit. There is an absolute unit in Timeless Ethereal's backline, and that is Z.
Oh, yeah.
And Hunter and I were talking a little bit in the break. I don't know how much of it you heard, but we were talking about how difficult Baptiste actually is as a flex support, because you really have to be an all-arounder. You have to be good at every single skill set. You think of like an Ana, you can kind of sit back, play safe, look for opportunities to do little bits of damage, but you don't have to be consistently putting out damage, being close enough to get value out of the regen burst, getting the big windows, and still keeping everybody alive with those healing grenades like you do on Baptiste. And Z is playing it to absolute perfection, which begs the question, why are they hovering over Lifeweaver right now?
There's a little more than Lifeweaver going on. Is he wants to do some trolling. That's okay. We got the Junk, the Czar. I mean, that's not going to stick. We very well know that. But I do want to turn our attention to the other side of things. Wisp Embers on their last life here. H-Key on the Genji Kindred over to the JQ. This is Jote. This is where they feel comfortable. Timeless Ethereals even making a swap themselves. How are they going to manage?
I could honestly see Sawhill scouting this out, maybe taking one fight and swapping over to the Ramatra. I'm not quite sure. But with Bun taking out Senna, yeah, no swaps required. I mean, maybe Senna's going to want to... Maybe Senna's going to want to swap just to something out of anger. She's been lights out on the Sojourn, but like, maybe just go something that can grief Bun, please.
Honestly, I mean, Bun is by far one of the most consistent players that we'll see out of Timeless Ethereal. The best Mei player we have in the entire event. And it's gonna be the first cap going over just off of a single icicle. And you'll see the difference even in the ult charges. Wisp Members have been able to do literally nothing that entire first fight. The nice part is now you can start that re-engage. H-Key starts to clear those players, specifically Exit and Z, off of the pillars we see kind of surrounding this objective, but Sawhill skewering Kindred into the wall. I mean, this is it. Timeless got to, or they know what they're doing. It's Wisp Members that need to reevaluate their game plan.
And with Sawhill being on this Orisa, if you're not playing Senna on like a flank angle, then Sawhill can just go in super aggressive, just like they do, clean up 3 there, including the javelin straight to the heart of Kindred. But you can go in and really pressure this Sojourn back, not give her any room to breathe. And Senna really needs to breathe because she's been the lifeblood of this team thus far. Look at the old charge again. Nobody else on Wisp Embers has gotten a damn thing done, and this point is nearly completely capped through.
Now they'll have one more chance to change that fate, and not resources to deal with it. Z already has an amplification matrix online here, and we'll likely see that coming out in just a moment, giving Sawhill and Exton some extra support when it comes to that damage. Kindred instantly taken down below half HP. Just be cautious about a further attack. Terror Search is another thing in their way. H-Key losing the duel against Z. I mean, you cannot ask for more from this Baptiste player. All around, Timeless Ethereal are putting themselves steps and miles above Wisp Embers, and this composition has just not been it.
And that's H-Key on one of her signature heroes on the Genji, taking a duel with a backliner, a Baptiste, something that the Genji, like 9 times out of 10, should be favored on, but Z wins the duel, the Baptiste lives another day, and Wisp Embers, they just can't quite force Timeless Ethereal to crumble the way that they need to if they want to try and find any value. That's a great way to make sure that your flanks are a little bit more secure. You take down X10, great play from H-Key, gonna get hers back from the loss to Z. Gotta imagine she's gonna be looking for a round 2.
And now Wisp Embers are in a much more favorable position to take a battle. That's for about to be 5 check marks on their side. Please do not lose all of the Wisp Embers. Use the ones that you need to do so. Likely this Kitsune Rush I spoke too soon. RIP Aniyun X10 is on the battlefield. Now it's HK's turn, trying to even this one up. It's both damage ultimates and sound barrier out. Wisp Embers, this has been an expensive one and one that they really need to win if they want the chance to go on through. The point is in their control for the time being, and it's HK taking a 2v1, go straight to the disruptor shot. Yeah, you're not winning those today.
That's a real difficult position to have to be in if you're HK, but they were able to kill Sawhill, so there is a slight opening. Maybe HK wants to go something a little bit quicker. No, Poryu's actually just going to be there to try and taxi her fast, so Timeless Ethereal aren't going to be properly set up for this next fight. Wisp Embers can go in with Kindred's Rampage and hopefully try and find some purchase, but the question is, what are we going to do about Bun's Blizzard? Because Poryu had to use that sound barrier in the last fight.
Wisp Embers have that opportunity to push up with Kitsune Rush, you could say. There's the wall! It comes through! The reaction time from Bun! This is why she's the best May player we have in this map. In Halo, I'm guessing that was a double boop onto at least one player and a third up into the kill feed. I mean, my goodness, Wisp Embers are just crumbling. Their flame is stuttering. It's barely staying alight, CB.
Hello, I'm Halo. Back at it again. She is so good. And, like, what do you even say? What do you even say about a play like that? A Lucio fragging out, a backline that's feeling themselves. Bun just putting some more salt in the wound with the Blizzard. Halo's not done. Goes to the spawn just to kill Aniyun. Doesn't even care. Timeless Ethereal go up 2-0, and Wisp Embers, their lunch is just all over the floor. All right, Timeless Ethereal took their lunch money, slapped their chocolate milk off the tray. It's all over the floor. Wisp Embers are slipping and sliding all over it. They need to get their feet underneath them, and they only have a Kitsune Rush to realistically do it. You might be looking at HK to build up to a Dragon Blade and make some noise with that, but look at the ults on Timeless Ethereal. They have everything they could ever want to shut down an angry Cyborg Genji.
And Poryu's out of position, was there with Senna, and she's not going to get out alive. The Lucio had to ditch her in an effort to get back to the team, which, while that's going to happen, you're still going to be reading your soldier in the spawn rooms. I mean, the Timeless Ethereal, they're going to win this fight try. They don't even have to commit anything.
And HK now does have that Dragon Blade, but yeah, Timeless Ethereal, they didn't have to commit. They just won that by being bullies, essentially, by not giving Wisp Embers any room to breathe, just snuffing the flame out completely, and that might be, you know, how this story ends. It's the last opportunity for Wisp Embers. They have to cap this point out. They have to win on Gardens and run it all the way back, but without Senna, Z again strikes blood.
As he strikes blood, Text 10 on the follow-up. I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they are reaching a point where it is absolutely unstoppable. The defying time itself. I mean, this is Wisp Embers' last chance to make their statement here in this grand finals.
And they don't even know where they are right now. The lights are on far too bright. They're completely blinded by the sheer force of Timeless Ethereal. They still have 2 support ults, and Bun is going to have a Blizzard, and how poetic would it be if she was the one to put this all to bed? The Mei that has been leading the pack all season long, being the one to put the death nail in the coffin for Wisp Embers. HK has to stop it with the Dragon Blade.
HK has to give it a shot, gets Halo out of the picture, no sound barrier available, it's an opportunity. C is doing too much, this could very well be final fight. Kindred knows it, committing the ultimate on in, Bun chucking the Blizzard. Couple players, Wisp Embers, they are locked up in place. This is gonna be a struggle bus of a battle to make it to the end, and it's gonna cost literally everything that they have. That's 4 ultimates that they had to use to pull it back from the brink. And you're not looking at much moving forwards.
But they do it, and that is all that is important right now, because there would not have been another chance. And it was costly for Timeless Ethereal too. They invest the Overclock, the Amp Matrix, and Bun's Blizzard, and it wasn't enough because Senna and all of the healing that came through from her team was enough to put it over the edge just a little bit. But now we're looking at Halo's sound barrier. She could even just go super aggressive with this and win the entire fight outright, and that might just be what she wants to do. Timeless Ethereal are gambling with house money right now, so why the hell not?
Timeless Ethereal, they're in. They have the sound barrier advantage. Halo is going to push it forward. Senna is sent reeling off of the map. The beginning of the end has begun unless Wisp Embers can find the way to add fuel to the fire and push it back. And Sawhill is there to extinguish any last chance of hope. Past, present, and future, Timeless Ethereal have reigned supreme over the competition, and they're gonna do it here for one last time in the Calling All Heroes Championship title.
And did we really expect anything else out of a team that has been so dominant, such a driving force since day one? Their worst finish the entire season long was 3rd place, and that put a chip on their shoulder the rest of the Calling All Heroes tournament cycle. Every other tournament from there on out, there was no question who the best was. There was no question who could topple them. There was only the discussion of who might be taking 2nd place. And in this instance, it's Wisp Embers, once again the bridesmaids. But here comes the bride. It's Timeless Ethereal, once again adding one last trophy to their trophy case, closing out the 2023-2024 season with the same dominance that they showed all year long.
They finished exactly where they started, with utter domination, dropping one map the entirety of the playoff bracket. The best of the best teams that we have never came close to pushing Timeless Ethereal to step out of their comfort zone. They're well practiced. They have the superstardom that they need to pull ahead. And this grand finals match shows that they are the true reigning champions of the Calling All Heroes 2023-24 cycle. I mean, you have to be blown away with Z holding it down in the black line, providing the damage where it's needed. Bun being the best on a hero that is so important in our current meta. X10, the Sojourn player, just dominating in every aspect you could possibly want. I mean, Timeless Ethereal have proven to build the best roster, not only of individuals, but as a team who can operate as one.
You talk about Bun being the best in her role on this May, and that is absolutely true, but it feels like every single role for Timeless Ethereal, you just have the best that you have to offer. You got Halo and you got Z. We've been singing Z's praises all game long, and Halo from the get-go was just booping people off the edge, going super aggressive when she knows she can get away with it, getting away with absolute murder, absolute highway robbery on this Lucio. You've got Sawhill as the tank, such a well-rounded tank player, and as if they weren't well-rounded enough, there's also Sniper in the backline, in the bench right now, to come out at any moment to be a threat on the Sigma. And then again, X10, we touted X10 early on in the season as potentially one of the most promising hit scan prospects. Timeless Ethereal heard that loud and clear and said, hey, you want to come play for us? You want to help take home a trophy for Timeless Ethereal? Come on over. We want nothing but the best, and we got it. And this team has proven top to bottom that they are undoubtedly the best.
There was never a doubt in our mind that there's a team that can withstand the test of this competition and the test of time. It is Timeless Ethereal themselves. CB, as sad as it is to say that the competition has concluded, we still have so much to go over throughout the entire event. We'll be bringing Hunter back on for one final time, going over our grand finals match. Don't go anywhere. We still have plenty more to break down.
Well, chat, here we are at the very end of it all, and just as we started out the entire season, Timeless Ethereal still reigns supreme, the undisputed GOATs and the champions of Calling All Heroes 2023-2024 season. We've got Unter back to talk a little bit about how they did it. Let's talk a little bit about the playstyle and how Wisps kind of fell by the wayside there, especially as time went on.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Wisp. They really did try every approach to try and get a win out from this series. They started playing a little bit aggressive on the side fight, and then they went to a little bit more of a textbook strategy where they were just going even on the side fight, and then they tried switching up the comp entirely to try and make a new matchup. So really, I think Wisp, they tried everything they possibly could to win the series, but at the end of the day, the fundamentals of Timeless, they were just way too good. They were really on a completely different level.
Yeah, Tiny, I mean, let's talk about some of those fundamentals. Tiny, how did you feel about the fundamentals of Timeless Ethereal? Like, did you see even any cracks in this armor?
Rarely was there anything that you would want to go ahead and critique about Timeless Ethereal's performance today. They had the map control under lock, they knew how to manage their ultimate economy, and as a team, this was one of the most impressive performances that we have seen, not only within the playoffs, but arguably the entire circuit of Calling All Heroes season, and they really did show us today why they are the champions and the undisputedly best team around.
And it might even be the support play that was the difference maker, because we talked a lot about just how ironclad Z was in the backline and how Halo was getting so much value with these aggressive boops. Like, Unter, would you agree? How would you break that down between those two?
Very much so. I mean, the thing about Z is that they're playing at the perfect range all of the time. When people are pushing into the side angle, Z is able to apply pressure to those people, but at the same time, they can keep healing and dealing damage to the people that are pushing up in main. So it really does feel like Z is watching every angle possible, but not exposing themselves too much, not putting themselves at a lot of risk. So they kept their death count really low, yet their damage extremely high. So I think Z was really solid there. And then you look over to Halo, you look at that Lijiang Tower performance, and just incredible stuff. Anytime people go for a risky rotation towards the edge of the map, Halo is there, immediately knocking people off the map, getting so many environmental kills all throughout Night Market. Really just insane performance from both of the supports, carrying pretty hard, I'd say.
And it's just intelligent play coming out from both of them, sometimes aggressive, sometimes safe, but being able to read the room and know that you're about to have an opportunity for a big play like that is everything. And I think that might be the difference makers. Tiny, how do you feel about the support play coming out?
Nothing short of impressive. I gotta agree with Arthur here. Carry performances, and they're highly deserving of the praise that we've been giving them all match long. I mean, Halo and Z all had their superstar shining moments today, whether it was Halo back on Lijiang Tower and Z more on Midtown, and both throughout the entirety of their other games that we've seen on stream, and it's truly deserving the praise, even if we don't see them in the kill feed. Like, we talk about the DPS, we talk about the tanks, but what makes that all possible is the support's consistent and star level performance.
I mean, oh, go ahead. You got more? Let's go.
I will say that, just because the supports are performing well, it doesn't detract from the other roles whatsoever. Like Sawhill, consistently really intelligent with the push-pull in main, never overcommitting, just maintaining the space all of the time, essentially making it very difficult for the enemy team to ever make a push through main, but not eating up too many resources, really just staying in the middle and holding the ground. And X10 as well, very frequently winning the Sojourn duel, staying alive almost all of the time as well. Even if they're not getting the initial pick on the Sojourn, later in the fight, they're creeping into that aggressive angle and starting to farm kills from a high ground. So this really was, it was the entire team working extremely well in order to get this outcome. It wasn't just two supports going crazy, one DPS having an insane series. It was the entire team.
Yeah.
You got to be firing on all cylinders. There's an old saying, by the way, that goes, if you make your opponent look like a nobody, then you didn't beat anybody. That's a little pro wrestling terminology for behind the scenes there. So let's talk a little bit about the team that they beat. Because Wisp Embers, I mean, they didn't look all that strong in this matchup, but there's a lot more under the surface. There were some strengths, there were some high points that did make them a realistic contender coming into this.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, you got that.
Go ahead. Sorry. I mean, Wisp Embers, they've been that second place team, and, Senna has been playing out of her mind today and the other 2 days that we've seen her, and as great as it has been, I mean, you have this incredible roster behind her. They're just lacking in a lot of these team plays that I think Unter was going to touch on a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's really impressive to see Wisp able to cycle through all of these different styles while facing defeat. Because even though they were losing at the end of the day, the fact that they were able to adapt their style over and over again, it showcases a real deep understanding of the game and their ability to adapt and change, at least in an attempt to win, even if it didn't quite get them over the line.
Getting that second place, I think, is going to sting a fair bit, but there's definitely nothing to be ashamed of if you are Wisp Embers. It just felt like Timeless Ethereal on this day were just goated, just insurmountable, just an unstoppable force that really represents the best of what Calling All Heroes has to offer. Unser, do you have any more closing thoughts on them before we get you to say your goodbyes here?
No, to be honest, I think the thing about Timeless is just that they were solid across the board. Every team, sometimes it looked like there was a superstar player, perhaps carrying a little bit, but in the case of Timeless, it really seemed like a well-oiled machine across the board. So I think that they've got to be really happy with that, the fact that they're actually able to put it all together, and everyone can be happy with their performance at the end of the match. So yeah, very happy with Timeless.
Well, thank you so much for the insight, the analysis. It's been a pleasure to have you on here all night long. Unfortunately, we are going to have to send you on your way. So is there anything else that you want to say before we do take you out back?
I was just going to say, does anyone remember that Dogman guy from the start?
All right, what a great way to sign off. We're going to go ahead and move things into a little bit more of a positive direction, though, as we fondly remember Dogman. We're going to go ahead and bring in one of the winners, the champions, shall we say, of Calling All Heroes. It is X10, the hitscan extraordinaire. X10, first of all, congratulations. How do you feel?
Hi, thank you. I'm very stoked. I'm very excited that I finally won a game.
You won more than a game. You won a whole damn championship. That's definitely something to be proud of. And for you specifically, how does that feel? Because I know, like, early on in the season, you weren't someone that a lot of people were looking at, but we were looking at you as kind of a potential up-and-comer, a hot prospect. But to come into your own and be now a champion, what does that mean to you?
It just feels, I don't know, it feels awesome to like be noticed by other people. I love playing with Timeless, and I love the team.
Well, I mean, you guys all came together as a team, and that love for your team definitely shows. I mean, I'm gonna have more questions for you, but I guess I'll start with do you have anything that you want to say to your team? How does it, like, what's the team environment like?
We were all very excited, and we were going in positive, knowing that we can win. And yeah, I just wanted to say that they played insane today.
What was the atmosphere in the voice chat like towards the end of Suravasa there, when you guys definitely, it seemed like you knew you had it won and there was nothing that could have stopped you. So what were the comms like? What were the spirits like in those last couple of moments?
It was definitely very cluttered at the end, but it was excitement that we were gonna win.
Very exciting, very, very high energy. You love to hear it. All right, I'm gonna hit you with a couple of heavy questions, but let's go ahead and start off with one. Since this is the championship, since you are now a champion, I want to hear from you. What does Calling All Heroes mean to you? What does it mean to be Calling All Heroes champions?
It's so hard to wait this.
It's okay. It's okay.
I love representing the. Yeah.
It's a heavy question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a heavy question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's totally fine. That is totally.
I just
okay.
love representing the community, and yeah, I just hope that we can be noticed more.
I think you especially will be noticed a lot more for the performance that you put on today. But again, you didn't do it alone. You had a whole village. You had your teammates over there at Timeless. Is there anything, again, that you want to say to your teammates?
I love y'all. Yeah.
Short and sweet. All right. Well, yeah, short and sweet. Is there any other shout outs that you want to give to anyone else, your team, outside of the team, to the fans, to anybody who might be watching you?
Thank you for friends that are watching this right now. Sorry that I'm nervous, but I'm scared of public.
That's Hey, that's totally okay. Go ahead.
And Senna for playing really good at the grand finals. That was really fun.
I really enjoyed seeing the back and forth between you and Senna, and I do like that there is a little bit of a friendly rivalry there. All right, I can tell that you're a little bit nervous, and obviously your heart rate's still a little high, you know, feeling some of the excitement from winning. So I'm gonna let you go, let you get back with the team and enjoy it. Again, anything else you want to say, or you know, floor is yours, and then we'll let you go enjoy the celebration.
That'll be all from me.
Thank you,
Thank you
so much. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have X10, the hit scan extraordinaire, definitely cementing themselves as the best in calling all heroes, the best that we have to offer, the best that this community has. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Tiny Shiny back in with me to talk a little bit about that. So you got any thoughts on that interview there?
And X10, a wonderful player and person to begin with. I can understand it's hard to be in the spotlight sometimes, but know that you have done incredible work throughout the Calling All Heroes circuit, and looking forward to seeing more of you down the line. I mean, CB, we've had such an incredible journey just so far, of course, this weekend, but also the past 2 months of competition.
Yeah, it has felt like kind of a long weekend at times, despite some of the 3 Overwatch that we've seen, but this is how we got to the point where we are, and we all knew, right, that it was going to come down to this, that it was going to come down to Timeless Ethereal putting on an absolute masterclass right from the get-go, immediately taking down an Arazaki, Michael Wave, Wisp Embers, and then Wisp Embers again to solidify themselves as the top of the mountain.
Yeah, they got themselves to that grand finals nearly flawlessly, and you know, we had a lot of these squads fight their way through the lower bracket. I mean, talk about our loser semifinals match. Michael Wave and Timeless Celestial was quite a banger to go ahead and watch. Their journey might have ended in 3rd, with Wisp Embers regaining the opportunity to meet Timeless Ethereal in the grand finals once again, just to meet the exact same fate as they did in those upper bracket finals. And CB, there's so many storylines, so many narratives that these players have grown as, these teams and us that we've been able to follow throughout this time. And it is a bittersweet thing to see come to an end here with these championships today.
The good news is it doesn't have to come to an end just yet, because we have one more order of business to do before we close things out here. We have an MVP that we need to talk about, and we talked a lot about her a little bit earlier on today. It's going to be Halo from Timeless Ethereal, of course, the Lucio extraordinaire. Overwatch League level talent, one of the best, undisputedly one of the best that Calling All Heroes has to offer. A great nomination for MVP, a fantastic player top to bottom, great representation for this community, and I love to see her have this.
Halo has competed in Overwatch, not only in Calling All Heroes, but contenders, and even at the Overwatch League level in this previous season, and she's only has proven us these highest level performances. I mean, Lee Zhang Tower practically belonged to Halo, the double boop to come back out at a 3rd on top, and it's just wonderful to see this player truly stepping into herself and discovering all of these incredible things that she can do on this Lucio. The impact that she had on her team was a huge part of the driving force towards their success.
She's just so good, and she's been so good since the beginning. She's been a mainstay, a staple for this Timeless roster ever since the beginning, and consistently throughout the season. Even though she wasn't always the one getting the spotlight, today it's very much so deserved that she does. Again, I'm so happy and so proud to be able to present this trophy to her alongside the championship trophy. She gets 2 Tracer Corgis. She gets a pair of twins coming her way, while the rest of Timeless Ethereal gets to be jealous, coping and seething with only 1. Gee, Halo, how come your mom lets you have 2 Tracer Corgis?
I don't know. I mean, I'd be kind of jealous. Those trophies are absolutely awesome. Not to mention, they get $1,600 per person from our total of a $20,000 prize pool over the course of this event. I mean, it's seriously great. Calling All Heroes as a whole, I mean, I can give a sentimental speech all day, like, to the importance that it brings to the players, the event organizers, us as casters, to have this opportunity in the spotlight to showcase themselves and build this community of people within esports. It's truly on the rise, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
I mean, I share that sentiment entirely. I want to go ahead and as we start to bring things to a close here, before I give my sentimental speech, I want to go ahead and give a couple thank yous out. First of all, to Radiant for putting on this tournament and putting on all of these tournaments throughout the entire year, for helping make Calling All Heroes what it is, the producers, the mods, the observers, everybody. A special shout out, by the way, to the Twitch mods, who I know are always doing God's work out there. Thank you to everybody who came through, the analysts, Unter, Christopher, Arietta, getting all three of them in. It was a pleasure to get to have them. And I want to go ahead and talk directly to you, chat. Thank you guys all so much for coming out and supporting Calling All Heroes, because like Tiny said, this is everything to us. This is something that is very important to me, that is very important to her, and I know is very important to a lot of you. It's a community of players, marginalized gender, talent, and players that haven't always been given a place to shine, but today they had the spotlight placed firmly on them, and damn it, they glowed. They glowed so hard, and it's all thanks to you guys for your continued support. So thank you all so much for making Calling All Heroes special, and I can't wait to see you all again in the future.